Chapter 34:23. When a drop of crystal-clear tear flowed out of Guzhen's left eye, it slowly slid across his slightly rough face and condensed on his chin. Xiaohua's suspicion in his heart completely disappeared. Xiaohua really didn't dare to believe that a Buddhist disciple who practiced Dharma protector, Hanju, was a typical example. Guzhen revealed his true feelings. His so-called story of his brother's disappearance should be true. Then his purpose of entering the formation should be normal. Guzhen's chanting was gentle and sad, far from the chanting of an ordinary monk. Xian and Ci Hui also felt sad in their hearts, standing there silently. Xian didn't urge Guzhen to hurry up, but from time to time, she looked at the ice wall covered with white bones. She knew that the ice wall must be the water curtain of the formation before it was frozen. These white bones didn't rush into the Saint River, but stayed in the water curtain, so they must be imprisoned. She was afraid that Guzhen's psyche power would touch these white bones and trigger the restriction. Fortunately, after half an hour, Guzhen's voice gradually stopped, and the ice near the white bones didn't change at all. Only then did Xian let out a long breath. At the same time, Guzhen also let out a sigh of relief. After Guzhen finished chanting the rebirth mantra, he stood up and chanted Umitba 9 times in a row, as if he had put down a heavy burden. His eyes, which were full of killing intent before, also had a trace of vitality. Seeing this, Xian said with a smile, "Congratulations, Master Guzhen, for untangling the knot in your heart. Thank you, Xian Tanua, for fulfilling my wish." Guzhen hurriedly tidied his monk robe, put his palms together and bowed solemnly. "If I didn't meet you, I don't know when I could be free." "This is Buddha's mercy," Xian said with a smile. "Master, you have contributed a lot to Buddhism. Buddha saw that you were burdened by the knot in your heart, so he pointed out the supreme path for you. But it has nothing to do with me. Heavenly flowers with others, lingering fragrance in my hand." Ci Hui also said with a smile, "Buddha used Tanua to help Guzhen become Grandmaster Guzhen. Tanua also has boundless merit." "Haha, I don't dare. Xian replied. "If Master Guzhen has nothing else to do, can we move on?" Let's go. Guzhen said with a relaxed smile. "I'm fine. In the future, I will listen to Tanua's instructions." Good. Xian controlled the auspicious cloud beneath her feet and continued to lead the way. Guzhen glanced at Baigu again before following closely behind. The ice cave's passageway was similar to ordinary mountain paths, and was even more difficult to distinguish than mountain paths. After Xiaohua and the others flew forward for half an incense stick's worth of time, many forks appeared. These forks were no different in Xiaohua's eyes, and even their shapes were exactly the same. Even Xian often stopped and took out her ink cloud eyes to carefully examine them. Finally, Xian's ink cloud pupil was no longer useful when she saw 3 different paths in front of her. She of Guzhen's of a man, Tanua's of a man, Tanua, and her Tanua, and then Tanua. Tanua, S. Sans S Tanua's Yuntong Tanyong San, S Tanua Tain, S Tanua's Tanua was Tanua, S and S Tanus's Is Tong. I've made preparations in advance, but I want to see if there are any clues. It's best if we don't use the prepared means. Okay, let's see together. Tanua understood Xian's thoughts, and then she flew toward one of the paths. "Tanua!" Xian hurriedly called, "Don't go too deep, and don't touch the ice wall." "I understand." Tanua entered the path with a smile. Xiaohua and Guzhen also responded, each entering a fork in the road. Xiaohua didn't know what Tanua were like, but he himself was very careful. After flying for hundreds of feet, another 4 paths appeared in front of him. Xiaohua immediately stopped flying. This was not the void, and he didn't dare to wander around. Looking at the 4 paths that looked similar, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The person who set up the formation is really insidious. Why did he make so many paths? Damn it, if I set up a formation in the future, I'll make it more complicated than this one. After venting his anger, Xiaohua turned around and was about to fly back, but when he turned around, a huge shadow pressed down from above his head. Who? Xiaohua was surprised, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and held the wishful staff in his hand. However, when he took a closer look, he laughed again. He saw that outside the ice wall above his head was the water of the Sage River, and the huge monster was a huge river fish that he had never seen before. The river fish swayed its huge tail slightly, and it didn't notice Xiao Hua in the formation below. Haha. Xiao Hua looked at the river fish's leisurely appearance, smiled slightly, put away the wishful staff, and continued to fly back. However, after flying for a while, he began to mutter in his heart, "This formation is really strange. Not to mention that it's completely arranged at the bottom of the Sage River. The passage in this formation is so close to the river water, and there's something strange about it. If I were to encounter danger and desperately break through this ice wall, wouldn't I be able to escape the formation? However, is this formation so easy to break through?" Xiao Hua thought as he flew, and soon saw Xian's figure. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart lit up, and he realized, "Grandma, I was almost fooled again. How can I directly see the formation outside? Outside this ice wall must be an illusion of the formation, which is to lure people into the river water. Once they touch the formation, they will definitely die." Alas, thanks to Xian's frozen talisman. Right, speaking of the frozen talisman, this jade talisman is really powerful, even stronger than my fire talisman. I just don't know if the Xian family has a refining method. Little monk. When Xiao Hua's heart was filled with greed, Xian raised her voice. "Have you found a way out?" "No." Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. "This little monk's luck has always been bad. I only encountered 4 forks and turned back, not daring to go forward." "Haha, it's already good." Xian laughed. "If you were the only one who encountered 4 forks, then this path is the right one." Hearing this, Xiao Hua shook his head. There's no need to plan for the best. Senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Guzhen's passage must also have 4 forks. Oh. Xian raised her eyebrows, not forgetting to probe. Could it be that this little monk knows how to set up a formation? Xiao Hua pursed his lips. Even a child would understand this kind of little trick. How could the person who set up the formation not know? Do they still need this little monk to know how to set up a formation? Sure enough, not long after, Ci Hui and Grandmaster Guzhen also returned, explaining one by one. The two of them were a bit stronger than Xiao Hua, so they each chose 2 passages and went deeper. However, later on, they both returned. It was really as Xiao Hua said, they also encountered 4 forks. After hearing this, Xian smiled bitterly, saying, "Actually, if we patiently explore these forks, we may be able to find a way out. Unfortunately, we have only just entered the formation. The difficult part is still inside. We can't waste time here." As she spoke, she reached out and took out a purple object that was only 3 inches long. That object was similar to sandalwood, emitting a faint trace of a meaty aroma. There was also a burnt black color on it, as if it had just been extinguished. 6 Directions Divine Concealment Incense? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. The name of this ancient object very easily appeared in his mind. At the same time, some other memories appeared. Ah! Immediately after, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised. Then he suddenly understood. These memories were all given to him by the ghost cultivator Huang Yi. But before the spiritual energy was not clear, the spiritual cavities were not completely opened. Now, these memories, along with the understanding of the green-robed Xiao Hua and the other primordial spirits, were being absorbed by Xiao Hua at an accelerated rate. What is this? Ci Hui naturally did not know, and asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised. "It seems to be my Buddhist sect's sandalwood. This object is called Divine Concealment Incense." Xian raised her hand and said with a smile, "Although it's called incense, in reality, it has nothing to do with your Buddhist sect. It's a secret technique of the Tao sect. I don't know what this object is made of, but after it's ignited, the incense can protect the primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit escapes, as long as the incense itself is not extinguished, no restriction can prevent the primordial spirit from escaping." Escape technique. Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately understood that this was the Tao sect's escape technique. As long as the divine concealment incense was not extinguished, its incense could provide a passage for the escaping primordial spirit. No matter where, the primordial spirit could return. Hearing this, Guzhen frowned and said, "Could it be that Xian is also proficient in the Tao sect's escape technique?" Xian said with a smile, "I can't be considered proficient. I only know a little." Following Xian's smile, her gaze swept over Xiao Hua with interest. "Damn it!" Instantly, Xiao Hua wanted to stomp his feet. Is there a need? If you can understand the Tao sect's magic, why can't this young master understand it? Although this young master is a Buddhist sect disciple, Isn't it better to learn from others? You can't just let the state officials set fires and not let the common people light lamps, right? That's right. Previously, Xiaohua did not care about looking at her a few more times and insinuating a few more times. He also did not know where he had exposed himself. But now that he heard Xian's words, he naturally knew that this Confucian woman had already seen through the signs of his Tao sect cultivation. Of course, it could also be said that this woman was somewhat suspicious. That's not possible. Xiaohua did not look at Xian. He lowered his head and thought to himself, even if she is Tao sect cultivation, this Xiao did not use any Tao sect divine ability. Oh, I understand. The moment this Xiao entered the formation, this Xiao seemed to have activated his true essence. Perhaps at that time, she would have been able to sense the fluctuations of true essence. Alas, this little girl is still worried about this Xiao. At this moment, Xi Hui frowned and said, in that case, Tanyue is preparing to use the escape technique of his primordial spirit to explore the path? To be precise, he is using a trace of his primordial spirit. Xian said with a smile, the Tao sect has a secret technique that can release a trace of his primordial spirit for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If the primordial spirit is of the same mind, it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is enough for this one to explore these three paths. Chapter 34-24. Xian Tanyue, be careful. Xi Hui didn't quite understand and only instructed. Xian opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi onto the incense. The tip of the incense flashed brilliantly and ignited. A faint wisp of smoke shot straight into the air. Grandmaster Gu Zhen, please protect this little girl. Xian's cherry lips parted slightly. She immediately sat down in the air and formed a spell that Xiaohua was unfamiliar with. Her eyes were tightly shut. Hearing this, Gu Zhen waved his hand and placed the huge demon-subduing pestle in front of his chest. His eyes widened, and he vigilantly patrolled the surroundings. Xiaohua didn't open his transcendence vision, so he couldn't see anything. He only saw that the incense suddenly split into three and rushed straight into the three forks. Then, the entire passage was filled with a faint smell of meat. Oh, Xian actually split into three primordial spirits? Xiaohua's eyes brightened. This guy is from a scholarly family. How does he know so many Taoist secret techniques? Even this young master doesn't know this secret technique. Just as Xiaohua was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, a beastly roar came from the left side of the tunnel. Soon after, the entire frozen tunnel shook. Looking at Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, a strand of golden true energy rushed out from the top of her head. In an instant, it completely protected her. The part of her face that was not covered by the true energy turned dark red. Not good, Gu Zhen hurriedly said. I'm afraid Xian Tanyue's primordial spirit is in danger. Just as he was speaking, the fragrance of the incense grew stronger. A gust of wind blew out from the other two passages and rushed in front of Xian, extinguishing the incense in an instant. Let's go. At the same time the incense was extinguished, Xian opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fear. Without waiting for her to stand up, auspicious clouds immediately appeared below her and carried her towards the passage that Xiaohua just explored. There's an essence-devouring demonic beast in that passage. Hearing the name of an essence-devouring demonic beast, Gu Zhen's expression changed. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew with Xian. Xiaohua accompanied Xi Hui and followed behind. At this time, Xian Xinrua was also familiar with the path in front. Encountering a fork, she didn't hesitate. The four of them quickly flew for another incense stick's worth of time. Senior brother Xi Hui, what is this essence-devouring demonic beast? Xiaohua asked in a low voice when he saw that Xian had already slowed down. Alas, this essence-devouring demonic beast is an extinct demonic beast from ancient times. It feeds on the essence qi of both humans and demonic beasts. Neither Buddhism nor Confucianism have any effective means to resist this demonic beast. Only demonic beasts that are more powerful can resist it. Fortunately, there were very few of these demonic beasts in the world. Later on, for some unknown reason, they disappeared without a trace. This little monk has also heard about it from Confucian cultivators. Who would have thought that we would meet here? Xi Hui replied in a low voice. Xiaohua was deep in thought. Looking at Xian's back view in front, he said, "Looks like that trace of Xian Tanua's primordial spirit is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's gone with no return." "You're the meat bun." Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, Xian immediately stopped, turned her head and scolded. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw Xian's flushed face, he knew that her primordial spirit was damaged. He didn't dare to say anything and hastily shut his mouth. Humph. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Xian, who was in a bad mood, coldly snorted. She looked around and said, "Great Master Gu Zhen, this one's primordial spirit is damaged. I need to take medicine to heal. I'll have to trouble Great Master Shen to protect me. Alas, Xian Tanua has worked hard. This old monk is duty-bound." Gu Zhen flew past Xiaohua and Ci Hui with the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He landed at the back, facing the entrance of the passage. "This little monk will go to the front." Xiaohua was very tactful. Without waiting for Ci Hui to speak, he flew past Xian and arrived about 10 zhang in front of her. Xian took out a thumb-sized jade bottle and crushed the top of the bottle. She opened her mouth and poured a strand of golden medicinal liquid into it. Immediately, her body's true qi surged and protected her. Several strands of true qi lingered around her 7 apertures and the top of her head like small snakes. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xian opened her mouth, and all the golden true qi entered her mouth. She then stood up and said, "All right, Great Master Gu Zhen, let's continue." Xian Tanua. Ci Hui, who had been standing not far from Xian, hurriedly asked, "Your primordial spirit is damaged. Why don't you rest for a while?" "Alas, many thanks for fellow immortals' concern." Xian sighed slightly. "This one's primordial spirit was swallowed by the spirit-devouring demonic beast. If I want to recover, I'll need 3 years of hard work. Now that I've taken the soul-condensing golden liquid, my primordial spirit is temporarily protected. There won't be any big problems. There's no difference between resting more and resting less." "All right." Ci Hui nodded helplessly. "However, fellow immortal can't lead the way from now on." "That's right. This old monk will lead the way from now on." Gu Zhen flew over, his voice very loud. Xian nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Great Master." No matter. Gu Zhen smiled. "I can't accept a reward without any effort. If this old monk doesn't put in effort, wouldn't I be ashamed to face Tanua? How can this old monk reach out and take the ancient Buddha blessing?" Hee. Xian smiled faintly. "This one's preparations can be considered adequate. However, I didn't expect that before we even went deeper, I would feel a little defeated. This primordial spell formation is really powerful. If it weren't for Great Master, a 5th grade primordial chi senior, this one definitely wouldn't dare to go any deeper. Let's go." Gu Zhen waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew up first. Xian naturally followed behind, and Xiaohua brought up the rear again. Under Xian's guidance, the 4 of them flew for a while more. They saw that the frozen ice walls were gradually decreasing, and the forks in the path were also decreasing in number. After flying through a long passage where ice and water intersected, a water wall appeared in front of them. This water wall was azure in color and didn't show any signs of being frozen. It seemed like they had reached the end of the spell formation. "Lady Tanua." Gu Zhen stopped in front of the water wall and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the water wall that was more than 100 feet in size. He turned back and said, "How should we go next?" "Tanua, please cast your spell." Xian also stopped and didn't rush to answer. Instead, she flew close to the water wall and looked up and down. She even stretched out her hand and extended her soft sword, gently piercing it into the water wall. The water wall really looked like river water, and the soft sword sank into it. However, when Xian pulled out the soft sword, there was no river water on it. Strangely, Xian didn't rush to put the soft sword away after pulling it out. Instead, she put it in front of her nose and sniffed it gently. Xiaohua and Ci Hui also flew over at this time. Ci Hui stood beside Gu Zhen while Xiaohua flew to the water wall and asked, "Benefactor Xian, is this water wall no longer the spell formation's restriction?" There are records of this water passage in the ink cloud pupil. Although the water here isn't the river water of the Sage River, there are no restrictions inside. The spell formation's restriction is the same as the maze we're in, on the outer layer. Xian sniffed the aura on the soft sword and carefully put it away. As if she was sure, she nodded and said, "However, this river water is mixed with a highly toxic poison. No matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, Taoist, or demon, as long as the skin touches it, it will immediately split open. No protective spells will work." Highly toxic? Then, Xiaohua frowned. "How should we go over?" Hee. This is where we should borrow the power of the great master." Xian turned to Gu Zhen and said with a smile, "My original plan was to use Master Fontain's magic tool to freeze the poisonous water in this water passage, or expel it to prevent our skin from touching it. Now, with the great master's Buddhist alms bowl, we can also collect it. Naturally, this water passage can be emptied." "It's that simple?" Xiaohua asked in disbelief. He didn't think that the ancient spell formation only relied on poisonous water to block people. It's that simple." Xian nodded. "This water passage relies on highly toxic poison. There's no antidote for the ancient poison now. If we touch it, we'll definitely die without a burial place. Of course, this passage is extremely long. Ordinary Confucian cultivators' magic tools have limited capacity, so it's difficult to collect all the poisonous water in the passage. Only Taoist magic tools and Buddhist magic tools can do it. Also, if we can't collect or freeze all the poisonous water in the passage in one go, the uncollected poisonous water in front of us will immediately trigger the restriction of the spell formation. New poisonous water will pour in again, and we'll have no choice but to return here." "I see. This old monk understands." Gu Zhen nodded slightly, put away the demon-subduing pestle in his hand, and took out the alms bowl. He said with a smile, "Of course, this old monk's alms bowl only collected less than half of the water in the Four Extremes mountain. Since Xian Tanua thinks it's possible, this old monk's Buddhist magic tool will definitely work." "That," Xiaohua said worriedly, "there's already a lot of water in the great master's alms bowl. Can't you collect less water now?" "Ha, little monk. This old monk has already sprinkled the water in the alms bowl on the dry land on the way here. Now this alms bowl is empty." Gu Zhen laughed and tossed the alms bowl in his hand. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his previously shrunken body expanded again until he was about 10 feet tall. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal hit the alms bowl. The alms bowl spun and gradually expanded, flying in front of Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen flew in front of the water wall. The alms bowl spat out Buddhist light and covered the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, the water in the water wall swayed and rippled. Gu Zhen didn't look back and laughed. "Are you all ready?" "We're ready. Great Master, please cast the spell in front of us. Once the poisonous water in the passage is collected, there will be a gap immediately. Great Master, please go ahead." Xian took a deep breath, and his previously flushed face had somewhat calmed down now. "Ba." Gu Zhen chanted the name of Buddha and formed a seal with both hands. The Buddhist light above the alms bowl buzzed and rushed into the water wall like a whirlpool on the surface of the river. Everyone's eyes fell on it expectantly. Woo-woo. As far as everyone's eyes could see, ripples appeared on the water wall inside the Buddhist light. The ripples spread wider and deeper, forming a whirlpool. However, it was an inverted whirlpool, protruding above the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, it was gradually sucked into the alms bowl. Chapter 34:25. "Come back!" Gu Zhen roared and pushed the Buddhist light that had landed on the wall of water. The entire wall of water shook, and the water ripple that had protruded a few inches and hadn't fallen into the alms bowl was grabbed by a big hand and stuffed into the bowl. As soon as the water wave fell, the water tunnel immediately emptied a few inches of space. Xiaohua's eyes swept across the tunnel that was dozens of feet wide. The walls were like ice walls, but there was no sign of frost. Outside the mirror-like water wall, it was pitch black. There was no water grass or river fish. The Buddhist weapon of the Buddhist sect was really powerful. Xiaohua looked around for a moment and found that the poisonous water in the tunnel had been sucked away by about a foot. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Zhen was doing it with ease. The speed of the poisonous water being absorbed into the alms bowl was getting faster and faster. "Good." Xian smiled and clapped her hands. Although the Buddhist sect's supernatural power is not as sharp as the Tao sect's magic, it has always been able to take drastic measures. Master Gu Zhen's absorption of the poisonous water is better than Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Xiaohua said faintly. Master Guzhen's absorption of the poisonous water into the Buddhist treasure will take some time. I guess it won't be as fast as Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. In fact, instead of using the alms bowl to absorb the poisonous water, it's better for us to use the Buddhist weapon to escape through the water. What do you know? Although it's very difficult to absorb the poisonous water at the beginning and the speed is slow, after the initial poisonous water is absorbed, the other poisonous water will flow and fill in one by one. With the push and pull, the speed will get faster and faster. Oh, and I forgot to say that the water in the tunnel is not the river water of the Saint River. Not only is it highly poisonous, but it is also mixed with the innate heavy water. As long as someone or something enters it, it will trigger the magic formation. Thousands of heavy water will press down on the person, making it impossible to move forward or backward. Xian glanced at Xiaohua unhappily. You thought of it, but I thought about it long ago. If we can walk through it, why would I bother to find Master Feng Tian? All right. Xiaohua knew that there were many ways to break the restrictive spell, but he was only considering it from his own point of view. He didn't refute and nodded slightly. It was just as Xian had said. The first step was the most difficult step, but the next 3 meters were much easier. Master Guzhen flew faster and faster. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly urged their clouds to follow behind. It was just as Xiaohua had seen at the beginning. After entering the tunnel, there was no trace of the water wall at all. It was as smooth as a mirror. Everyone was flying in the air. On the water wall, there were several clear shadows. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness swept over and was immediately absorbed by the smooth mirror surface. Xiaohua quickly withdrew his Buddhist consciousness. Looking at Xian again, she also had an unnatural expression on her face. Most likely, she had also turned into a meat bun after releasing her divine sense. Looking at Master Guzhen's Buddha body and his increasing speed, Xiaohua was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Senior Brother Ci Hui, isn't Master Guzhen's speed too fast? Why does this little monk have the illusion that the poisonous water is absorbing Master Guzhen instead of Master Guzhen withdrawing the poisonous water? Hiss. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Ci Hui was also stunned. She took a breath and said in a low voice, Junior Brother's words also make this poor monk puzzled. Why is Grandmaster's speed increasing again and again? What do you know? Xian sneered. The water in this tunnel needs to be filled at all times. If the Grandmaster keeps the water, then the Grandmaster will have to pour even more water in. This water needs to be poured in from the front. The more water the Grandmaster keeps, the more water will pour in, and the more force the Grandmaster will use to push the Grandmaster in. As you can see, it's not that Master Guzhen is consuming too much karma, but that the formation is pushing the alms bowl with too much force. Master Guzhen has no choice but to speed up. The problem is, what if Master Guzhen's speed can't compare to the speed of the formation filling the water? Xiaohua hit the nail on the head. This. Xian bit her lips and hesitated. After a moment, she said, In my opinion, as long as Master Guzhen's Buddhist treasure alms bowl can hold enough poisonous water, he will be fine. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't let her go. He asked again, But what if Master Guzhen's alms bowl can't hold so much poisonous water? Hearing this, Xian's expression changed slightly. She stared at Xiaohua for a moment and suddenly became furious. She shouted hysterically, How do I know what to do? I'm just a little girl. I want to come to this formation to find treasures. I racked my brains to find Mo Yuntong. According to Mo Yuntong's fragments, I repeatedly thought about it and prepared the things I needed according to my own thoughts. I didn't dare to find others, nor did I dare to tell the people around me. I painstakingly endured for more than 10 years before I found you. You have such an opportunity. Not only did you not thank me, but you also pointed here. If you have the ability, go find Mo Yuntong. If you have the ability, go find an ancient formation. You want to ask what will happen if the poisonous water comes in again? Well, then I'll tell you. I've thought about this poisonous water for a long time. Unless you don't touch it, once you touch it, even if you are a Buddhist sex arhat or a Confucian sex grandmaster, your protective true qi and other things won't work. You just need to close your eyes. Later, when you turn into a white bone, it will also float at the entrance of the formation as a warning to others. Of course, if you can speak at that time, don't let anyone in. Xian's voice wasn't soft. Her tone was very fast, as if she was anxious and angry. Looking at her face, the redness had gradually faded. Instead, it was a little pale, and there were some tears in her eyes. She looked extremely wronged. Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xian to have such a reaction. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply closed his mouth. However, he secretly muttered in his heart, "This little girl. What does she mean? Could it be that she came to find the immortal artifact for other purposes? Why didn't she even dare to tell her family members and instead believe outsiders?" However, it really wasn't easy for her to find so much information. Xiaohui gave Xiaohua a rare glare, then turned to Xian and said warmly, "Tanua, don't be angry. Junior brother Tip only asked a few more questions for our safety. In such a dangerous place, no matter how careful we are, we can't be too careful." Xian also realized her gaffe. She slightly clenched her teeth and did her best to hold back the tears that were about to flow out. However, she wasn't willing to raise her arm and wipe it with her palace gown. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Many thanks for fellow immortals' comfort. This one understands that the little monk's words are reasonable. However, this one has been preparing for so many years. I hope fellow immortal can trust me." At this moment, a low rumbling sound came from the water tunnel ahead of them. It seemed to be shaking slightly. Moreover, the Buddhist light around Gu Zhen's body began to flicker. Before Xiaohua and the others could look at Gu Zhen, the rumbling sound grew louder and louder. A moment later, a deafening sound came from the tunnel. "Not good." Gu Zhen roared, "There's too much water coming from the river ahead. This old monk's bowl can't hold it in." As he spoke, a stream of water flowed out from under Gu Zhen's body. "Hurry!" Xian's expression changed when she saw the water seeping out. She shrieked, "Master Gu Zhen, retreat quickly." "Wait a moment." Gu Zhen clenched his teeth and roared. Under the flickering Buddhist light, his Dharma body grew several meters taller. This old monk will. It seemed that Gu Zhen was still unwilling to give up and wanted to struggle a few more times. However, when Xian's scorpion-like stream of river water passed by Gu Zhen's body, ripples immediately appeared on the previously tranquil water wall. These ripples rapidly rippled around the entire water wall, and when they circled around Xiaohua and the others, forming a water ring, they actually produced a crisp pa-pa-pa sound, as if an ice river had suddenly broken, or as if a mountain rock had been broken. Immediately after, these sounds, along with the water ring, rapidly rushed behind Xiaohua and the others, wave after wave. The crisp sound was like the sound of a life-threatening drum. It spread farther and farther, echoing in the water tunnel and knocking on the hearts of Xiaohua and the others. "This is bad." Xiaohua's face immediately turned pale. He thought of the collapse of the space tunnel in the vein of space. At this time, Xian and Xiaohui had already activated their auspicious clouds. They looked hesitantly at Gu Zhen, then at the tunnel in the distance, not knowing what to do. Boom! In front of Gu Zhen, the water wall shook violently. The water wall around half a foot collapsed, and a stream of water rushed toward Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen was shocked. He remembered Xian's words and didn't dare to let the Buddhist light touch the water. He hurriedly retreated. However, the water was too sudden. Although Gu Zhen had already retreated, a few drops of water still splashed on the Buddhist light. Zizti. Like ice water poured on boiling oil, the sound caused green smoke to rise. Gu Zhen's Buddhist light quickly faded. "Go!" Xian clenched her teeth and hurriedly shouted, ready to fly out of the tunnel first. "I'm afraid it's already too late." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and calmly looked at the tunnel that had become a water wall in the distance. "What? How is that possible?" Xian turned pale with fright. She looked up again and saw that the water walls of the tunnel were beginning to ripple. In the distance, the sound of a cow mooing could be heard. It was obvious that a large amount of river water had begun to pour in from the distance, or the tunnel had begun to collapse. "That's impossible." Xian's flushed face was now abnormally pale. She muttered in a tone of disbelief, "Mo Yun Tong, there's no record of it." Xian, let this little monk ask you." At this time, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "If this tunnel collapses, can you find a way out?" "I can't." Xian shook her head absent-mindedly. "There's one thing I didn't say before. The poisonous water in this tunnel is no different from the river water. We can't distinguish the direction by using imperial equipment and other things. We can only suck the poisonous water out or freeze it. Good. Xiaohua shouted and shouted at Gu Zhen, who had already fled back in embarrassment. Great master, please hold on for a moment. This little monk will join hands with you to suck the poisonous water in front of us. Now we can only go forward. Retreat will only lead to death. You? Xian was stunned. Her eyes were wide open. She looked up and down at Xiaohua, feeling a burst of disbelief. Chapter 34:26. Rise. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything. With a wave of his hand, the water bottle in the Buddha's Sarira's hand appeared in his hand. Of course, when he took it out, Xiaohua didn't forget to leave the willow branch in the Linglong Pagoda. Seeing Xiaohua take out the water bottle, Gu Zhen's eyes lit up. He didn't dare to be negligent. He stimulated his karma, and the Buddha's light on the alms bowl appeared again. He tried his best to collect the poisonous water that had begun to overflow. Collect. Xiaohua held the water bottle with one hand and formed a seal with the other hand. A pure Buddha's light came out of the water bottle and turned into a lotus seed pod that covered Gu Zhen's back. The poisonous water that gushed out of the water wall and seeped through the water wall was all sucked into the water bottle. When the thread of the poisonous water dripping into Gu Zhen's Buddha's light was removed, the Buddha's light from the water bottle rushed in front of Gu Zhen again. The huge suction force was even stronger than Gu Zhen's alms bowl. Nearly 60% of the water waves rushed into it. Boom! A loud sound that sounded like raging waves crashing against the shore came from behind everyone. The collapsed water wall and the poisonous water that surged in were like the waves of a rising tide, surging up violently from behind. It was almost visible to the naked eye. Great Master Gu Zhen, you take the lead, I'll take the back. Let's work together. Xiaohua's hand formed a Buddha's seal, and he called out in high spirits. Gu Zhen seemed to be infected, and he roared, "As you wish. Let's go." For a moment, the entire water tunnel was filled with Buddha's light. The previous vast and surging water was obediently subdued by the two Buddha's light. Like a python, it rushed into the two Buddha's treasures. The strange thing was, after the poisonous water was collected, the water wall on the left immediately turned into a flat mirror without the slightest ripple or crack. However, Xiaohua and the other three flew over. In just a few breaths, the collapsed water ripples behind them reached them. These flat mirror surfaces immediately broke, and the water waves surged again. The poisonous water still gushed out. Therefore, a very dangerous scene appeared in the tunnel. Within the entire tunnel, there were several zhang of space that was calm. Moreover, this several zhang of calm was rapidly moving forward along with the different heights of the tunnel. In front of this section of calm was a seemingly boundless river, and behind this section of calm were monstrous waves that chased after one's buttocks. This situation was extremely similar to the collapse of the tunnel that Xiaohua encountered in the void. Even though the situation was very dangerous, the sound of the wind stirred up by the poisonous water chasing after them was already whistling in their ears. However, Gu Zhen, who was in front, had Xiaohua's help, so the situation was already very good. Especially since Xiaohua's water bottle obviously had a stronger suction force than the alms bowl, so it could contain more poisonous water. Gu Zhen only needed to grasp the right direction and guide the Buddha's light from the water bottle. For the time being, the lives of Xian and the others would not be in danger. However, after Xiaohua and Gu Zhen flew for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the surging poisonous water seemed to be endless. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua's arm felt sore and numb. The water bottle was getting heavier and heavier. The amount of telekinesis required to activate the water bottle was also increasing. At this moment, Xiaohua finally understood Gu Zhen's previous predicament. The pressure of the poisonous water in front of them was increasing wave after wave, and his telekinesis could only be activated layer by layer. Not only was the water bottle on the verge of breaking out of his control, the suction force of the water bottle was also about to break out of his control. Damn it, the person who set up this formation is really sinister. Xiaohua unconsciously cursed in his heart. This poisonous water can only be frozen and collected. Collecting is just like right now. However much this Xiao collects, the formation will replenish that amount. Just like what Xian said, this force is superimposed. In the end, it will be unimaginably powerful. If not for this Zhao's astonishing divine power, Others would have already been crushed to death by the poisonous water. But what about after being frozen? Escaping through the layer of ice? The person who set up the formation must have some other backup plan. What is this backup plan? When I set up the formation, as Xiaohua pondered, he actually began to think about how to set up the formation. It must be said that this was the biggest difference between a formation master and an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, Gu Zhen's slightly tired voice came. Tipu, this old monk's telekinesis can still support this formation, but my arms are already exhausted. I can't control the alms bowl. What do you think we should do? All right. Hearing this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and flew forward. He shouted, "This junior will take this alms bowl. Grandmaster, you can use your telekinesis as much as you want." As soon as the alms bowl entered his hand, another heavy force pressed down on Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua's body suddenly fell straight down for more than a few feet. Only then did he stop and continue to fly forward. After flying for another half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua really couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "Fellow Taoist Xian, how long is this water tunnel?" Although this little monk's Buddhist treasure can still hold the poisonous water, the impact of this formation is really too great. It's already beyond the range of what ordinary cultivators can bear. This Xian's heart had actually been clenched all this time. Now that she heard Xiaohua's words, her heart sank even deeper. She bit her lips and said, "As for how long it is exactly, I don't know. Perhaps we're about to reach the end?" AI. Xiaohua sighed. Now that he had already boarded the pirate ship, how could he still hold anything back? Let's talk about it later if we can save our lives. Saying this, Xiaohua's entire body flashed with Buddhist light. He was about to use the heavenly law embodiment technique. Boom. A long whimpering sound rang out. It was like the sound of the bellows in an ordinary household being forcefully pulled out. Xiaohua felt that the enormous force in front of him suddenly disappear, and the strength he had gathered suddenly disappeared. Normally, Xiaohua would naturally be able to control it. However, right now, he was using the heavenly law embodiment technique and had to use Buddhist light to conceal it. It was difficult for him to do three things at once. As a result, the water bottle and alms bowl in his hand simultaneously flew out of his hand. Even his body lost balance in midair. Fortunately, it was only a few breaths of time. Xiaohua's body naturally swept forward. He used the ethereal steps and stabilized his body. With a raise of his hand, the water bottle and alms bowl both fell between his two hands. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. However, when Xian, who had just rushed out of the tunnel, saw Xiaohua's footwork, her complexion greatly changed. Her gaze revealed a kind of severe expression. However, this severe expression and peculiar expression only flashed for a moment. It wasn't seen by the bystanders. As for Xiaohua, at this moment, he was calm and unruffled. He had the appearance of a naive little monk. He respectfully handed the alms bowl to Gu Zhen, who had followed behind him. However, just as he sent out his hand, his gaze swept behind Gu Zhen. He couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that behind Gu Zhen was a huge space. This space was filled with a kind of soft fluorescent light. Under the illumination of this fluorescent light, a sparkling and translucent crystal palace towered in the middle of this space. This crystal palace was very strange. It wasn't an ordinary palace. Instead, it had the appearance of a triangular tower. Moreover, this triangular tower was inverted. The huge palace that caused people's hearts to tremble stood erect at the top of this space. From the top of the palace, it shrunk layer by layer. In the end, it actually shrunk into a prism-like palace base that was inserted into the waves below everyone's feet. The waves rippled and the fluorescent light flickered. The entire palace seemed to sway in the air, as if it would collapse at any time. Gu Zhen's back was facing this palace. At first, he didn't care about it. However, Xiaohua's outstretched hand stopped in midair. Xiaohua's gaze passed over him and looked behind him. How could Gu Zhen not know the situation? He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to investigate. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't leave his body no matter what. At this moment, Ci Hui and Xian's eyes also revealed extraordinary splendor. He couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but be stunned. The fluorescent light of the inverted triangle was so alluring. It was like the supreme Buddhist light in the legends of Nirvana. Gu Zhen's heart was immediately attracted. Umitba. Seeing that the huge palace was getting bigger and heavier, Gu Zhen felt that he was about to be suppressed by the entire palace. When he was powerless to resist, a voice that was like the sound of nature came out from his ears. Suddenly, the heavy pressure of the palace disappeared in an instant. Everything in front of Gu Zhen's eyes returned to normal. The inverted triangle palace still flickered with an enchanting fluorescent light in the distance. He was still in the same posture of turning his head. Amitba! Gu Zhen's face turned red. He knew that his mind had been invaded by the magic circle. He hurriedly turned his head and put his palms together. This old monk thanks you for the reminder. Xiaohua smiled and handed the alms bowl to Gu Zhen. He said, Master has consumed too much psyche power. Now that you are free, naturally your vigilance is greatly reduced. It's nothing. Even if this little monk didn't remind you, you will wake up after a while. Alas, this old monk is ashamed. Gu Zhen knew his own situation and didn't hide it. The knot in this old monk's heart for many years has been untied. It's rare for me to be relaxed. My defense against the magic circle has also been reduced. However, just now in the water tunnel, if it wasn't for your Buddhist treasure water bottle, this old monk would have been buried in it like Xen Tanua and Ci Hui. From this point of view, this old monk also has to thank you. Xiaohua naturally had a guilty conscience. He was afraid that Gu Zhen would recognize the water bottle. Then he thought of Ci Hang. Now that he heard Gu Zhen only said it was the water bottle, he was delighted. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you're too kind. How can this disciple's cultivation be compared with yours? It's just that this disciple has a handy Buddhist treasure. Besides, you were the first to make a move. Most of the credit is taken. This little monk is nothing. Master Gu Zhen. On the side, Xian was naturally also captivated by the inverted triangular palace. She didn't wake up until Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha. She hurriedly took out a small golden box from her bosom. After opening it, she took out a thumb-sized heart-shaped leaf. She interrupted the conversation between Gu Zhen and Xiaohua and handed it to Gu Zhen. She said, Stick this on your monk robe first. Jia Luo golden leaf. Gu Zhen's gaze fell on the golden heart-shaped leaf in Xian's hand. He couldn't help but cry out. Xian nodded and urged again, Yes, this is it. Master, you'd better stick it on quickly. Okay. Gu Zhen didn't dare to neglect. He reached out to take it and stuck it on his monk robe. When the Jia Luo golden leaf touched the robe, a layer of faint golden light appeared. This golden light flickered twice, and even the Jia Luo golden leaf itself disappeared. However, Gu Zhen's monk robe didn't have any special changes. Chapter 34:27. Little monk, you stick it on too. Xian grumpily handed the other leaf to Xiaohua. Not only was she not grateful for Xiaohua's help, she was also unhappy that Xiaohua didn't explain it to her in advance. Xiaohua didn't break it down. He took the golden leaf and stuck it on his monk's robe like Gu Zhen. Seeing the golden leaf disappear, Xiaohua carefully examined it for a moment. It was the same as seeing it. He didn't feel that the golden leaf had any special effect. Just as Xian and Ci Hui stuck the Gara golden leaves on their robes, Xiaohua took the opportunity to look around. This was an extremely large space. The water tunnel that Xiaohua and the other three rushed into had disappeared. There was only a smooth mirror under everyone's feet. The four figures were reflected in the mirror's fluorescent light, one positive and one negative. It was almost impossible to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. In this space, other than the smooth mirror, there was only the inverted triangular palace in the distance. There was nothing else. It was abnormally clean. Needless to say, this palace should be the core of the array. Xiaohua tried to release his Buddhist sense. Like Gu Zhen, his spiritual sense couldn't leave his body. He then released his soul sense. Fortunately, although his soul sense was suppressed, it could still leave his body. Because Xian and the others were beside him, Xiaohua didn't try. Even so, Xiaohua was secretly proud. He had one more method than others. Xian Tanua. Ci Hui at the side put the golden leaf on and whispered, This Gara golden leaf is a treasure used by my Buddhist sect to conceal cultivation. This little monk heard that only Lane Temple has some preserved. Now that you took out so many, could it be that this palace has a restriction that specifically restrains my Buddhist sect? You didn't explain it before. Now, can you explain it in detail so that we can make plans early? Hee. Xian smiled and said, You didn't say before because the time wasn't right. If we couldn't come here, what's the point of saying more? Oh, right, little monk, your clear water bottle is pretty good. Where did you get it? I picked it up in a cave. Xiaohua was originally listening attentively. Since Xian suddenly asked, he naturally answered casually. After he finished speaking, he immediately realized that Xian was tricking him. Although this trick was very old-fashioned, Xiaohua still fell for it. Humph! Although Xiaohua spoke the truth, Xian pouted and coldly said, "There are many caves in the Pure Land world. You want to pick one for me? Sigh, some people. I always treat the truth as a lie, but I also treat a lie as the truth. There's nothing I can do about it." Xiaohua sighed. My Buddha has a saying, if there is a Buddha in the heart, then everything is a Buddha. If there is no Buddha in the heart, then there is no Buddha in the sight. The vanity of man is nothing more than this. Little monk. Xian was a little embarrassed and angry. She stamped her feet in the air. That, Xian Tanua, I don't quite understand. Could it be that this golden leaf of Canaan has some special use? Ci Hui hurriedly asked. Humph. Xian rolled her eyes at Xiaohua and said, "This golden leaf of Canaan can conceal a Buddhist cultivation in the eyes of Arhat, but in the eyes of Taoist cultivators, it is called the invisible leaf." Many talismans used to conceal one's tracks in ancient times were refined from this item. At this point, Xian pointed at the inverted triangular palace in the distance and said, "This palace is called the Profound Water Palace. There are 2 profound water ancient beasts guarding the entrance. If we want to enter the Profound Water Palace through the Profound Water Ancient Beasts, we can only use the invisible leaf. Otherwise, we will be discovered before we can even get within 300 meters of the Profound Water Palace. I don't know how powerful these Profound Water Ancient Beasts are, but I don't think we can resist them." The Profound Water Palace? Xiaohua was a little puzzled when he heard this name. He opened his mouth to ask, but after muttering a few times, he didn't say anything. What are you muttering about? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly. Xian naturally understood and asked with a cold snort. Xiaohua scratched his hairless head and frowned. Actually, I want to ask Benefactress, is this Profound Water Palace a place to hide treasures? Or is it a place to suppress demonic beasts? Is there a difference? Xian looked at Xiaohua warily and asked. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course there's a difference. If it's a palace to hide treasures, there must be many powerful restrictions inside. As long as we break the restrictions, we can obtain the treasures. No matter what it is, it'll be a harvest. Moreover, we don't need to be greedy. Depending on how much we take, we can just turn around and leave. If it's a place to suppress demonic beasts, we have to be careful. I'm afraid there aren't many treasures. Even if there are, they were left behind by people who came here in the past. Moreover, the immortal artifact that Benefactress mentioned should be the Profound Water Palace's formation core. If you take the immortal artifact, the suppressed demonic beasts will definitely escape. Not to mention demonic beasts that harm all living beings, even we can't escape, right? Earlier, I didn't dare to say too much for fear of disturbing Benefactress's mood. But now I have no choice but to say it. Hee. I didn't expect you to have such a compassionate heart after just shaving your head and becoming a monk." Xian rolled her eyes at Xiaohua again and said mockingly, "However, I haven't entered yet. How would I know what's inside? The ink cloud pupil records that there's an immortal artifact here and nothing else. Let's go in first. If it's a treasure trove, that's the best. If that immortal artifact is used to suppress demonic beasts, then let's see if the demonic beasts are dead or not. Don't think that only your Buddhist sex Arhat has a compassionate heart. We Confucian cultivators aren't inferior to you." At this point, Xian felt that her words were somewhat harsh to the ears. She smiled embarrassedly at Ci Hui and Guzhen. However, Xiaohua didn't let Xian off the hook. He shook his head slightly and said, "Benefactress Xian, I'll be honest with you. Earlier, I promised senior brother Ci Hui to come in and take a look because I was curious. Moreover, to tell Benefactress the truth, I felt like old friends with senior brother Ci Hui at first sight and also wanted to protect him. But now, take a look for yourself. You haven't even entered the Profound Water Palace. It's only a water maze and a passage filled with poisonous water, yet it's already so powerful. It seems that aside from me, all 3 of you are injured. What does this mean? It means that the Profound Water Palace is even more dangerous. It's far from a place that 4th or 5th grade cultivators like us can enter. There are ancient mysteries that we can't come into contact with inside. Even if we're lucky enough to enter that so-called immortal artifact, in my opinion, Benefactress XNXN won't be able to obtain it. Rather than throwing our lives away and not being able to obtain the immortal artifact, why should we go in? Why don't we turn around and enjoy the scenery and have a heart-to-heart talk? Xiaohua then looked at Gu Zhen and said, moreover, Grandmaster Gu Zhen's reason for coming in was to see the corpse of his blood brother. Now you've gotten what you wanted. Although the ancient Buddhist shrine is indeed attractive, it might not be in the profound water palace. Therefore, Grandmaster Gu Zhen, you should know the dangers of greed. You don't need me to say anything, right? Little monk, what do you mean by that? Xan was anxious and raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Xiaohua smiled and said, Benefactress, if you don't tell me the truth about the profound water palace, I won't enter. Perhaps senior brother Ci Hui is willing to go in with you. But Grandmaster Gu Zhen might not be willing, right? Although Grandmaster Gu Zhen didn't say anything, in Xan's eyes, Gu Zhen's silence meant that his thoughts were similar to Xiaohua's. After all, there were 2 profound water beasts guarding the profound water palace. Who knew if the golden Canaan leaf would be useful? Seeing Xan's expression fluctuating, Ci Hui said, Xan Sandanu, junior brother Tipu's words are reasonable. The 2 places from before caused me to be alarmed. I know I can't pass through those 2 obstacles alone. Of course, since we're already here, why don't we take a few more steps and enter the profound water palace to take a look? However, since we're going to enter the profound water palace, we should at least be aware of the dangers inside, right? Fellow Taoist Ci Hui, could it be that you don't trust me? Xan's face was slightly pale as she spoke softly. Ci Hui smiled and said, It's not that I don't trust you. I feel that Sandanu might be a little stubborn. Could it be that there's something you don't want to say that affects your judgment and makes you insist on entering the profound water palace while ignoring the dangers inside? If Sandanu can tell us, then we can also make a judgment. Xan bit her lips and looked at Ci Hui and Gu Zhen, but she didn't look at Xiaohua. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the profound water palace in the distance. After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she said, Actually, I've indeed concealed some things from you. However, please don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, the dangers I told fellow Taoist Ci Hui about before were all recorded in the profound water palace. It's fine. Gu Zhen said with a smile. This old monk has remembered every word of what Tanyu said to this old monk. This old monk feels that what Tanyu said is true. Xan bowed and said, Many thanks for your trust, Grandmaster Gu Zhen. What I've concealed is the purpose of entering the profound water palace. My goal isn't the so-called immortal artifact. Not the immortal artifact? Then what do you want? Xiaohua was surprised. Is it that demon beast? Xan didn't even look at Xiaohua. It seemed like she was still angry with him. She only said to Gu Zhen, The Darkwater Palace is the core of an ancient formation, and the core of the Darkwater Palace is the immortal artifact. Of course, the immortal artifact isn't the formation core of the Darkwater Palace. It's even to the extent that the Darkwater Palace isn't a place where treasures are kept. I'm sure of that. However, I don't know if the Profound Water Palace is used to suppress the immortal artifact, or if it's used to suppress some demon beast. What I do know is that the immortal artifact can suppress all living things in the 3 continents. If someone wants to suppress a criminal and make that criminal suffer under the immortal artifact, the Profound Water Palace is the best place to do so. Oh, I understand. Gu Zhen nodded and revealed a look of realization. Xan Sandanu is looking for someone. She's looking for someone who might be suppressed in the Profound Water Palace. Chapter 34:28. Alas, that's right. Xan looked disappointed. This person isn't a heinous criminal like Venerable Master thinks, nor is he a treacherous person. He shouldn't be tortured like this. Xan paused and smiled wryly. This matter involves my secrets, so forgive me for not being able to speak of it. My purpose in coming here is to see if this person is here. If he is, I want to see if I can rescue him. That's all. As for the immortal artifact, I'm only at the 4th grade of origin energy. I'm afraid I can't take it for myself, right? Xan glared fiercely at Xiaohua and continued. That's what I wanted to say. If some people aren't satisfied and don't wish to enter the profound water palace, I won't force them. However, if he wanted to leave this ancient formation, the only way out was inside the Blackwater Palace. Of course, if anyone thinks they're strong enough to break the ancient formation, feel free to use your cultivation. I'll wait and see. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Xan roll her eyes. Ahem ahem. Xiai Hui coughed twice, smiled and persuaded. Junior brother Tipu, in this little monk's opinion, what Xan Tanua said is right. At this time, they have been honest with each other. She did not hide anything. Think about it. If she didn't want to say anything and only said that the exit was within the profound water palace, I'm sure junior brother would have to enter based on that alone, right? Why would she make up more lies? That's true. Xiaohua nodded. He also felt that Xian's words were true since she'd been forced to this point. Since that's the case, why don't you help her? Xiai Hui felt that Xiaohua's Buddhist abilities might surpass hers, so she took advantage of the situation and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Junior brother, don't tell me you don't know this? Isn't she still alive? Xiaohua curled his lips. Haha, it'll be too late if she's dead. Guzhen laughed. Xan Tanua said that there might be a Buddhist treasure within the ancient formation, and even an ancient Buddhist luster. It must be in the profound water palace, right? Xian was about to stomp her feet when she heard Xiaohua's words. However, she could only reply, if Mo Yuntong's records are correct, it should be in the profound water palace. However, I don't know the exact location. Look, little monk, come with us. You'll benefit from it as well, said Guzhen. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, Benefactress, you just said that you only want to see if there is anyone suppressed under the immortal artifact. Presumably, you have also prepared a method to rescue that person. Yes, this one has indeed made some preparations. Xian didn't hide anything and spoke the truth. It's special. You don't plan on taking that immortal artifact either. Xiaohua immediately asked. What? Junior apprentice brother Tipu, you want to take that immortal artifact? Xiai Hui was shocked. What if the immortal artifact is used to suppress powerful demonic beasts? Aren't you helping the evildoer? Hee, what if the demonic beast is not suppressed? What if this profound water palace is only used to suppress the immortal artifact? Xiaohua said with a smile, Can this little monk try to subdue this immortal artifact? Xian coldly looked at Xiaohua and asked curiously, You're just a little monk from a Buddhist sect. What do you want this immortal artifact for? Even if you can subdue it, will you be able to use it? I'm willing. If I can't use it, can I give it to someone else? Even if I can't give it to someone else, can I hang it in my meditation room and look at it myself? Xiaohua's neck stiffened as he retorted sarcastically. Greed, oh greed. Xiai Hui lectured Xiaohua. You just reminded Ancestor Guzhen. Now you're the one who's making the mistake. Forget it. This little monk was just saying. There's no need to mention it. Xiaohua waved his hand. He also felt that he was being delusional. An immortal artifact was definitely not a spiritual artifact or spiritual treasure. It had long surpassed the scope of his control. Since that's the case, little monk, you've said so much. Has your psychokinesis recovered? Can we proceed forward? Xian asked Xiaohua in a bad mood. Xiaohua shrugged and smiled. This little monk has more or less recovered. I wonder how senior brother Xiai Hui and Grandmaster Guzhen are doing? Xiai Hui didn't use much psychokinesis. She nodded slightly and looked at Guzhen. Guzhen nodded as well. This old monk has rested enough. We can enter the mysterious water palace. Xian heard this and said, We have the invisible leaf on us. The ancient beast can't see us. Of course, we can't use any psychokinesis or magic power. We only need to fly to within 100 feet of the palace and walk through the palace gates. Once we enter the palace, the ancient beast will ignore us even if we overturn the heavens. All right, we'll do as Xian Tanua says. Guzhen nodded. We'll fly to within 100 feet of the palace. This old monk will go first, followed by Xian Tanua. Xiai Hui and Tipu will bring up the rear as usual. Seeing that no one had any objections, Guzhen took the lead. When he was within 100 feet of the palace, he landed early and silently made his way to the palace. Xiaohua followed Xiai Hui and descended from the cloud. His feet stepped on the smooth surface of the mirror. The surface of the mirror looked smooth, but his feet were soft. It was as if he was stepping on water plants. There was no need to be too careful because there was no sound at all. Xiaohua looked down and released his soul sense. He couldn't see anything strange about the mirror. It was like a wall blocking his soul sense and preventing him from seeing what was going on inside. Strange. Xiaohua didn't understand. The mysterious water palace might be difficult to enter, but in front of it, if one has the strength of a 5th or 6th stage cultivator or some special divine ability, it's not impossible to enter. If a female disciple from a scholarly family like Xian can come, others can as well. Why didn't they leave any traces behind? Even if they don't have a small chinquan pouch, it's normal to leave some bones behind, right? Were they all eaten by the mysterious water beasts? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He turned to look at the mysterious water palace 100 feet away. Perhaps it was because of the distance, or perhaps it was because of the mysterious water palace's devilish light. Xiaohua only felt that the triangular shape of the palace was very strange. But now that he was closer, the light on the palace's surface dimmed, revealing the mysterious water palace's true appearance. Rather than calling the mysterious water palace a palace, it was more accurate to say that it was a building made up of 4 triangles. The huge triangular structure towered in front of everyone's eyes with sharp edges and corners. It was very different from the smooth and flat palaces they usually saw. On the other side of the triangular structure, there were layers of protrusions in a very regular pattern. These protrusions were like window frames, but also like doors. They were strung together like some sort of rune, but they didn't give off any fluctuations of spiritual energy. The only thing that did give off fluctuations was the faint, watery light that flowed over the protrusions. The light was made up of very strange runes, like flowing water that constantly flowed between the protrusions. The dazzling light was also emitted by the flowing runes. Xiaohua looked at the strands of spiritual energy that flowed with the runes and gathered from the space, creating extremely orderly and rhythmic fluctuations of spiritual energy. He fell into deep thought. He had seen many formations and many spiritual energy fluctuations, but the spiritual energy fluctuations of the mysterious water palace gave him a strange feeling. Of course, these fluctuations were undoubtedly from the Dao Sex formations. Although the runes on the mysterious water palace were obscure and extremely simple, Xiaohua could still see traces of the Dao Sex talismans. However, the seemingly smooth flow of runes made Xiaohua feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. It was just like when he overused his Dharma eye in the vein of space that day. Could it be that this ancient formation is different from the one now? Xiaohua frowned and pondered as he walked. At that moment, an extremely loud rumble resounded in the space, and the huge mysterious water palace actually began to slowly rotate. As the mysterious water palace rotated, the orderly protrusions on the triangular structure on the side of the mysterious water palace slowly opened. Balls of emerald light flew out from the protrusions and immediately transformed into strange runes. Thousands of runes gathered together and emitted a buzzing sound. A huge suction force was generated from the runes and rushed towards the walls of the space. Puff, puff, puff. The suction force landed on the mirror-like walls of water, creating huge whirlpools that were extremely similar to the whirlpools on the Nightmare Reef. At the same time, gusts of wind were generated from the whirlpools. A huge amount of spiritual energy rushed out from the whirlpools and fell on the triangular structure of the mysterious water palace. Oh no! Xiaohua and the others were alarmed. The change in the mysterious water palace had come too suddenly. The 4 of them had no time to react, especially now that they were within 300 meters of the mysterious water palace. If what Xian said was true, then any spell or Buddhist ability would attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. Although Xiaohua and the others had yet to see the mysterious water ancient beast and didn't know when it would appear, if they used any ability to resist this change, it would definitely attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. But what if they didn't use their ability to resist? The wind was so bitingly cold and even stronger. Xiaohua's body might be able to withstand it, but Xian and the others definitely couldn't. What should they do? Benefactor Xian, Xiaohua called out almost without hesitation. How about we just charge into the mysterious water palace with the wind? Xian's face was pale. She almost cried out, "Please don't do that." Mo Yuntong clearly said that the profound water palace is the core of the ancient formation and has the most powerful restrictions. The entrance to the profound water palace is the only safe way to enter. If you try to enter from any other place, you'll die. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the direction of the mysterious water palace. Mysterious. Mysterious water ancient beast. Everyone who was trying their best to maintain their balance turned ghastly pale. Wasn't this the perfect time to say that blessings don't come in pairs and misfortunes don't come singly? Chapter 34:29. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid this is the only way. Xiaohua's figure gradually floated up. His soul sense swept through the water-type spiritual energy around him like a whirlwind. He hastily waved his hand and held the clear water bottle in his hand. He had no choice but to risk being discovered by the ancient beast. He formed a seal with his right hand and hit the clear water bottle. With a light sound, a faint blue color rushed out of the bottle. Xiaohua hastily shouted, "This is innate primordial water. Everyone don't look directly at it." Xian and the others were originally flustered, hesitating whether or not to use their divine abilities. When they saw Xiaohua take out the clear water bottle, they also looked at it with their eyes. When the innate primordial water appeared, the three's gazes had already fallen into it. Their minds stagnated, and their faces revealed absent-minded expressions. Fortunately, Xiaohua's shout came in time. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly focused their minds. Soon after, they understood what Xiaohua was thinking. At the same time, they closed their eyes and hurriedly used all kinds of methods. Very quickly, they stabilized their footsteps in the innate pure water. Since everyone had stabilized their footing, Xiaohua's innate primordial water also enveloped everyone. The previous woo-woo sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls instantly quieted down. There was no sound in the innate primordial water, but the situation outside the innate primordial water grew increasingly grim. Countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth let out hoarse roars and wantonly collided in the air. A huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in where the innate primordial water was, but when this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the innate primordial water, it immediately became a part of the innate primordial water. Not even a trace of a ripple was formed. Aolo! The previously very tyrannical beast roared again, but this time, it wasn't just one beast, but two. One pounced in the direction of Xiaohua and the other went in the opposite direction. Along with this roar, a dark blue figure with the same color as the innate primordial water flashed in midair and arrived several hundred feet above the innate primordial water. It was a strange beast that was about 10 feet long. It looked like an ordinary leopard. Not only were the muscles on its 4 muscular legs bulging, there were also wisps of blue mist lingering around it. On the ferocious beast's head, the 2 eyes emitted a blue light. The beast's mouth with long fangs was now raised as the beast's head rose. Wave after wave of world spirit energy rushed into the blackwater ancient beast's mouth. Looking at the back of the ancient beast, there were 2 feather wings that were a few feet long, flashing slightly. In front of the feather wings, there were several sharp bone spurs that were shining with a blue brilliance. A tail that was about 10 feet long casually curled in the air, like a spirit snake. However, this spirit snake was really powerful. With a slight swing, not only was the hurricane cut apart, even the void had cracks in it. The ancient beast flew above the primordial water and opened its mouth. It took a deep breath, and its body trembled involuntarily. Even the blue light around it trembled, as if it was breathing. Then, the ancient beast raised its head slightly and spread its wings again. Just as it was about to fly away, the ancient beast's gaze fell on the primordial water below it. Aolo! Another extremely loud roar rang out. The profound water ancient beast flapped its wings, as if it was facing a great enemy. The bone spikes protruding from its wings extended another few feet. What was special was that the blue light on the bone spikes was even deeper. 100 meters was like taking a stroll in the park for the ancient beast. With a flap of its wings, its entire body blurred. When the brilliance faded, it had already pounced to the side of the primordial water. The ancient beast looked at the primordial water, and its eyes emitted a brilliant blue light. The blue light shot into the primordial water and immediately disappeared. The mysterious water ancient beast hurriedly shook its head as if it had a headache. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light without hesitation. The fist-sized light emitted a whistling sound, covering the sound of the wind in the space. It was enough to show the power of the light. Boom! The light rushed into the innate primordial water. The primordial water, which did not have a single ripple under the impact of countless spiritual energies, started to sway rapidly. As it swayed, the light suddenly exploded, as if a powerful hand was trying to tear the primordial water apart. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the situation outside, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw the primordial water being attacked. He hurriedly activated the bottle, and more primordial water rushed out. After a while, the primordial water that had almost been blasted to pieces slowly healed and returned to its original appearance. The Xianshui ancient beast opened its mouth again. This time, no blue light rushed out. Instead, a great suction force appeared, as if it wanted to swallow the primordial water into its mouth. The Xianshui ancient beast was an ancient monster that was born with the ability to control water. Even the Xiantian primordial water could not escape its control. As the ancient beast opened its mouth, the thin layer of primordial water immediately rose and shot into the ancient beast's mouth. Xiaohua, who was hiding in the primordial water, was shocked again. He was guarding against the ancient beast's attack, but he didn't expect the ancient beast to be greedy and want to swallow the primordial water. Caught off guard, not only was the primordial water sucked up half a foot of the primordial water, even the bottle almost fell from his hand. Xiaohua's heart clenched again. He hurriedly activated his telekinesis and hit the bottle with Buddhist seals, trying his best to resist the ancient beast's suction force. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's opponent was not a profound ancient beast. Even if he used all his strength on telekinesis, he was far from being able to resist the ancient beast's gentle opening of its mouth. The primordial water was being sucked up and was about to be thrown into the ancient beast's mouth. Once the primordial water disappeared, Xiaohua and the others would naturally be exposed. At that time, their lives would probably be in danger. Of course, his own life was more precious than the primordial water. Xiaohua understood this better than anyone else. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to pour out the primordial water from the bottle. He even happily poured out the poisonous water that he just put into the bottle. He wanted to see what would happen when the poisonous water was sent into the ancient beast's mouth. The Xianshui ancient beast was clearly taken aback by the surging poisonous water. It looked around in confusion and then impatiently opened its mouth. As it roared, the poisonous water and the Xiantian primordial water obediently fell into the Xianshui ancient beast's mouth. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the situation outside the primordial water, just the thought of the poisonous water falling into the ancient beast's mouth made him secretly happy. Xian, and the others didn't know what was going on outside. They couldn't even open their eyes, so now they were like blind people. Previously, it was still silent, but now it was as if thunder and lightning were flashing in the surroundings. It was even more frightening than the sound of the wind in the space. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the gluttonous ancient beast didn't swallow much of the primordial water, but drank a lot of the poisonous water. It seemed to be choking a little. Its body trembled slightly, and light flowed out like water. Aolo! Another roar sounded. It seemed to come from another ancient beast. It seemed to have lost its patience and stopped devouring. Then it raised its head and roared in response. The two ancient beasts roared at each other. Then the ancient beast opened its mouth again, as if it wouldn't stop until it had devoured all of the primordial water. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the slowly rotating triangle of the profound water palace in the distance. A faint layer of mist seeped out from the blue radiance, and the entire protrusion of the profound water palace began to tremble rapidly. Along with the trembling, an indescribable fluctuation filled the entire space. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but when the fluctuation came, the ancient beast was stunned. A trace of fear actually flashed through its eyes. Before its fear disappeared, a series of sobbing sounds came from the vortexes in the walls. This time, it wasn't pure water-type spiritual energy that rushed out of the vortexes, but true Saint River water mixed with bones, corpses, birds, and fish. After the formation was opened, the Saint River water poured in like a formation. The ancient beast seemed to be extremely shocked. It no longer cared about the primordial water and raised its head to roar. It spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the profound water palace. The profound water palace, which looked like it was being rotated by a giant, also slowly stopped. In just a moment, The entire space was filled with river water. Apart from the thousands of tiny vortexes that were still spinning rapidly, the so-called walls had disappeared. The entire profound water palace was completely submerged in the Saint River. Xiaohua was overjoyed to see the ancient beast's suction force disappear, but he didn't dare to be careless. He still carefully urged his telekinesis to control the suction force of the clear water bottle, preventing the ancient beast from launching a sneak attack. Junior brother Tipu. Xiai Hui closed his eyes and didn't dare to release his Buddhist awareness, but he still keenly sensed the change in Xiaohua's telekinesis. He didn't speak when Xiaohua's telekinesis was at its peak, but now that he felt much calmer, he said softly, "Is the ancient beast nearby? Can the primordial water stop the ancient beast? Did the ancient beast attack the primordial water just now?" Xiai Hui's voice was very soft, so soft that he didn't want to disturb the ancient beast outside the primordial water. However, it was quiet inside the primordial water, so the other three heard him clearly. "Sho." Xiaohua also lowered his voice and said, "The ancient beast came just now and seemed to have discovered us." "Oh, it's not us. It must have discovered the innate true water and wanted to devour it. However, this little monk fed it with the poisonous water just now, and it's not moving anymore. I wonder if it was poisoned to death by the poisonous water." "Humph, how is that possible?" Xan snorted and said contemptuously, "The ancient beast is a part of the profound water palace. The poisonous water is also a part of the ancient formation. It would be a huge joke if the ancient beast was poisoned to death by the water." Chapter 34:30. TSK, if they weren't poisoned to death, why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking? Xiaohua smacked his lips as he chuckled at Xan. Xan didn't back down. "I can't see the outside, and I can't release my consciousness either. How would I know? You're the one who controls the innate primordial water, so why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking?" "Nonsense, would I not tell you if I knew?" Xiaohua scoffed at Xan's argument. "I can't see anything just like you." "Ah, so you can't see either." Xan closed her eyes, almost covering her mouth to hide her laughter. However, after a few chuckles, Xan asked anxiously, "Little monk, is the ancient beast Xianshui gone or not? I'm afraid we don't have enough time." "Benefactress, you're a classic example of someone who values money over life." Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. "Even if you want to find someone, you have to protect your own life first." "AI," Xan sighed. "The only way out is inside the profound water palace. If we want to save our lives, we have to go inside. As the saying goes, we have to go in whether we're alive or dead." "Damn it, that's right." Xiaohua was nervous at Xan's grim tone. He waited for another pipe of smoke before secretly opening a crack in the innate primordial water and releasing his soul sense. The ancient beast really is gone. The profound water palace has returned to how it was before. Xiaohua was stunned, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. He expanded his soul sense to scan the area, and then opened up a bigger crack. He peeked through the crack with his naked eye, and when he saw that everything had returned to normal, Xiaohua withdrew the innate primordial water and said in a low voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now." When Xan and the others opened their eyes, they saw that the palace was exactly the same as before. The enormous profound water palace was still in its inverted triangular shape. As for whether or not it was the same as the one they saw before, no one knew. "Little monk," Xan bit her lips and whispered, "Thank you." "Sho." Xiaohua whispered back. "Don't say it now or I'll be cocky. If the ancient beast sees us, we'll be in trouble." Xan paused, then covered her mouth. Her face was a little red, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare. It was difficult to hold it in. Xiai Hui looked helplessly at the two. "Xan, let's talk inside the palace first." Xan covered her mouth and led the way. After walking for several dozen meters, she turned back and whispered, "That profound water ancient beast is right in front of the profound water palace's entrance. Normally, it won't be more than 30 meters away from the entrance. Now that we're here, we can't speak or use any telekinesis. Otherwise, we'll attract the beast's attention." As she spoke, Xan took a look at the golden leaf of Canaan that was stuck to her body. After testing it a little, she felt relieved and tiptoed forward. The ancient beast is at the gate." Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't help but look below the profound water palace. After all, Xiaohua had already checked the surroundings. He didn't seem to have seen any ancient beast. However, when he deliberately glanced at the bottom of the palace, sure enough, there were two statues that were almost the same color as the palace at the nail-like location. So these are the ancient beasts that attacked the innate primordial water. Xiaohua stared straight at the motionless statues for a moment, thinking in his heart, weren't they abnormally fierce just now? Why are they standing there now? Why do they look like dead statues? Sai, that's right. The profound water palace is so huge, and the ancient beasts are so small and motionless. Who knows if they're profound water beasts? At this moment, the profound water beasts really stood there like clay statues. Their eyes, which were as bright as stars, were abnormally dim. There was no light at all. However, Xiaohua and the others only glanced at the beasts. They didn't dare to meet their eyes. They even gradually approached the profound water palace. Looking at the two beasts that looked exactly like the statues in front of the temple, they couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Yes, if they hadn't heard the profound water beasts roar earlier, if they hadn't experienced Xiaohua using his innate primordial water to resist them with his innate primordial water, and if they didn't have the records of profound water beasts in the ink cloud pupil, they would never have thought that these two lifeless statues were real ancient beasts. Suppressing the indescribable fear in his heart, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the profound water palace that was even more oppressive than a mountain. Under the huge inverted triangle was a pillar that was dozens of meters tall. A pillar that was dozens of meters tall would be considered huge if it were anywhere else. However, under the profound water palace, it seemed so thin and fragile. A chill appeared in the eyes of the others. They were really afraid that the inverted triangle would suddenly fall on them and smash them into meat paste. After a few more meters, the four would be close to the profound water beasts. At the front, Xan couldn't help but stop slightly. The two profound water beasts stood there and looked forward calmly. The distance between them wasn't small, at least dozens of meters. However, in Xan's eyes, this distance was as narrow as the pillar under the profound water palace. An indescribable aura spread out in front of the profound water palace. Perhaps it was the residual power of the profound water beasts, or perhaps it was the formation's restriction after the profound water palace absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. In any case, the aura made it difficult for Xan to breathe. In the face of such a scene, Xan was secretly regretting in her heart. She felt that she had underestimated this ancient formation. However, this regret only lasted for a moment. A wave of stubbornness rose from the bottom of her heart. This place is so dangerous. You actually imprisoned me here. Since you're so heartless, then, I don't need to think anymore. With this thought, Xan's trembling legs became firm. Step by step, she walked past the profound water beasts and arrived in front of the profound water palace's pillar. Fortunately, Xan's actions didn't attract the profound water beast's attention. They remained motionless and didn't even release a trace of their innate spirit. Seeing that Xan didn't attract the profound water beast's attention, Gu Zhen and the others calmed down and followed her to the pillar. This profound water palace is so strange. Xiaohua walked past the Blackwater ancient beast and unconsciously looked back at the Blackwater ancient beast's folded wings and the coiled tail on the ground. He thought to himself, are these the two Blackwater ancient beasts from just now? Why don't I look at them? If they were living things, then I'd be fine with them standing there like statues. But why are their tails coiled up in the same way? That's not possible, is it? Xiaohua probed with his soul sense and carefully scanned the profound water beast's tail on the left a few times. Before Xiaohua could use his soul sense to check out the rest of the profound water beast's tail, Xan stopped again. Xiaohua didn't have time to check the Xianshui ancient beasts. He turned his head and saw Xan raise her hand and take out 4 blue beads from the sleeve of her palace dress. She waved her hand, and the 4 beads silently stuck to the pillar. Then, Xan looked back at the 2 Xianshui ancient beasts with lingering fear. She opened her mouth and 4 golden streams of Zhen Qi hit the 4 beads at the same time like 4 flying swords. Shua! The 4 pearls simultaneously emitted a blue ripple of brilliance. This brilliance overflowed several times above the pillar, and the pillar also produced a blue brilliance. At the same time, this blue brilliance also swayed along with the brilliance of the pearls, just like layers upon layers of water ripples. When she saw the ripples appear, Xian took a few steps forward and reached her hand into the ripples. Her fair and soft hand sank into the ripples. As Xian lifted her hand, it was as if she had lifted a bead curtain. A gap appeared in the pillar, and Xian walked in without hesitation. Halfway through, Xian even turned back to look at the three of them and indicated for them to follow. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare delay. One by one, they lifted their hands and flashed into the gap. Once the four of them were inside, the 4 beads remained embedded in the pillar. Ripples of blue light flowed through the beads. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the light slowly dimmed and disappeared. Finally, the beads disappeared into the pillar. There was no longer any movement outside the profound water palace. The 2 profound water beasts stood there for tens of thousands of years. It was as if the entire space had returned to normal. However, this calmness only lasted for a few breaths of time. The beast that Xiaohua had just scanned with his soul sense moved its tail first, trembling slightly. This trembling then spread throughout its entire body. Following that, the beast's 4 hooves moved, the beast's head moved, and finally, its lifeless eyes moved. The Blackwater ancient beast looked around in confusion. It then glanced at the other Blackwater ancient beast on the right that was standing still. After which, it spread its wings and turned into a blue light that flew a few rounds outside the Blackwater Palace. When it did not discover anything, it pushed off the ground and charged into the sky as if it was flat ground. Its body landed on a protruding part of the inverted triangle. The profound water beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light onto the protrusion. With a crack, the protrusion floated into the air. The profound water beast didn't even look back as it charged into the gap below the protrusion. When the profound water beast disappeared, the protrusion fell back down. In a flash of light, the inverted triangle returned to its original state. The profound water beast entered the profound water palace. Xiaohua and the others were unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. Xiaohua stood dumbly in front of the profound water palace's doors as he looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was filled with disbelief. Chapter 34-31. Right in front of Xiaohua's eyes was a transparent triangular palace. Everything inside the palace was made of triangles that looked like colored glass. Even the ground beneath Xiaohua's feet, the top of their heads, and even the palace door behind them were triangles. What was special was that these triangles were exactly the same size. The water blue brilliance flowing along the edges of the triangles also had a similar rhythm. At a glance, it was difficult to distinguish any triangle from any other. At a glance, there were countless strange triangles inside the mysterious water palace. Not only did Xiaohua and the others feel like they were floating in a triangular space, but when their gazes fell on the thousands of transparent mirrors, each mirror reflected the 4 people who had entered the mysterious water palace. The strangest thing was that their gazes could be refracted. In an instant, Xiaohua's gaze seemed to have seen countless mirrors, as if he had seen countless versions of himself. A kind of dizziness arose in Xiaohua's heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes, not daring to look any further. However, even so, the fear that came from looking at each mirror remained in the bottom of his heart. Moreover, in the darkness before him, there were still countless broken mirrors flashing, and in each mirror was a pair of horrified eyes. Damn it! Xiaohua almost blurted out a curse. This mysterious water palace was too deceptive. The shock from walking past the mysterious water ancient beast had yet to subside, and the feeling of being lucky had yet to subside. In an instant, it gave his eyes such a terrifying baptism. Even a cultivator with a firm Tao heart like him couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fellow immortals. Xian's voice trembled. Clearly, she had been caught off guard. As soon as she recovered her wits, she immediately reminded them, remember to guard your heart and keep your mind clear. Mo Yuntong didn't mention the dangers of the mysterious water palace. She only said that thousands of Dharma images would appear here. If you couldn't find your true form, you wouldn't be able to find your way out. Even I didn't think that this Dharma idol would be so deadly. If we weren't cultivators, we would have lost ourselves just by looking at it. Who knows which one is the real person in the mirror? Hui also didn't dare to raise her head and whispered, the eyes are the heart, and the soul is born from the heart. Dazzling the eyes is seizing the soul. His gaze wandered as he looked at his feet. Beneath his feet was the same as the surroundings in front of him. There were also many tiny triangles. Xiaohua calmed his mind and slowly raised his eyes. His gaze was not too far away, but it was also rapidly sweeping around. This situation was somewhat similar to the innate primordial water. He already had a similar experience. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately retracted his gaze. Among the four of them, he was the one who suffered the least damage. However, he still sighed with emotion. This primordial magic formation is really powerful. Now that we can't release our Buddha's consciousness, we can only rely on our eyes. Who knows that such simple eyes can also be taken advantage of by the formation? Amitba. Fortunately, I can't release my Buddha's consciousness. Guzhen's dharma was not as good as C.I. Huey's, so it was difficult for him to find himself when he was lost. He was the one who suffered the most damage among the four. At this moment, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. If the Buddha's consciousness is released, it will also be lost. It will be harder to find it than the mind. Xian shook her head. Master Guzhen is wrong. The profound water palace's formation was set up for us Confucian cultivators' clear sight arts. Because this place imprisons divine sense and Buddha's consciousness, the Taoist's divine sense cannot leave the body. Only our Confucian clear sight arts can be used. In order to prevent us from finding the true entrance to the profound water palace, the primordial magic formation set up this secret formation here. Oh, so Xian Tanua can use the clear sight arts in front of the profound water palace? Guzhen was slightly taken aback. Xian nodded slightly. This one can use it, but it's not even 10% of my usual power. Xian then looked to the left and smiled bitterly. As for this place, this one wouldn't dare to use it even if I had 10 times the courage. So the palace door where the profound water ancient beast isn't the true entrance to the profound water palace. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said with a smile, in that case, the triangular maze in front of us is the real entrance? Xian nodded. That's right. Only one of these tens of thousands of mirrors is the true entrance to the profound water palace. We must find it from there. Damn it, how is this possible? Xiaohua jumped up and shouted, not only do we lack Buddhist awareness, we don't even dare to look. How are we supposed to find the entrance? Ahem. Junior brother Tipu, watch your mouth. C.I. Hui hastily coughed and reminded him, don't let the Buddha blame you. Amitba. Senior brother is right. Xiaohua became listless and put his palms together. However, he cursed inwardly. Alas, it's this Zhao's primordial spirit that shaved the Buddha's saraira, not this Zhao's. This Xiao was just casually complaining. C.I. Hui was very satisfied with Xiaohua's reaction. She looked at Xian with a smile and said, since this is recorded in Mo Yuntong, then Xian Tanua must have made preparations. Yes, indeed. Xian nodded. This is the last record of the primordial magic formation in Mo Yuntong. At the same time, it's also the problem this one has been pondering for the longest time. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist C.I. Hui, this one has racked my brains for 10 years. It was only after meeting you that I suddenly saw the light. Little monk. C.I. Hui was slightly stunned. However, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, this little monk understands. Previously, Tanua and this little monk talked about this matter. So it's used here. If it's as Xian Tanua thought, this is indeed the best way to break this maze. However, speaking of this, C.I. Hui frowned again. This little monk doesn't quite understand. How should we cast the spell? Xian glanced at Xiaohua's thoughtful expression and then at Guzhen's confused face. She smiled bitterly again. This one only knows about the primordial spirit and the Dharma idol. As for how to find the primordial spirit from the Dharma idol, I'm afraid that's something you have to consider. However, in this one's opinion, it's really difficult for you to find the Dharma idol from the thousands of mirrors by yourself. Don't you have Tipu and Master Guzhen now? It should be much easier for you. After hearing Xian's words, Xiaohua understood a little. The so-called primordial spirit was naturally the physical body. There were thousands of triangular mirrors in the maze of the mysterious water palace. Each mirror could reflect the intruder's shadow. However, there was only one real mirror. All the other mirrors were illusions of the maze. It was precisely these mirrors that had the effect of bewitching the mind. The real eye of the formation only played the role of illusions. Since the maze only worked on Confucian cultivators' eye-clearing technique and the naked eye of cultivators, All Buddhist senses, divine thoughts, and elemental thoughts could be used. Since the Dharma idol of the Buddhist sect was condensed from karma, it wasn't restricted by the maze. Therefore, the mirror couldn't reflect the Dharma idol's shadow. However, the problem was that even if Ci Hui or Guzhen released their Dharma idols, how would they find the mirror that could reflect the Dharma idol's shadow? What would they use to check? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind raced. He had many methods. He could release the Dharma idol, release the Buddha's Saraira, or release his nascent soul. He could deal with all of them. Even the simplest method was to use his soul sense. Perhaps he could find a way out. Of course, Xiaohua could also use the heavenly vision of the Dharma eyes. However, he couldn't be sure if his Dharma eyes could defeat this ancient formation. Although Master Guzhen wasn't proficient in Buddhism, he understood after hearing this. He said loudly, "Ci Hui, if there's anything you need this old monk to do, just tell me. This old monk doesn't understand Buddhism, but I do know some Buddhist divine skills. They can be of help." Ci Hui thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Grandmaster, this disciple doesn't understand the Dharma idol technique. However, the Saraira that I cultivate does have the image of a Dharma idol. How about this disciple release the Saraira first to see its effect? Grandmaster, why don't you use the Dharma idol technique?" I'll listen to you." Guzhen naturally had no objections. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the Saraira of a Dharma idol? Isn't this the Buddha's Saraira? This monk Ci Hui really has some background. However, Buddhist light surged around Ci Hui's body. After a moment, it slowly disappeared. Ci Hui's expression was somewhat unnatural. She sighed and said, "Not only does the mysterious water palace confine Buddhist consciousness, but it also confines this little monk's Bodhi Saraira. It seems this little monk can't do anything." Bodhi Saraira. When Guzhen heard Ci Hui's words, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He cried out involuntarily, "Ci Hui, you actually cultivated the Bodhi Saraira?" Looking at this grandmaster who couldn't refine karma to form a Saraira, Ci Hui's expression was somewhat uneasy. She smiled and said, "All right, grandmaster knows. This disciple was lucky enough to refine the Bodhi Saraira in this life. However, the golden body has yet to form, so I dare not embarrass myself in front of grandmaster." Alas! Ci Hui couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. She sighed and didn't speak again. Xan raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Ci Hui, I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've heard you talk about refining the Bodhi Saraira. This is second only to the Buddha's Saraira in your Buddhist sect. With this Saraira, not only will you be able to attain the golden body of a bodhisattva in this life, but you'll also be able to attain the supreme golden body in the future." Ci Hui hurriedly put her palms together and humbly recited the name of Buddha. She said, "Amitabha, this is the karma of this little monk's several lifetimes of cultivation. There's nothing to show off. Perhaps this little monk was like Grandmaster Guzhen in the past, specializing in the lineage of Dharma protectors. Later on, this little monk obtained an opportunity and gained the favor of Buddha. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish." Xian looked so excited that she almost forgot that she was in the mysterious water palace. She cupped her hands and said, "Fellow immortal, you're too humble. Being able to refine the Bodhi Saraira isn't something that can be exchanged with several lifetimes of cultivation. If it weren't for the profound Dharma and profound opportunities, how could it be possible? I didn't expect this little girl to be acquainted with a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. It's truly fortunate." Chapter 34-32. Ahem. Before Xan could finish, Ci Hui coughed twice and even winked at her, interrupting her. "Xian Tanua, no matter what kind of relic it is, it can't be used in the profound water palace. What's the use of that? It's not as useful as Ancestor Guzhen's golden Buddha statue." That's true." Xian suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes narrowed and she almost covered her mouth with her hand. She hurriedly covered it up. Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. That's right. To the side, Xiaohua frowned. He knew that if Ci Hui's Bodhi relic couldn't be used, then his Buddha relic wouldn't be able to leave his body. Since his relic couldn't leave his body, then his nascent soul couldn't either. Perhaps he could only use his soul sense and heavenly law embodiment technique. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was about to quietly release his soul awareness. Roar! Guzhan roared and clenched his fists. Buddha light flashed all over his body. Guzhan's originally tall body grew bigger and bigger. In a moment, a Buddha statue of several zhang tall slowly appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. Clang, clang, clang. Just as ancestor Guzhan's golden Buddha statue appeared, countless sounds came from the profound water palace's mirrors. When Xiaohua looked up, he saw that many of the previously dazzling mirrors had turned into black holes. The sounds came from the shattering of the illusionary mirrors. A golden Buddha statue can restrain an ancient formation? Xiaohua was aghast. However, before he could shift his gaze away, the familiar rumbling of magical treasures resounded. Rays of aqua-blue light appeared once again. Xiaohua hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Immediately, waves of strange magical energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire mysterious water palace. This magical energy was like a whirlwind, but also like a scorching heat. Guzhan's newly formed golden Buddha statue actually showed signs of melting under this magical energy. Strands of golden sweat seeped out of the golden Buddha statue. A trace of pain appeared on Guzhan's face, which was flashing with Buddhist light. He cried out, "The mystic water palace's formation is too powerful. I can't hold on for too long. Hurry up and find the entrance." "Yes," Xi Hui gritted her teeth and hurriedly replied. She then waved her hand and said, "Tipu, look over here. Xian Tanyu, look over there." "Okay." Xian didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly turned around and looked in the direction Xi Hui was pointing at. Xiaohua also did the same. However, Xiaohua didn't use his eyes, but his soul sense. Xian's idea was very ideal, but reality once again showed the crux of the matter. The naked eye couldn't look directly at the illusory mirrors. Even if they could just glance at them now, Xian and Xi Hui didn't dare to be too careless, for fear that they would miss the mirror with the Transcendent's golden body. However, it was extremely difficult to find a mirror with an image among the thousands of mirrors. Xi Hui and Xian's eyes seemed to be dazzled. Heavy dizziness and discomfort rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were several times when they almost got lost in the mirror. Compared to them, Xiaohua was in a better state. Although soul sense wasn't as useful as Xiaohua thought, being able to see through the illusion of the array and see through the array's core with a glance, soul sense wouldn't be reflected by the illusory mirrors, so there was no danger of losing one's mind. However, Xiaohua was the same as Xian and the others. He also didn't dare to be careless. He also checked the mirrors one by one. As time passed, the magic power fluctuations became more rapid. Xiaohua could clearly feel the heat in the surrounding air. He looked again and saw that the surface of Master Guzhan's golden body had already melted. Just like Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira, it had turned into golden liquid and flowed down the golden body. When it dripped to where Guzhan was standing, it immediately turned into small golden Buddhist lotuses. Guzhan's golden body of Buddha is different from Frost Bamboo's great strength Vajradharma body. It seems to be transformed from his main body, similar to my heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. As Xiaohua continued probing, he thought to himself, although this Buddhist divine power is a level higher than Frost Bamboo's, the Dharma array has melted his golden body. That means his body will also be damaged. Why don't I use heavenly form to replace it? Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, Great Master Guzhan is a Buddhist sect guardian with 5th grade origin energy. Wouldn't his golden Buddha avatar be more profound than my heavenly law's embodiment technique? Instead of thinking too much, why don't I hurry up and find the entrance? If Master Guzhan can't support me at the final critical moment, it won't be too late for me to make such a plan. Roar! After a while, Master Guzhan's originally straight waist twisted slightly. A slightly hoarse roar came from his mouth. It was unknown whether it was a painful or angry roar. His movement didn't matter. Pa, pa, pop, several loud pops sounded. Several thumb-sized bubbles appeared on his limbs. Then, with several explosions, these bubbles all exploded. Golden liquid splashed out. Before it could fall, it had already bloomed into lotus shapes in the air. The main body is the Saraira, and the Saraira is also the main body. Xiaohua sighed. He understood the meaning of Buddhist guardians. But suddenly, Xiaohua was startled again. My Saraira is in the shape of a Buddha. It seems to be able to form its own body. If a Buddha's Saraira leaves the main body to cultivate on its own, wouldn't it only be able to walk the path of a guardian? Xiaohua was startled. His soul consciousness was a little scattered, and he couldn't tell where he was looking. Xiaohua hurriedly composed himself and grumbled in his heart, although my Buddhist cultivation is at 5th grade essence power, and according to the records of the Buddhist scriptures in Exquisite Temple, I can be considered to have reached the lotus realm. But in reality, I know very little about Buddhism, and Buddhist magical powers are few and far between. Doesn't Ci Hui also have a Bodhisarira? He's not in a hurry, so why should I? Isn't this the entrance to the formation? People often say that one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance, one will find it without any effort. Xiaohua was like that at this moment. He was focused on searching for the entrance, but he didn't find anything. But in a moment of absent-mindedness, his soul consciousness scattered, and he actually found a triangular mirror. On this mirror, other than Xiaohua, Ci Hui, and Xian, there was also Grandmaster Guzhen's golden Buddha statue that was much taller than the others. This golden Buddha statue was only much taller than Guzhen's main body on the other mirrors, and there wasn't the slightest trace of Buddhist light on it. It's here. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed at the mirror below him and shouted. But what made Xiaohua extremely surprised was that at this moment, Xian and Ci Hui also shouted in unison, "It's here!" However, the two of them pointed in different directions. Ci Hui pointed in the sky, and Xian pointed in the same direction as Xiaohua. Xiaohua was rather surprised. He didn't think that the two's eyes could be as fast as his soul consciousness. He subconsciously looked in the direction Ci Hui was pointing at. Sure enough, on the same triangular mirror above everyone's heads, Grandmaster Guzhen's golden Buddha statue was also reflected. Just as Xiaohua thought, Ci Hui and Xian also looked at each other's mirrors. The three of them then looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They didn't think that the profound water palace would have two entrances. "Little monk, you're really amazing." Xian looked at Xiaohua again and said curiously, "The area that immortal Ci Hui assigned to you doesn't seem to be here." Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said honestly, "When I saw Grandmaster Guzhen's golden body melt, this little monk couldn't bear to see it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, I looked down below. Grandmaster Guzhen's sacrifice moved Buddha and allowed this little monk to see the entrance to the formation. Oh, Grandmaster Guzhen, you can take back your avatar now." Phew! Guzhen let out a long sigh. The Buddhist light around him quickly disappeared and then shrank like a bubble. His golden body also shrank rapidly and returned to its original form. However, Grandmaster Guzhen's face was pale. Not only was his body trembling, but his arms and legs were also trembling. He looked like an old man who had just recovered from a serious illness. "Grandmaster, you've worked hard." Ci Hui hurried forward to support him. Guzhen shook his arms and wanted to break free, but he seemed to be powerless and could only let Ci Hui do as she pleased. Xiaohua ignored Xian's reproach. He raised his head and glanced at the mirror Ci Hui pointed at, and then at the mirror he discovered beneath his feet. He asked with a wry smile, "Xian, this mysterious water palace actually has two entrances. Is there any record of this in your Moyin eyes?" "No," Xian answered without hesitation. "Then which entrance should we use?" Ci Hui asked from the side. Xian thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and took out two jade boxes. She said, "Although we found the entrance to the profound water palace, we still need to use the Dao Gate to enter the real profound water palace. These are the two talismans I found according to Mo Yuntong's records. These two talismans are exactly the same. I prepared them in case of an emergency. Now that there are two entrances, it is destined that both entrances will be opened. I think it's better to open the entrance first. I'll wait and see, then decide which entrance to enter." I'm afraid that's the only way." Ci Hui frowned. Faced with such a difficult problem, she had no choice but to agree. Xian raised her hand, and one of the jade boxes opened. A bright cyan halo rushed out of the jade box. Before Xian could cast a spell, a thumb-sized seed jumped out of the jade box. Xiaohua looked at the jade box expectantly. He wanted to know what kind of rare talisman Xian had taken out, but he was still shocked when he saw the seed jump out. Looking at the seed again, it leaped into the air and flickered with an emerald green halo. The halo slowly unfolded, and the seed also unfolded along with the halo. Xiaohua could clearly see that it was a talisman in the shape of a leaf. The wrinkles on the talisman and the texture of the leaf were clearly visible. Xiaohua didn't need to use his divine sense to know that it was a rare talisman from ancient times. Chapter 34-33. Sure enough, XNXN promptly explained, this is a Taoist wood spirit talisman. It's said that it specializes in breaking water-type formations. The specific refining method has long been lost, and these two talismans were found after spending more than 10 years of painstaking effort. They're also the last preparations I've made before entering the formation. I don't know what I'll encounter after entering the profound water palace. XNXIN opened her mouth again and was about to blow out true energy when she suddenly closed it again. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Little monk, can you help me next time?" "Oh, how can I help you?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. "I don't know any Taoist magic, so how can I help you?" "Of course, if you can teach me how to use Buddhist telekinesis to activate talismans, I'd be more than happy to." "Hehe, you wish?" XIN glanced at Xiaohua. "The telekinesis you use is completely different from Taoist magic. I'm a Confucian cultivator, so how can I know this kind of secret technique? If you want this secret technique, you might as well ask your senior martial brother, who'll definitely become a bodhisattva in this lifetime." After speaking, XN opened her mouth, and a golden true energy shot out like a sword and hit the leaf talisman. CSI. The moment the true energy came into contact with the talisman, it immediately produced a corrosive sound. Following this sound, the emerald green brilliance on the leaf flickered rapidly, as if the leaf was being devoured by insects. Go! XN saw that the talisman's brilliance was faintly flickering. She hurriedly pointed at the talisman. The leaf, like a falling leaf on an autumn night, fell towards the mirror surface that Xiaohua and XN had identified at the same time. From afar, the mirror surface looked extremely small, but the leaf that fell on it was insignificant. However, as soon as the leaf-like talisman touched the mirror surface, a water-blue brilliance flashed and submerged the entire talisman in an instant. The emerald green brilliance completely disappeared. However, in just a few breaths, a wisp of emerald green brilliance emerged from the water-blue brilliance like a sharp sword. Moreover, as soon as this light appeared, it immediately swayed and expanded. Strands of water-based heaven and earth spirit chi flashed with blue light and flowed into the emerald green light. Within this emerald green light, a vine-like branch stretched out, wood counters water. Although the wood spirit talisman can't absorb wood-type spiritual energy from the profound water palace, the water-type spiritual energy can still make the wood spirit talisman work. It seems it's only a matter of time before the profound water palace is destroyed. When Xiaohua saw this situation, he immediately understood in his heart. However, the real situation had exceeded his expectations. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the wood spirit talisman had already transformed into vines that completely covered the triangular mirror. When XIN grabbed it with her hand, the vines contracted and instantly shattered the mirror. Behind the mirror, a blue tunnel was revealed. Hiss! Xiaohua's eyes looked at the blue passage, and a feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a call coming from the passage with the wind. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what this feeling meant. However, no matter what this feeling meant, there was one thing he was certain of. This entrance was definitely the real entrance. Xiaohua was certain of this. However, Xiaohua only glanced at it and didn't say anything. He quietly waited for XIN to attack again and shatter the other mirror above everyone's heads. Seeing the mirror shatter, before XIN could say anything, C.I. Huey's face revealed a look of astonishment. She asked curiously, What does this mean? Why did this little monk feel a call? There seems to be a voice coming from inside. Could it be that this entrance is the real entrance? Damn, how is this possible? How can C.I. Hui feel the same as me? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the passage that also flashed with blue light. His heart rippled. If one of the passages produced a call, then it would be fine. There must be something attracting this Xiao. However, the two passages produced two different calls. The biggest possibility is, there's something fishy about the profound water palace. Little monk, what about you? XIN didn't answer C.I. Huey's question. Instead, she looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of interest. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This little monk didn't feel the call from the passage. Moreover, contrary to senior brother C.I. Hui, this little monk has a subtle feeling about the other entrance. What about Grandmaster Guzhen? Xian turned to Guzhen. Guzhen's face revealed hesitation. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This old monk's thoughts are similar to C.I. Huey's. The entrance above us should be real. After all, this is the lowest level of the profound water palace. If there is an entrance, it must be facing upwards." Xian's expression turned grave. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Although the profound water palace is above us, the entrance might not be. This little monk's feelings are similar to yours. I feel that the entrance below us is real." C.I. Huey's expression changed. She said anxiously, "This is bad. Could this be the profound water palace's trick? The purpose of this formation is to separate the four of us? Anything is possible." Xian nodded. "We only have three choices. Either all four of us go up, all four of us go down, or we split into two groups and go our own way." This. C.I. Hui was truly hesitant. However, she still insisted. "This little monk feels that it's better to go up. This little monk feels that it's better to go down." Xiaohua originally wanted to go up like C.I. Hui, but he was somewhat unwilling. His perception had always been accurate. Today there was no reason for it to be wrong. Thus, he also insisted. "Hee, this little one has heard that formations that have been set up for a long time will give birth to a formation spirit. Could it be that this ancient formation has already gained sentience?" Xian laughed. "I don't think that's likely to be strange. However, this little one feels that these two entrances might be different methods leading to the same result. Although the paths inside are different, they will eventually converge at the same place. Yes, as the saying goes, infinite scenery lies at the peak of a dangerous mountain. These two different directions might be a kind of fate and opportunity for us." Guzhen said, "No matter what you choose, this old monk has decided to go through the entrance above us." With that, Guzhen flung his hand, wanting to shake off C.I. Hui, who was supporting him. However, C.I. Hui didn't pull her hand away. She just smiled and said, "Since Grandmaster has made his choice and this entrance was found by this disciple, it's naturally impossible for us to not go through this entrance. This disciple is willing to go with Grandmaster and help Grandmaster search for the ancient Buddha." "Fine." Xian glanced at Xiaohua and nodded. "Since this little monk found the same entrance as us, this little one will go through the entrance below with you." With that, Xian winked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Little monk, you have to protect me." "Of course." Xiaohua smiled. This little monk was most protective of women before he entered the Buddhist sect. Cough cough. C.I. Huey's throat wasn't good again. Once the assignment was completed, C.I. Hui supported Guzhen, and the two of them slowly flew towards the entrance above the four people's heads. Looking at the backs of the two people, and then looking at Guzhen's tall figure, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the frost bamboo. Naturally, he also thought of the Buddhist protector's unruly way of swallowing relics. Therefore, he immediately opened his mouth and transmitted a few words to C.I. Hui. C.I. Hui did not seem to have heard him. Not only did she not reply, she did not even slow down in the slightest. The two monks, one tall and one short, slowly flew towards the entrance of the blue brilliance in the mountain cave. When the two people's figures disappeared, the brilliance flickered slightly and a flat mirror surface appeared there. Now, even if Xiaohua and Xian wanted to follow C.I. Hui, it was too late. "Little monk, let's go. We'll go in too. Don't worry about C.I. Hui. Grandmaster Guzhen isn't as despicable as you think." Xian waved her hand and landed first. How could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? He hurriedly flew down with Xian and said with a flattering smile, "The ancients said that one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must guard against others. It's normal for this little monk to be worried about senior martial brother C.I. Hui. Who asked Grandmaster Guzhen to be a Buddhist Dharma protector?" Xian smacked her lips as she flew and said mockingly, "Which ancient person are you talking about? Why do I often hear people talking about this? Moreover, why do I feel that you, a Buddhist disciple, are even more wary of Buddhists than me?" "Is that so?" Xiaohua rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, "That's because you're not a bhikkhuni of my Buddhist Dharma protector and don't know the details of my Buddhist Dharma protector. That's why you're not on guard." "What are you on guard against?" Xian probed again. "Previously, you said that you came to the profound water palace to protect fellow Taoist C.I. Hui. At that time, I only thought that you were talking nonsense. But now, It seems that your Buddhist Dharma protector's cultivation is far superior to C.I. Huey's. How come I've never heard of such a good-looking, talented, and virtuous little monk like you? Alas, it's hard to give up on one's natural beauty. I've been raised in a boudoir, and no one knows me. Xiaohua very regretfully rubbed his bald head and replied, "This little monk has always emphasized on keeping a low profile. I didn't dare to shave my head and become a monk because I was afraid of attracting attention." New Tanua thought about it. This little monk had just shaved my head and brought you all here. In the blink of an eye, I met a senior martial brother who will definitely attain enlightenment in this lifetime. Since senior martial brother C.I. Hui has such a background, New Tanua presumably also has a family background. Only, I wonder which family does New Tanua come from in the hidden immortal continent? Do you want to know? Xian flew to the light blue entrance and turned around. Yes. Xiaohua hurried over and nodded his bald head like a chick pecking rice. I just won't tell you. Xian sneered and rushed into the entrance. Don't tell me if you want to. Xiaohua also muttered and followed closely behind. The passage was several zhang tall. As the two flew in one after another, the brilliance of the entire passage actually began to revolve. It was just like the whirlpools that appeared on the four walls of the profound water palace earlier. Wave after wave of blue brilliance drew an arc in front of Xiaohua. At first it was slow, but then it gradually sped up and rushed forward. Looking behind the two, the place where the blue light surged had already sealed the entrance. There were no longer any gaps. Chapter 34. Xian was on high alert. As soon as she entered the entrance, she took out her flexible sword without waiting for the light to change. With a slight twist of her wrist, the blade coiled around her right arm like a spirit snake. Clear chi gushed out from between Xian's eyebrows. Her limpid eyes flickered like the light in the passageway, but the golden light in her eyes only flashed for a moment. Alas! Xian sighed. She knew that she still couldn't use her eye-clearing technique. Her 5 senses were similar to those of ordinary people in the mysterious water palace. Just as Xian was sighing, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. Startled, she hastily looked up and saw that the blue light in the passageway was gradually stabilizing, and its color was getting denser. Well, what's going on? Xian frowned. Her flying figure slowed down, and she turned to ask in a low voice, "Little monk, do you feel something strange?" Xiaohua was right behind Xian. Seeing her slow down, he understood what she was thinking. He hastily flew to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. He answered, "This little monk feels a little heavy on my body. It seems to be the mysterious water palace's restriction again." Alas, that's what happened. Xian sighed again. After all, it's an ancient array with layer upon layer of strange restrictions. Without strength, it's really difficult to move even an inch. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then advised, "Actually, this little monk still has to persuade Lady Benefactor. Right now, our main goal is to find a way out. This mysterious water palace is really not a place where people with our cultivation can enter. Even if you want to find someone, you should first consider your own life, right? Without your life, what can you do?" "A way out." Xian shrugged. "It's in this mountain, deep in the clouds." "What?" Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. As if he had thought of something, he hastily cried out, "Could it be, you don't know where the exit is?" Or, at this point, Xiaohua really didn't want to ask any more questions. Xian had said that she had the ink cloud pupil. Xiaohua had assumed that since someone had left the ink cloud pupil behind, someone must have left behind information about this ancient formation after escaping. He had followed Xian into the profound water palace. Even if he couldn't see an immortal artifact, he would at least be able to escape unscathed. However, he really didn't expect that the ink cloud pupil in Xian's possession didn't contain any records of this. Xiaohua had been relying on Mo Yuntong and this exit to enter the profound water palace when he had broken through this ancient magic array. Now that Xian didn't know what to say, how could she not be scared witless? This was an ancient array. The previous few checkpoints had already shown how ferocious this array was. And that was only the outer perimeter of the profound water palace. Now that he had truly entered the profound water palace, the passageway once again gave off a heavy feeling. Who knew what he was about to encounter? He had originally thought that he would be able to find a way out if he braced himself and forced himself through this passageway. Who knew? Xiaohua couldn't help but want to cry. Before Xiaohua's tears could fall, the heavy feeling on his body increased again. Xiaohua glanced at Xian. This strange woman was flying with her head held high, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He didn't bother to say anything more. His head drooped as he flew forward with Xian. At this point, he had already made up his mind. Self-preservation was self-preservation. Apart from self-preservation, he didn't care about anything else. Immortal artifacts, prisoners, nothing. He didn't believe that with his divine abilities, he couldn't protect himself. The pressure on his body increased even more. In half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua and Xian had only flown a few dozen meters. Although there was nothing tangible in the passageway, Xiaohua felt that the entire passageway was like a quagmire. He was currently wading through the water. The quagmire that was difficult to walk through was definitely not too far away. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, the blue brilliance suddenly changed when it reached the depths of the passageway. Strands of blue blossomed from the deep blue, as if the blue had surpassed the blue. They rapidly rotated within the blue passageway, similar to the blue light that appeared when Xiaohua had just entered the passageway. Oh no! Feeling the heavy pressure on his body increase again, Xiaohua came to his senses and shouted, "Xen, hurry up and leave. The pressure in this passageway is increasing layer by layer. In the end, it will crush our bodies into minced meat." As he spoke, Xiaohua no longer dared to conceal his cultivation. He activated his transcendence energy and displayed the wind escape technique, rushing towards the front of the passageway. Who would have thought that it would be fine if Xiaohua didn't activate his transcendence energy? But the moment he displayed the wind escape technique, an enormous force crashed into Xiaohua's body along with his transcendence energy. Caught off guard, Xiaohua's entire body fell with a whoosh sound, directly reaching half of Xian's waist. Xiaohua's body sank. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the passageway in the distance. He understood in his heart that this was the Dao Sect's formation. The method to restrict the Dao Sect's disciples was naturally easy to use. At this moment, he had to either give up on using the Dao Sect's divine ability or forcefully rely on the Dao Sect's divine ability to charge out. Otherwise, he could only continue to use the Buddhist sect's divine ability and deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. Xian naturally also felt the pressure increase. However, before she could activate the auspicious cloud, Xiaohua suddenly fell down. At this moment, she also looked at Xiaohua strangely. "Let's go." Xiaohua didn't explain in detail. He activated the auspicious cloud and rushed forward while rising up again. However, after flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure brilliance deepened once more and the pressure doubled once more. Not only did Xiaohua not reach the same height as before, he even became half a foot shorter than before. Naturally, Xian's expression changed greatly, and she also fell down like Xiaohua. "Little monk, I'm afraid we can't touch the brilliance of this passageway." Xian shouted, "Although Mo Yuntong no longer has any records, since it's a passageway, we must pass through. This brilliance must be restricted by the profound water palace. If we touch it, we'll definitely suffer." Not necessarily. What if we're sent out of the profound water palace as soon as we touch it? Xiaohua coldly snorted and retorted sarcastically. Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "Why don't you give it a try?" "I'm not giving it a try." Xiaohua shook his head and suddenly asked, "Right, benefactress, do you know, Xiaohua originally wanted to ask Xian if she knew Princess Baihua of the Cha New country, Xne, but before he could say anything, he remembered that he was now the little monk Tipu of the Western Paradise. How could he know a woman from the hidden immortal continent? He immediately shut his mouth. "Who do I know?" Xian saw that Xiaohua didn't say anything and continued to ask. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it after we get out alive." Xiaohua waved his hand. At this moment, it was difficult for him to move his hand. Even his arm felt somewhat sore and numb. Xian narrowed her eyes and said, "You're not going to say it? Are you afraid I'll see through your intentions?" "If you have the ability, you can see through it even if I don't say it." Xiaohua argued. "Do you think I—" Xian couldn't help but get angry. Just as she was about to say something, buzz, the whole passage flashed with a blue brilliance. Rings of light chased after Xiao Hua and the others from behind and rushed forward. The speed of the rings of light was different. Each ring was faster than the previous one. The heavy pressure on Xiao Hua and Xian's body was like a wave, each layer stronger than the previous one. Hurry! Xiao Hua urged again, but at this time, the two of them were already doing their best, but the passage still seemed to be endless. Boom! When the blue rings of light chased after them, the whole passage shook, and the color immediately turned green. Along with the change in brilliance, bang bang bang, sounds came from Xiao Hua's body. It was the sound of the joints all over his body. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with shock. He had already discovered the pattern. When the blue brilliance disappeared, the pressure in the passage should be twice as heavy as before. Now that the blue brilliance disappeared again, the pressure should be twice as heavy as before. If he counted, it should be 4 times as heavy as before. Xiao Hua didn't know whether this passage was similar to his bone tempering, which required the bone tempering of 7 colors. However, even if it was the 5 elements technique, in the end, the pressure was still 32 times as heavy as when he first entered the passage. Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's estimation. This was a restriction used to imprison cultivators, so how could it only be 2 or 4 times as heavy? When Xiao Hua had just entered the passageway, the pressure from the flickering blue brilliance was already several times that of the outside of the passageway, and then the cyan brilliance was several times stronger. In the end, the pressure was several hundred times or even several thousand times stronger. How could a cultivator withstand this pressure? Xiao Hua slightly bit his lips, and Buddhist light flashed around his body. He hurriedly released his soul consciousness and thought to himself, the only thing I can do now is to resist this pressure. This Zhao's body and bones have been tempered, so I should be able to resist for a while. I just don't know if Xian will be able to escape this calamity. Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua's face suddenly showed joy, and he shouted, Xian, the exit is about 900 feet ahead. We just need to rush to the exit. Xian looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe, and the panic on her face was not as bad as before. She seemed to have thought of a countermeasure, but she didn't ask Xiao Hua how he knew the exit was 900 feet ahead. She only faintly replied, I know. She once again sped up. While the two of them were talking about hope, the restriction inside the passage seemed to know. The green brilliance flickered even faster, and the pressure became even more violent. One moment it was down, the next moment it was up, and then left and right. Xiao Hua and Xian became even more exhausted and couldn't afford to be distracted and increase their speed. Seeing the green brilliance become even denser, Xiao Hua's body began to feel strangely sore and swollen. Xiao Hua understood that this time, the pressure was already several dozen times heavier than before, and his body was afraid that he was about to reach his limit. However, when he glanced at Xian, he saw that she was actually having it easier than him. Strands of golden mist had already appeared on her palace dress, and this mist protected Xian's protruding body. The mist had already condensed into armor inscriptions, making it look like a close-fitting golden armor. Chapter 34-35. Xian's golden armor was not only solidified on the surface, but it was also overflowing with golden mist from time to time. The golden armor had already been compressed into a thin layer, and was no longer as thick as before. It was obvious that the golden armor had reached its limit. The situation had already begun to become critical, and Xiao Hua could clearly feel that the auspicious cloud beneath his feet had also slowed down. The passage now seemed to be filled with silt. Not only were his hands and feet buried, even the karma of the Buddha's Saraira and the true energy in his dantian were wrapped up, making it difficult for him to use them. The green brilliance is already like this. What should we do in the future? Xiao Hua's mouth was clearly bitter, and he somewhat disappointedly shifted his gaze away from Xian. He first looked at the end of the passage, and then looked again at the dense crystal-like green passage. Boom! Just as Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the passage, the entire passage violently shook, and dense cracks appeared in the crystal-like green light. Good! Xiao Hua almost blurted out in praise. Quick, this passage is changing. I'm afraid it's our chance. As he spoke, Xiao Hua hurriedly released his soul consciousness, trying to find a flaw in the passage. Unfortunately, the tunnel shook violently for a few times before calming down. The densely packed cracks rapidly widened. However, a bright yellow color blossomed from within the cracks. It was as dazzling as the yellow flowers in the morning sun. This is bad. Xiaohua hastily shouted again, and did not have the time to be embarrassed because of his misjudgment. Before Xian's strange gaze could shift away from Xiaohua, a heavy pressure more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly appeared, as if a large hand had suddenly clenched. This heavy pressure was different from before, and it came from all sides of the passage, heading straight for the center. Although Xiaohua and Xian did not have to worry about being swept down the passage, the strength of this heavy pressure suddenly increased, and the two suddenly stopped in midair, unable to fly at all. Pa pa pa! A series of sounds rang out like beans being fried. The golden armor on Xian's body was first broken into pieces, then the broken pieces exploded inch by inch. The tens of thousands of inscriptions on the armor whimpered and turned into strokes, disappearing into the yellow light. Ah! Xian screamed. Her palace dress, which was originally fluttering in the wind, stuck to her body. Although it didn't reveal anything, the curves of her body were exposed. Even when Xian opened her mouth, not only did she spit out Jin Qi, but even Jun Qi gushed out from her body. It was too late. Xian's body shrank, and then her face turned dark red. Xiaohua was naturally much calmer than Xian. However, he also found it difficult to maintain his composure under this heavy pressure. His skin, which was originally as tough as steel, was collapsing time and time again. It was as if the entire profound water palace was pressing down on him. A sense of déjà vu arose in his heart. That's right. Xiaohua had once encountered such a heavy formation restriction in the Dawn Rain continent. However, at that time, the formation restriction wasn't as heavy as it was now. Moreover, Xiaohua had the Phoenix Dharma body at that time. Xiaohua relied on the Dharma body to break the formation restriction. At this time, not only was the formation 100 times stronger than before, but Xiaohua's Phoenix celestial body had also disappeared. In particular, in this passage, all Taoist spells were restrained. Although Xiaohua still hadn't released his magic treasure, he believed that magic treasures could only be ordinary weapons in this space. However, Xiaohua still didn't give up. He sensed the piercing pain on his skin and knew that his body was beginning to tear. He hurriedly raised his hand slightly. Even this small action expended a great deal of Xiaohua's strength. Out! Xiaohua softly shouted, and the seal of overturning the sea flew out of the space. Xiaohua formed a seal in his hand, and his Jun Qi, which should have been surging like a tide, was now compressed into a trickle. When his magic power rushed into the air, it had already mostly disappeared. When it landed on the seal of overturning the sea, the brilliance on the seal of overturning the sea flickered. Where was its previous majestic appearance? Seeing the seal of overturning the sea in such a state, Xiaohua completely gave up. He raised his hand and withdrew the seal of overturning the sea. Xian, who was beside him, was in a state of panic. Not only was her face flushed red, but her skin, which was not covered by her palace dress, had turned from snow white to golden yellow. Now there were patches of blood stains on her skin. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. However, she still keenly saw Xiaohua's seal of overturning the sea, as well as the traces of Taoist magic power in it. Xian turned pale with fright. She was even more surprised than when she encountered the heavy pressure in the passage that she had never encountered before. However, she was even more shocked when Xiaohua raised his hand again. 7 flying swords with different sword lights appeared with Xiaohua's hand gesture. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a mouthful of Jun Qi rushed into the air. Then he formed a seal with his hand. Although the 7 flying swords were very difficult, they still turned into rainbows and pierced toward Xian. Thief! Although Xian was somewhat on guard, she never would have thought that Xiaohua would disregard his own safety and suddenly attack her in such a dangerous place. Xian unconsciously clenched her teeth and cursed, "Damn little bald donkey." Following Xian's curses, her hand also reached out, wanting to take something out of her bosom. However, it was already too late for her to fight back. The 7 flying swords had already rushed to about 10 feet away from her. However, just when Xian was feeling discouraged, the 7 Jin Qi from the 7 flying swords actually condensed in the air and surrounded Xian. Although the sword light was as thin as a cicada's wing and even flashed under the heavy pressure, it seemed that it would not be able to last long. However, Xian's body felt lighter, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. He's protecting me. Xian suddenly came to a realization. I've wronged him. Xian instantly felt her chi and blood surging up. She did not know whether it was because of shame or the sudden release of Jin Qi, but her face turned blood red. Did he hear me scold him just now? Xian's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a very inappropriate question at this time. However, before Xian could look at Xiaohua with doubt, another thought emerged like weeds. The little monk is a Buddhist disciple. How could he know the flying swords of our Confucian cultivators? Humph, it must be. That trace of feeling instantly turned into anger. She even glared at Xiaohua with somewhat fiery eyes. Not only did she not take her hand out of her bosom, she even treated the 7 stars sword formation as if it was nothing. When Xian saw Xiaohua, her eyes unconsciously gave birth to extraordinary splendor. Xiaohua roared loudly, his body overflowing with Buddhist light or golden light. His originally thin and tall figure slowly expanded. The heavenly law embodiment technique that was comparable to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha was finally displayed. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, this heavenly law embodiment technique was refined by the primordial spirit. It was different from the Tao sect's magic and was very different from the phoenix celestial body. However, it was similar to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha. In this passage of the ancient formation, it still had the power to fight. This guy is actually a Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist sect? Or a martial master of my Confucian cultivation? Xian was somewhat flabbergasted. However, now was not the time for her to ponder. Xiaohua's Dharma embodiment, which was several zhang long, immediately streaked his several zhang long arm through the air. That large hand even pierced into the 7 stars sword formation. Although it sounded loud and clear, under this heavy pressure, its tone had already changed. He shouted, Xian, I'll send you out first. What are you doing? Seeing Xiaohua's large hand grabbing towards her, although that large hand flashed with golden light, Xian actually panicked. She hastily withdrew her hand from her bosom. Without hesitation, she pulled out the golden hairpin she gave to Guzhen before and stabbed it towards Xiaohua's large hand. Just as the golden hairpin was taken out, a wave of cold air emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. His large hand stopped in midair as he hurriedly said, Female benefactor, the heavy pressure is still increasing. This golden body of Buddha is this little monk's last resort. This little monk wants to try sending you out of the passage. If you're unwilling, this little monk will leave by himself. Xian looked at Ku Ko in the distance. She fiercely clenched her teeth and said, Fine, but don't you have any bad intentions? Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed his hand again and called out, What bad intentions can this little monk have? Female benefactor, don't you know that form is emptiness and emptiness is form? While speaking, Xiaohua's large hand was about to grab Xian. He ordered, Female benefactor, use your flying technique with all your strength. If you have any secret techniques, don't hesitate to use them. Success or failure, life or death will depend on this. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohua shouted, Go! Then, with a swing of his hand, he threw Xian and the 7 stars sword formation to the end of the passage. Xian only felt the wind whistling in front of her. That 7 stars sword formation's sword light was like splitting mountains and boiling water, carrying Xian straight to the end of the passage in the distance. A trace of joy flashed in Xian's heart. Then, with a wave of her hand, the golden hairpin in her hand produced a golden brilliance. This golden brilliance was like a blooming phoenix flower. In an instant, it protected Xian and the 7 stars sword formation. No matter how much the pressure in the passage increased, the golden brilliance only shrunk a little. This little monk. Although Xian didn't think much of Xiaohua's seriousness, the steadiness in her heart had already been shaken. The golden hairpin was her last resort. Who would have thought that it would be taken out the moment they entered the profound water palace? She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She turned her head with some worry, but when she saw what Xiaohua was doing, she couldn't help but be shaken. She saw Xiaohua holding a thick wishful staff in his hand. His whole body flashed with golden light. He was like a demon god who could split heaven and earth. He chased after her with large strides. Every time the wishful staff was waved, it would cause the passage to tremble. After the tremors, Xan could clearly feel the heavy pressure coming from behind her like a wave. Chapter 34-36. This little monk. Xan's eyes narrowed. She knew that Xiao Hua was at his wit's end. Although the wishful staff in his hand could break the heavy pressure, it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiao Hua was just drinking poison to quench his thirst. After this cycle, Xiao Hua's golden Buddha statue could not support it, and his body could only end up as a meat paste. Xian clenched her teeth slightly and looked at the passage that had been flown nearly halfway. The end of the passage was already in sight, no longer as vague as before. Should I turn back? This was a rare thought in Xian's heart. At this time, Xiao Hua was also helpless. This time was really dangerous, unlike the previous time. He remembered that the last time the magic staff broke the restriction, the heavy pressure disappeared. This time, although the wishful staff was far more powerful than the magic staff, the restriction was one layer after another, each layer more powerful than the last, as if there was no end. Let's fight. Xiao Hua naturally also saw the golden brilliance of Xian in the distance, and his mouth was bitter. I don't know what this little girl's relationship with Princess Baihua is, but the protection of the imperial equipment is one after another. This is really embarrassing. While thinking, Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff again. The heavy pressure was pervasive, but the wishful staff was not to be trifled with. It could still break the restriction that formed the heavy pressure. Taking advantage of the fact that the restriction had not been broken yet, Xiao Hua's golden body was able to take the opportunity to escape. Xian naturally would not turn back at this time. She understood that although she had some means, everything was in vain before she could escape. She could not find a way. Even if she went back, it would be in vain. Therefore, Xian urged her Jinqi again, and under the protection of the golden hairpin and the 7-star sword array, she rushed toward the end of the passage. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the end was in sight. Xian's heart finally relaxed. In her entire life, there had never been a period of time that was more torturous than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. There was also no distance that could compare to the distance of several hundred feet. Wang. Just as Xian saw a chance of survival, the entire passageway rumbled loudly again. A golden sun seemed to be born from the depths of the abyss, chasing after Xiao Hua from behind. The golden light didn't disappear at all. The moment it entered Xian's eyes, the golden light of the golden hairpin immediately swayed, and the brilliant phoenix flower instantly shrank by a lot. Seeing the sudden change in front of her, Xian had no time to think about anything else. She hurriedly stimulated her Jinqi and recklessly rushed forward. When the golden hairpin in Xian's hand started to tremble, Xian finally rushed out of the passage. She didn't have time to carefully check her surroundings. She hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Little monk." However, before she could yell out the word hurry, the tunnel was already filled with yellow light. Even though Xian hurriedly activated the clear eyes technique and the golden light in her eyes grew brighter, she still couldn't see the situation inside the tunnel clearly. "Little monk." At this moment, Xian's voice was somewhat sobbing. She was all too clear about the might of the golden hairpin in her hand. In the end, that yellow brilliance still hadn't reached its peak, yet even her golden hairpin was somewhat unable to withstand it. Admittedly, this was because her cultivation was shallow, but it was also enough to show how formidable the pressure in the passageway was. In this yellow light that was already several hundred times heavier than the initial pressure, could Xiao Hua still survive? Xian was extremely suspicious. However, Xian still held on to a trace of hope. She didn't give up looking at the inside of the passageway, hoping for a miracle to happen. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was still no movement inside the passageway. Xian's eyes were already sore from watching. Sigh. Xian slightly sighed. Her heart was filled with complex feelings. It was indescribably desolate. It was as if she had just seen a beautiful scene, but before she could properly appreciate it, dark clouds had already densely covered it. This little monk. This was already the 4th time Xian muttered, "This little monk," in her heart within a short period of time. Something's not right. Just when Xian was about to give up and prepare to leave, she once again saw the 7 flying swords that had been protecting her all this time. The flying swords are still in midair. This sword formation is still there. That little monk might not necessarily be dead. Xian suddenly jumped up. A burst of joy rushed to her heart. Her eyes were somewhat moist. Sure enough, before she even got close to the passageway, an intense rumbling sound began to flash within the golden brilliance. Strands of faint blue color flowed within the golden brilliance. Flowers of lightning bloomed within the golden brilliance. The most bizarre thing was that strands of black gas were also flowing within the golden brilliance. Ha ha ha. Just when Xian was in ecstasy, Xiaohua's familiar laughter rushed out of the passageway amidst the lightning. The transcendent's golden body that was several tens of feet in size had already disappeared. Instead, strands of black gas slowly dissipated around Xiaohua's body. Seeing this, Xian's rushing figure came to an abrupt halt. Then, she suddenly turned around and flew several tens of feet away. Only then did she stop, standing still with her back facing Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't care about Xian's actions. In his heart, he was really very lucky. Just now, it was really very dangerous. The moment the golden brilliance appeared, his transcendent's golden body instantly collapsed. The center of the passageway was completely not something that the current Xiaohua could resist. However, the moment Xiaohua's body returned to its original state, lightning and thunder immediately appeared between his eyebrows. The soul cultivator's lightning and thunder could obviously resist part of the heavy pressure, but it was far from enough. Xiaohua's flying speed was too slow. In a flash of inspiration, Xiaohua thought of the Devil Realm's concealment technique and immediately used it. Who would have thought that in this passageway, although Xiaohua couldn't hide in the void, his flying speed would actually increase. Therefore, under the effects of the lightning and thunder technique and part of the blood-dripping paradise, Xiaohua finally reached the end of the passageway. As soon as he came out of the passageway, he felt a kind of physical and mental exhaustion. Even his limbs were sore and numb. He almost didn't even have the strength to stand. Xiaohua cursed, "Damn it," and immediately collapsed on the ground. When a cold feeling came from his buttocks, Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head. Seeing his naked appearance, his face turned red. Xiaohua's monk robes were originally ordinary goods. Previously, under the protection of the Buddhist light, they didn't have any damage. However, when Xiaohua transformed into his transcendent's golden body, the monk robes had already been destroyed. However, the situation was critical at that time, and Xiaohua's whole body was covered by the golden light. No one noticed. But now awkward. Besides this, Xiaohua didn't have any other thoughts. He also finally understood why Xian suddenly turned around and flew so far away with her back to him. Alas! Xiaohua raised his hand, wanting to take out his clothes. However, his arm was abnormally sore, and he didn't have any strength. Moreover, the muscles on his arm were already twisted. Under the heavy pressure, his entire body was seriously injured. "Benefactress, please wait a moment," Xiaohua shouted, adding fuel to the fire. How could Xian pay attention to him? She just turned her back to Xiaohua and didn't say a word. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiaohua stood up shakily. He put on a new robe, formed a sword seal, and collected the 7 flying swords. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Benefactress Xian." However, when Xian turned her head, what she gave Xiaohua wasn't the gratitude he expected. She didn't even smile. Instead, she held the golden hairpin in her hand and coldly asked Xiaohua, "Little monk, tell me honestly, who are you?" "Ah? Who am I?" Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately woke up. After all, in this blue passage, he once again showed a cultivation that was different from that of a Buddhist disciple. No wonder Xian was vigilant again. "Benefactress, I'm afraid this is the second time you've questioned this little monk." Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Didn't this little monk say it before? This little monk is a Buddhist disciple from the pure land of ultimate bliss. There's no difference. The only thing that made Benefactress suspicious is that this little monk knows a lot of secret techniques that are different from that of Buddhism. This is very normal, right? Benefactress shouldn't have suspected this little monk at this time. Would a Buddhist disciple call the pure land of ultimate bliss?" Xian's face was still cold as she asked back, "Would a Buddhist disciple practice Tao techniques? Would a Buddhist disciple practice Confucian techniques?" Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "Why not? Anyone who sees this little monk would think so, right? Speak, who sent you here?" Xian couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, The golden hairpin in her hand once again emitted a golden light. Who sent you here? Xiaohua was baffled, almost touching his nose red. This little monk was peacefully cultivating in the Great Snow Mountain, but you and Ci Hui brought this little monk here. And you actually asked who sent me here? Who could it be? Naturally it's Ci Hui. You still don't want to be honest? Xian shouted loudly as if she had been greatly deceived, her eyes faintly glistening with tears. Xiaohua was helpless. He raised his hand and said, Benefactress, remember, no matter who I am, whether it's Tipu, a Taoist cultivator, or a Confucian cultivator, I'm someone who has nothing to do with you. I won't hurt you. On the contrary, I'll protect you. In this mysterious water palace, I'm in the same boat as you. You don't need to know my origin, and you don't need to know who I am. As long as you leave the mysterious water palace, you won't meet me again, and I won't know you. Xian listened to Xiaohua's words and stared at him for a long time, as if she was considering whether Xiaohua was telling the truth. Then she put away the golden hairpin and said faintly, That's true. What does your identity have to do with me? Even if you were sent by that person, you still have to protect me. If you weren't sent by that person, you've already saved me several times. What do I have to be afraid of? My purpose in coming here is to see if that person is here. If he is, I'll think of a way. If he isn't, as long as you and I leave the mysterious water palace, we'll go our separate ways. Even if you've deceived me, what can I do? Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. That's how it should be. After saying this, Xiaohua finally had the chance to look up and see where he was. Why doesn't this place look like a palace? Xiaohua looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. In front of him was a vast open space with white clouds drifting about. The sky above the white clouds was blue. Although he couldn't see the sun, there were actually some shadows in the open space. Chapter 34-37. As for behind Xiaohua, there was a mountain peak. The several zhang-wide cave had now regained its blue brilliance. Looking at the other parts of the mountain peak, there were actually many densely packed caves. They were all flashing with the same blue brilliance as the one Xiaohua and Xian flew out of. Could it be that there are many more entrances? Ci Hui and Guzhan are also in one of them? Xiaohua's heart stirred. He hurriedly wanted to release his soul consciousness. However, in this place, even his soul consciousness could not leave his body. Perhaps one of them is an exit? Xiaohua gave up and began to ponder. Or, other than the cave just now, the others are all exits. Although this was what he thought, Xiaohua did not dare to take the risk. At this time, Xian called out again. Little monk, I'm going to take a look in front. Do you want to come with me? Yes, let's go together. Xiaohua hurriedly responded and turned to chase after her. This open space was very cold. It seemed like ordinary soil, but it also carried a kind of coldness. From time to time, there were some blue brilliances flashing above the open space. Looking at the place in the distance, he could not see very far. Although there was no fog, it was impossible to see clearly beyond 100 zhang, let alone distinguish what it was. After walking for a while, Xiaohua wailed. Benefactress, aren't you looking for a needle in a haystack? When is this going to end? Didn't you say time was limited? Now a lot of time has passed. How much time do we have left? I don't know either. Xian looked straight into the distance and replied indifferently. Mo Yuntong only said to go in and out as soon as possible. He did not give a specific time. Now that we're here, I don't know anything. If you want to find the exit, you can only find it yourself. I can't help you at all. Forget it. Until today, I finally know what it means to be blind. Xiaohua waved his hand and said impatiently. You're the blind one. Xian retorted sarcastically. Yes, I was blind. How could I follow you in? Xiaohua replied with a mischievous smile. Where was the dignified appearance of the little monk Bodhi? You. Xian was quite angry, but when it came to retorting, she was still a bit inferior to Xiaohua. Seeing that Xian was deflated, Xiaohua was quite happy. He proudly walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. His eyes looked forward, and an inconceivable expression filled his face. Suddenly seeing Xiaohua calm down, Xian was not used to it. She walked in front of Xiaohua and asked tentatively, what are you doing? Did you see that? Xiaohua's reply was somewhat incoherent. It was unknown whether his raised hand was exhausted or excited, but his entire arm was trembling. Xian was baffled. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, "Of course I saw it. It's just a grassland, I don't see any palaces." "TSK, it's really scary to be uneducated." Xiaohua disdained Xian and lectured. "Do you see that 9 feet tall spiritual tree?" Which spiritual tree only had one string of scarlet heart fruits. That was an ancient spirit fruit that only grew once every 90,000 years. It's very useful for Taoist nascent soul cultivators. It can solidify the body and solidify the nascent soul. It's said that taking one is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator cultivating for 100 years. Damn it, Xiao. This little monk has only seen it in the grass encyclopedia. Who would have thought that the profound water palace actually has it? As he spoke, Xiaohua no longer had the appearance of a weak mangy dog from before. He exerted all his strength and dashed towards the distance like a wisp of smoke. Scarlet heart fruits? Xian looked at the string of scarlet heart fruits in the distance with a confused expression. How come I've never heard of it? However, when Xian came closer and saw Xiaohua's actions, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She also raised her hand and pointed at the scarlet heart fruits and shouted, "You! What are you doing? What? What is this thing?" What did Xian see? Naturally, it was the little fruit that Xiaohua took out from the space. What else could the little fruit do after leaving the space? Of course, it was to skip over to the scarlet heart fruits and wave its hands. Rays of light fell into the roots of the scarlet heart fruits. Xiaohua naturally had to take care of such a precious ancient spirit fruit and use his entire life to protect it. Only by transplanting it into his space could the scarlet heart fruits find the best home. "I'm not doing anything. I'm just collecting some benefits." Xiaohua rolled his eyes. "This little monk worked hard to come here. I can't return empty-handed, right? Since this scarlet heart fruit doesn't have any restrictions, it's naturally ownerless, right? As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Instead of picking the fruit, why not take the entire scarlet heart fruit?" Hearing Xiaohua's eloquent words, Xian helplessly shook her head. She wanted to move further away from this black-hearted little monk, but when her gaze caught sight of a golden vine not far away on the ground, and at the top of the vine were 2 leaves, one big and one small, that were like flying swords, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Isn't this the ancient yen yuan grass?" Then, she flew over almost faster than Xiaohua and shouted, "With this thing, my golden eyes should be able to reach Deshang realm." "Humph, you're still talking about me." Xiaohua looked at Xian's back and coldly snorted. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he put the scarlet heart fruits that Xiaohua had used all her strength to take out from the ground into the space and ordered, "Go, see if there's anything else and take it all. Instead of leaving it here, don't let this Xiao take it." Xiaohua received the order and hurriedly left. Xiaohua, on the other hand, slowly followed behind Xiaohua with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting to be put into the space. After harvesting a few more rare spiritual herbs, Xiaohua's excited heart gradually calmed down. It was just as Xiaohua had said to Xian. He didn't need any immortal tools or cultivation techniques. With these spiritual herbs, this trip to the profound water palace had been completed. What's this? Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He could see a lot. After Xiaohua dug out a spiritual herb from the ground, the usual blue light filled the entire pit, and a strand of red copper light appeared in the blue light. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he shouted in his heart. That hand nimbly made a grabbing motion, and with a sob sound, a red copper object fell into Xiaohua's hand. This is a command token. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the palm-sized square object in his hand, and he immediately came to a realization. No, this command token was exactly the same as the command tokens Xiaohua had obtained before. However, this command token was cast with a vicious rabbit head. Xiaohua looked at the rabbit head in bewilderment and secretly said, "Damn, why is this rabbit so fierce? It doesn't look like a rabbit at all." However, the other command tokens seem to be the same, right? With this thought, Xiaohua looked at Xian, who had run off to pick the abyss amplifying grass in the distance. With a wave of his hand, 4 identical command tokens appeared in his hand. Xiaohua carefully looked at them. Sure enough, aside from the tiger head and snake head, which should have been fierce, the remaining ox head, pig head, and this rabbit head all had a fierce appearance. Where was the simple, honest, stupid, and lively appearance that they should have? These command tokens. What is the use of them? They're actually distributed in the Dawn Rain continent and Western Paradise? Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the 5 command tokens with a frown. Previously, he had used his divine sense and Buddhist sense to check them, but it was to no avail. Now that he was in the profound water palace, he couldn't even release his soul sense. Xiaohua was afraid that he could only think about it. If it's useful, then it'll be of great use. Xiaohua moved his gaze away from the command tokens. Seeing Xiaoguo's nimble movements, he was already beaming with joy in his heart. However, this thought flashed through his mind, and he put away the command tokens again. He strode to Xiaoguo's side. Even if he didn't need to do anything, seeing so much harvest that was about to be put into his space still made him happy. Xian very smoothly picked the abyss-amplifying grass and carefully put it into the jade box. Usually, there would be some demonic beasts near this kind of ancient spirit herb. Not only did they covet this spirit herb, but they also coexisted with the spirit herb to speed up their cultivation. Naturally, there were no other demonic beasts in the profound water palace, so the abyss-amplifying grass had no protection. After Xian put away the jade box, she turned around. Before she could call out to Xiaohua, she was already standing there in a daze. It was very simple. The abyss-amplifying grass grew between several stalks of spiritual herbs. When Xian was picking the abyss-amplifying grass, she had carefully avoided those stalks of spiritual herbs for fear of injuring them. However, at this moment those spiritual herbs were all gone. Even the area around her was completely empty. The ground was flat as if it had never been planted before. Little monk. Xian was angry. What are you doing? If you picked them, then so be it. After all, these are all ancient spirit herbs. Who knows how old they are? But why did you pull them out by the roots? Xiaohua lazily raised his head and said with a smile, Benefactor Xian, these spirit herbs are heavenly treasures. If you put them in the profound water palace, only a ghost would come. Isn't this a reckless waste of heavenly treasures? If this little monk takes these spirit herbs out of the profound water palace, who knows how many Buddhist disciples will benefit from them? TCH, only a ghost would believe that. Xian rebuked. The Buddhist sect's Arhat doesn't need any spirit herbs. It's clearly your own greed. If you're talking about greed, that's not necessarily the case. Xiaohua smiled and touched his nose. For example, Benefactor Xian picked this abyss-amplifying grass on her own. But what if there's someone else who needs it? Would that person still want to enter the profound water palace? This little monk isn't bragging. Even if there were 10 more people from your Xian clan, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to walk out of the passage behind us. Tell me, if this isn't selfish of you, then what is it? Could it be that if this little monk takes this abyss-amplifying grass out, your Confucian Xian clan won't benefit? I don't know how to grow spirit herbs. Xian actually blushed at Xiaohua's words. However, at the same time, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned to look at the place where she had just picked the abyss-amplifying grass. Xian couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, the moment she spoke, the roots of the abyss-amplifying grass had already disappeared. The spirit herbs within a few feet to her left were all held by a fair child wearing a bib. His eyes were full of vigilance as he slipped away from her. Chapter 34-38. Looking at Xiaoguo's cute appearance and the vigilance in her big, dark eyes, Xian felt a burst of anger for no reason. She fiercely kicked the ground and shouted, "Shameless! Thief! Robber!" Although the ground looked very flat, it was actually very soft. Xian's kick not only scared Xiaoguo so much that she quickly ran behind Xiaohua, but also kicked up the soil. Even a few shiny white things were kicked out by her. Xian swept her eyes over them like a stubborn little girl and gave a cold snort. But when Xiaohua's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hastily waved his hand, and those white bones immediately fell into his hand, disappearing without a trace. Amitba, Benefactor Xian, this little monk doesn't know if Confucian cultivators like you talk about reincarnation and retribution in the next life. Xiaohua's face became solemn as he said righteously, but this little monk knows that whether it's Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism, they all emphasize the dead. Although I don't know which senior these bones belong to, and I don't know if he's a Buddhist, Taoist, or Confucian cultivator, he's already passed away. We, the living, should retain a bit of respect for him. Blaspheming the corpse of a senior like you is really disrespectful. Forget it. Let this little monk take these bones back to nirvana. I'll chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night so that he can reincarnate soon. Although Xian didn't care about these bones, she also saw how thick they were. How could she not know that these bones didn't belong to an ordinary person? Now that Xiaohua took the bones and still pretended to be obedient, her face was ashen with anger. She stretched out a white finger and pointed at the complacent Xiaohua. She didn't know what to say. You, just take it. Perhaps this is your corpse from your previous life. In your previous life, you failed to explore the profound water palace and died here. In this life, you came here under this princess's lead. Since you've received this lady's benefits, why don't you thank this lady? Yes, it seems the skeleton is really fated with this little monk. This little monk thanks the lady for leading the way. This little monk thanks the lady for kicking this skeleton. Xiaohua put his palms together and lowered his head as he said sincerely, "From now on, this little monk will also chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night. If this lady dies here, may Buddha bless you so that you can come here in your next life." You. Xian said you 4 times in a row. She had never seen such a glib-tongued person in her life, let alone such a glib-tongued little monk. What about me? Xiaohua touches his bald head and says curiously, could it be that benefactress has never seen such a peerless and magnificent monk before? Disgusting. Xian pretended to retch a few times and curled her lips. She turned her head and ignored Xiaohua as she walked forward. Woman Tanyu, don't go too far. Xiaohua put on an act behind his back and said, this little monk still needs to sleep at night. I don't want to recite the rebirth mantra for someone. There was no way Xian would turn her head back, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Seeing that Xian had left, Xiaohua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He saw that the huge white bones that he had just sent into the space had already fused with the previous white bones. The lightning water mixed with traces of lightning seemed to be endlessly falling into the space. It seemed to be nourishing these white bones, and also seemed to be awakening them at any time. Damn it, these white bones. How could they also be scattered in the Siryu continent and Western Paradise? Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned. As the white bones gradually gathered together, Jade Archive Xiaohua could already smell a trace of danger from these white bones. Who is the owner of these white bones? What can I do? The most beautiful thing in this world is confusing matters. Being able to find the reason from the confusion is also the most interesting thing in this world. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua spoke again from Jiuxia's mouth. Damn it, Jiuxia, you really are like a ghost that won't disperse. A rare wry smile appeared on Jade Archive Xiaohua's face. Then, with a wave of his hand, Little Thunder, who had been nourishing under the lightning water, fell into Jade Archive Xiaohua's arms. Looking at Little Thunder's increasingly plump body and the slightly moving eyeballs under its eyelids, Jade Archive Xiaohua understood that the day of Little Thunder's awakening was not far away. Let me calculate. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and Little Thunder disappeared. In an instant, it reappeared under the lightning water. At the same time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's left hand slowly stretched out, and then his 5 fingers slowly formed a seal. The 5 fingers were extremely slow, as if a huge mountain was hanging on each finger. As the seal formed, buzz, a roar that shook the earth and mountains was produced in the entire space. The 5 finger shadows swayed in the entire space. With these finger shadows, the karma hand that was previously hidden in the space of Heavenway quietly appeared again. However, before the spell similar to the hand of karma could be formed, the huge roar shook again. The 9 suns in the sky dimmed, the mountains and rivers were on the verge of collapsing, and even Xiaohua himself was trembling. Fellow Taoist, do you want to die? Green-robed Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua with a panicked face and said anxiously, our space has just been formed, and the yin and yang and the 5 elements have just been established. We can't allow fellow Taoist to ravage it again. Even if fellow Taoist wants to use the innate 5 elements and reverse yin and yang, you should do it outside. After all, fellow Taoist's 5 elements and yin and yang are outside. Before fellow Taoist controls the entire space, you must not bring the karma of the outside world into this space. Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately understood and didn't dare to form another seal. He hurriedly flicked his 5 fingers, and the entire space immediately became quiet. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for reminding me. This is my fault. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. This is our home, and we have to cherish each other. I am not like some primordial spirits who don't treat this place as their home." Green-robed Xiao Hua actually curled his lips, looking quite strange. Jade Archive Xiao Hua naturally knew that green-robed Xiao Hua was talking about the bone-tempering Xiao Hua. So he just smiled slightly, cupped his hands, and left the space. He clearly knew that in this space, he had a feeling of controlling everything. Naturally, he could try to use the Karma Hand seal. However, outside the space, he was just a nascent soul cultivator. The amount of magic power he could use was limited. Although his nascent soul could communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth, his nascent soul was too weak and couldn't withstand the backlash of the Karma Hand seal. He was afraid that he could only reach the spirit-severing stage or the unity stage, fusing his nascent soul with his physical body. Then his physical body would be able to communicate with heaven and earth like a nascent soul. Only then would he be able to rely on his demigod body to activate such a mysterious Karma Hand seal. After Xiao Hua left the space, he urged Xiao Gua to move all of the spirit herbs and spirit trees from the profound water palace into the space. In another part of the profound water palace, there was a crystal wall that was over 1,000 feet high. Hundreds of huge triangular patterns were densely arranged on the wall. Each of these patterns was deeply indented, and the three sides of the patterns were protruding like a frame. These protrusions overflowed with different kinds of brilliance. Layer upon layer of magic power fluctuations surged like a tide. Suddenly, a triangle near the top of the wall emitted a bright blue brilliance. However, before the brilliance could be released, a tidal wave of magic power rushed towards the brilliance. In a few breaths of time, the brilliance was annihilated. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the brilliance of the triangle appeared again. As a result, the magic power fluctuations that had just calmed down rushed over again and strangled the brilliance of the triangle. This repeated several times. In the end, the brilliance was extremely brilliant, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, and finally bloomed. Boom! After the brilliance, a loud noise was heard. A huge hole appeared on the triangle. Two monks covered in blood rushed out from the hole. Weren't they Cai Hui and Gu Zhen, who had parted ways with Xiao Hua and Xan? At this time, the two of them were in an extremely sorry state. The green lotus in Cai Hui's left hand seemed to have been eaten by worms, with only a small half of it remaining. The sword in his right hand was already broken, and even the remaining sword edge seemed to have been eaten by worms, with spots on it. Cai Hui's originally neat monk robe was now in tatters. In addition to the sporadic bloodstains, there were large bloodstains on his arms, legs, back, and front of his heart. There was also an extremely long bloodstain on his neck, which was still flowing with blood. Cai Hui was like this, but Gu Zhen was even worse. There were no sporadic bloodstains on Gu Zhen's monk robe. It was completely covered in large bloodstains. Under these bloodstains, the monk robe was completely torn. Under the monk robe, there were fist-sized wounds. Some of the filthy blood had already coagulated, while others were still bleeding. Even the hand that Gu Zhen used to hold the demon-subduing pestle was riddled with scars. Several torn muscles and flesh were exposed outside of the skin, shaking slightly with the trembling of Gu Zhen's arm. The demon-subduing pestle was not in good condition either. It was full of bumps and hollows, especially the tip of the pestle, which was now broken. There were still a few strands of flesh and blood on it. On the right side of Gu Zhen's face, a large piece of flesh was torn off. His white teeth were exposed. Gu Zhen's originally fierce face was now even more ferocious. If someone saw him at this time, they would not be able to classify him as a Buddhist disciple. Gu Zhen and Cai Hui rushed out of the hole. They could not stand still in the air at all. With two muffled thuds, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. It was unknown whether the two of them were exhausted or had fainted, but both of them lay on the ground without moving. After the time it took to finish a meal, Gu Zhen shook her body and struggled to stand up from the ground. She said shakily, "Cai Hui, can you still move?" "Grandmaster." Hearing Gu Zhen's voice, Cai Hui also shook his body and slowly climbed up from the ground. However, he still could not stand up. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground. After a while, he took a deep breath and said softly, "This disciple should be able to hold on." Chapter 34-39. Sigh. Guzhen uses the demon-subduing pestle to prop himself on the ground, making his body seem extremely heavy. He turns around to look at the crystal wall, especially the triangle they rushed out of, and says with lingering fear, what kind of ancient formation is this? How can it be so powerful? It's just a passage, but there are demon beasts and strange insects comparable to 5th-level essence energy cultivators inside. This demon beast is nothing. If we work together and risk getting injured, we can still kill it. But these strange insects are impervious to fire and water, and can even devour our Buddhist artifacts. They didn't even let go of this old monk's golden Buddha statue. What are these things? Speaking up to here, Guzhen looks at Ci Hui and asks, just now you released the Bodhi Saraira to attract the strange insects. Is your Saraira seriously damaged? Amitba, Ci Hui lowers her head and says, many thanks for Grandmaster's concern. Disciple's Saraira is fine. That's good. Guzhen grins and smiles with difficulty. This Saraira is the proof of your enlightenment. Don't be careless. Disciple understands. Ci Hui smiles faintly and stands up with some difficulty. Forget it. Since we're here, we're one step closer to the ancient Buddha's Saraira. Guzhen knocks the demon-subduing pestle on the ground and calls out, this old monk wants to see if there's anything else that can stop us. Ci Hui doesn't rush to speak, instead looks around and reminds, Grandmaster, there's no trace of Xian Tanue and Tipu here. Could it be they still haven't come out of the passage? Saying so, Ci Hui looks worriedly at the many triangles on the huge wall, guessing where Xiaohua and Xian Tanue will rush out from. Sigh, Ci Hui. Guzhen sighs and shakes his head. This old monk advises you not to be delusional. This passage is so dangerous. Even if Xian Tanue has an extraordinary background and an extremely powerful imperial artifact, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. You saw it yourself. Those thousands of strange insects are definitely not something the two of them can deal with. Ci Hui frowns slightly and answers, all right, Grandmaster knows. Disciple feels that Tipu's cultivation is not below Disciple's. With his help, Xian Tanue might be able to rush out. That's your feeling. Guzhen was not optimistic about Xiaohua and Xian's chances. This old monk thinks that Tipu's Buddhist treasure is somewhat powerful, but his Buddhist divine ability is not worth mentioning. Perhaps the paths they took were different. He won't come out from here. After waiting for a while and not seeing any movement, Ci Hui asked hesitantly, Grandmaster, should we proceed? Of course, I'm already here. I can even smell the scent of the ancient Buddha. How can I not move forward? Guzhen raised his demon-subduing pestle and said in high spirits. But, Ci Hui spoke again, does Grandmaster have any medicine for injuries? We are all heavily injured. If we don't treat our injuries, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with any abnormalities. Guzhen nodded. He took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Ci Hui. These are the medicines commonly used by Buddhists. Take a look and you'll understand. There's no need for us to waste time. Let's take it as we go. Ci Hui accepted the bottles and nodded in agreement. In front of Ci Hui and Guzhen was a huge corridor. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all made of huge blue stones. The stones were densely covered with strange patterns, and between the patterns were some simple runes. Wisps of obscure energy waves emanated from these runes. The light on the blue stones was weak and not enough to illuminate the corridor. However, there was light coming from somewhere in the corridor, illuminating the entire place. As Ci Hui and Guzhen walked in, they could even see the runes above their heads clearly. Looking at the huge corridor, Ci Hui was somewhat bewildered. She whispered, Grandmaster, isn't this corridor a little too tall? Even the Blackwater Palace we saw earlier wasn't this big. That was right. This corridor was as tall as the crystal wall that Ci Hui and Guzhen had rushed out of earlier. It was at least 1,000 feet tall. Walking in it, Ci Hui and Guzhen were like ants. Even if Guzhen displayed his golden Buddha body, it was still pathetically small. Guzhen didn't answer Ci Hui's question. Instead, he carefully took out the jade bottles and either swallowed them or applied them externally. After treating the wounds all over his body, he raised his eyes and glanced to the left. He said indifferently, so what if it's tall? There's no Buddha ancestor or Buddha light. It's just a void. Amitba. Ci Hui's pale face blushed slightly. She put her palms together and said, this disciple understands. Guzhen no longer paid any attention to Ci Hui. He strode forward. His footsteps were heavy, but they were unusually firm. Clearly, he had to obtain the ancient Buddha luster in the profound water palace. At this moment, Xiai Hui was somewhat hesitant. She slowed down a few steps and walked behind Guzhen. Looking at Guzhen's tall back and the bloodstains on his monk robes, and even the bloodstains on his feet, she narrowed her eyes. She also picked up the jade bottles and began applying medicine. However, Xiai Hui's somewhat clumsy movements clearly showed that she was rarely injured and was inexperienced. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiai Hui had already finished cleaning up. When he placed the jade bottle into his bosom, he bit his lips tightly. His slightly narrowed eyes from before had already opened. His eyes that were like stars revealed a kind of clarity. The corridor was naturally a wall again. However, this wall was different from the crystal wall that Xiai Hui and Guzhen had rushed out of. It was a huge azure rock. Xiai Hui couldn't release her Buddha sense, so she naturally couldn't see the situation of the huge rock. However, her gaze fell on the huge rock. There were faint white clouds flowing in the azure sky. Obviously, there was a restriction on the huge rock. Since there was a restriction, Xiai Hui was sure that there must be something behind the huge rock. Perhaps it was the fairy weapon that Xian was looking for. Or perhaps it was the Kylie that Guzhen was looking for. Guzhen walked to the front of the stone wall. Without hesitation like Xiai Hui expected, he turned and walked towards the right corridor. Xiai Hui naturally followed suit. However, the moment he turned right, Xiai Hui's shoulders suddenly trembled and she stopped. She then turned slightly and looked behind her from the corner of her eyes. A wisp of slight hesitation floated in Xiai Hui's eyes like smoke. She then said, "Grandmaster Guzhen." Guzhen stopped and asked rather unhappily, "What's the matter?" "This disciple feels that the direction you're going is wrong." Xiai Hui said with a sincere smile, "Grandmaster should take this path." With that, Xiai Hui modestly turned sideways and put her palms together as if inviting Guzhen to go first. "Oh, why is it this path and not the path that I have taken? Could it be that you've discovered something?" Guzhen's eyes widened. His surprised voice was very loud and clear, sounding as if he was asking a question. Xiai Hui was still gentle and amiable. She smiled and said, "How should I put it? This disciple has a feeling that the ancient Buddha Kylie is in that direction. If there's any evidence, this disciple doesn't have it." Guzhen frowned slightly. There were still traces of blood on his face. Although he had taken a Buddhist spiritual medicine, the medicine's effect was obviously not that effective. Guzhen's frown made him look extremely ferocious. He seemed to be pondering. In the end, Xiai Hui was somewhat puzzled. Just as she was about to raise her head, she heard Guzhen's voice again, "Fine. A Buddhist with a root of wisdom like you must be more sensitive to this Saraira than this old monk. I'll listen to you." "Grandmaster, please." Xiai Hui stretched out her hand and gestured for Guzhen to go first. She also expressed that she had no intention of having any thoughts about the ancient Buddha Kylie, Guzhen nodded again. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, Xiai Hui didn't notice it. In fact, there was nothing special about the two sides of the stone wall. Even the texture on the tall stone wall was similar. The smooth stone wall didn't have any decorations. It looked no different from a cave. However, the passage seemed to be extremely long. Guzhen was in front and Xiai Hui was behind. After walking for the time it took to finish a meal, there was still no door. It was as if the passage had no end. Even so, Xiai Hui was still careful. The Buddhist light around her flickered faintly. She was ready to receive the profound water palace's attack at any time. "Xiai Hui." Guzhen's footsteps slowed. He asked faintly, "Your feeling seems to be wrong. Why haven't we seen anything after walking for so long? Why don't you return with this old monk?" Xiai Hui smiled, "Grandmaster, don't be anxious. Perhaps it's just ahead. This disciple's feelings should be right." Guzhen shook his head and said, "Xiai Hui, although you know the heaven's feet, and you are one of the few disciples in our Buddhist league who is proficient in the five senses, the heaven's feet is just the heaven's feet, not the heaven's eyes, heaven's ears, and mind reading. In this old monk's opinion, you should return with this old monk." Guzhen emphasized the mind-reading ability so heavily that Xiai Hui was quite puzzled. However, he hastily stopped Guzhen and said, "Grandmaster, please listen to this disciple. The ancient Buddha Kylie is really in front of us. This disciple absolutely does not dare to deceive Grandmaster. Xiai Hui, repent and be saved." Guzhen shouted. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and was about to turn around. Boom! Guzhen's foot landed on the ground, causing the entire passage to shake. The stone wall actually emitted a faint brilliance as it shook. Oh! Guzhen was stunned. He looked at the bottom of his foot in disbelief, then took a step forward with his other foot. Dong! Another loud sound rang out, and the tunnel shook again. Amitba? What's going on? Guzhen was surprised. He wanted to lift his leg again, but Hui was looking into the distance. He cried out involuntarily, Grandmaster, you look over there. Boom. Another loud sound. This time, Guzhen's leg didn't land on the ground. Guzhen immediately understood and hurriedly turned to look. Guzhen's expression changed greatly when he saw what was going on. In the tunnel 200 feet away, a giant had appeared out of nowhere. This giant was several hundred zhang tall. Its huge body was suitable for walking in this enormous passage. Only now did Hui and Guzhen realize that the passage was so enormous that it was meant for this giant to pass through. Chapter 3440. When Hui saw the giant, she called out without hesitation, Grandmaster, run. However, after controlling the cloud to fly for a while, he didn't see Guzhen following him. When he looked back, not only did Guzhen not follow him, he even controlled the cloud to meet the giant. Grandmaster! Hui shouted, we're all seriously injured now. How can we fight? It's better to hide first. However, Guzhen didn't care about Hui at all. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand in the air, and his flying speed increased again. Hui stood in the air, biting her lips. After a moment of hesitation, she waved her hand, and the short sword drew a cold light in the air. She sighed and said, forget it. Since I've decided, so be it. Then, Hui controlled the cloud to chase after the giant. Thump, thump. The giant's footsteps became more frequent, and he was getting closer to Hui. At this moment, Hui saw clearly that the giant was covered in a layer of aqua blue armor. Not only did the armor cover the giant's body, but the helmet on his head also covered the giant's entire face. She couldn't see the giant's face clearly at all. The armor even covered the giant's hands and feet, and not a trace of skin was exposed. Just as Hui was sizing up the giant, there was a buzzing sound, and the Buddhist light around Guzhen's body shone brightly. Then, Guzhen's body began to expand. Obviously, he was going to use the golden Buddha body. Hui couldn't help but cry out, Grandmaster, you can't use the golden Buddha body in your current situation. Earlier in the passage, your golden Buddha body was on the verge of collapse. If you force it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Isn't the collapse of my golden Buddha body what you wanted? Guzhen sneered. Didn't you bring me here so that I could act as your vanguard? If I die in the hands of this giant, won't the ancient Buddha shrine be yours? Grandmaster? Hui's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly argued, you've misunderstood. How could I know there was a giant here? I only sensed the ancient Buddha shrine. Although the ancient Buddha shrine is an ancient item, it's still a relic. Don't tell me you've forgotten that I'm a guardian who can devour relics. Even with old Na's lotus cultivation base, I can't sense Tsili. How do you know? Guzhen stared at the giant as he flew, then sneered, this ancient Buddha fortune might be useful to this old monk. But wouldn't it be even more useful to you? How could this old monk not know what you're thinking? Martial ancestor really doesn't know what disciple is thinking. Hui's face revealed a bitter smile. All right, I really don't know what you're thinking. And I don't want to know. Guzhen said indifferently, but since you don't covet the ancient Buddha Kylie, let this old monk see your sincerity. This old monk has spent a lot of effort to get here, so I won't return empty-handed. Hui's mouth was extremely bitter. She nodded and said, yes, Disciple will let Grandmaster understand. Disciple will absolutely not fight with Grandmaster over this. Speaking of this, Hui seemed to have suddenly realized something. She looked at Guzhen in disbelief and shouted, rack my brains? Grandmaster, could it be that the little monk's story? Seeing Hui's enlightened expression, Guzhen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, that's right. I can't believe you can think of something like this. If it weren't for this story, would Benefactor Xian and Monk Pu have willingly come to the Mystic Water Palace? This is an ancient array. Who would have the guts to come here if they weren't at the 6th or 7th level of origin energy? It's already good that we were lucky enough to get here. Xian and Pu. I'm afraid they've already died in the passage. Forget it. Hui sighed, poor junior brother Pu. When he warned this old monk thought he was being too petty. But now it seems the human heart is not what it used to be. Even a Buddhist disciple has a human heart inside him. Haha, what did the little monk Tipu say? Guzhen looked up at the giant, who was still far away, and asked calmly. Nothing. Ci Hui's voice was already calm, as if she had accepted Guzhen's change. She said indifferently, he only said to be careful of Grandmaster. Although Ci Hui emphasized the word Grandmaster, Guzhen was not moved. He only said, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, the little monk is dead. No one will know what happened here. Ci Hui asked indifferently again, Grandmaster, are you really going to devour this disciple's sarira? Tiske tisk. Guzhen stuck out his tongue and licked it. With the ancient Buddha sarira, this old monk naturally won't have any ideas about you. You've forged a Bodhi sarira. In this life, you'll definitely attain the Buddha fruit of Bodhisattva. This old monk doesn't dare to be delusional. However, if you want to attain the Buddha fruit, you must escape today. This old monk doesn't think you can safely return to the passage now. As for whether you can defeat the giant, that depends on your luck. If you can't even defeat the giant, then your Buddha fruit is illusory. Hearing that Guzhen didn't intend to devour her sarira, Ci Hui's expression became slightly better. She looked at the giant and said, no matter what you think, Grandmaster, you don't have to say what you've done. Since Grandmaster has protected my Buddhist sect and done a meritorious deed for my Pure Land world, then this disciple is willing to lend Grandmaster a hand. Fight the giant and get the sarira. Don't say those useless things. Let's fight. Guzhen waved the demon subduing pestle in his hand and said, this giant is very strange. It doesn't have the pressure of an ordinary Tao cultivator. It doesn't even have any magic power fluctuations. It's really an unfathomable person. You and I may not be its opponent. I'm afraid this is the place of nirvana for us. War puppet. Suddenly, Ci Hui thought of something and said in shock, oh no, this is a war puppet of the Tao sect. War puppet? Guzhen narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand. He said in a low voice, is it the war puppet and general puppet of the Confucian cultivators? Yes, if this disciple is right, this must be a war puppet of the Tao sect. Ci Hui nodded and said, how can an ordinary cultivator have such a tall Dharma idol? Even if it's a Dharma idol, it can't be so heavy. Unless it's a war puppet tempered by an ancient secret technique. Its body is made of materials that have been tempered thousands of times. No magic weapon or Buddhist treasure can break it. Hee, that's good. Guzhen showed a rare smile on his face. Since it's not a real Tao cultivator and is just a dead object, I still have a way to deal with it. Although we Buddhist sect disciples abstain from eating meat and fish, the magic weapon in my hand is not to be trifled with. Grandmaster, don't underestimate it. The Tao sect's magic power is boundless. Ci Hui hurriedly shouted when he saw that the giant war puppet had run to 100 feet away from them, and the thick spear in its right hand was already waving. The wind was calling, and the flashing cold light was about to reach them. Sadly, before he could finish his words, Guzhen's golden Buddha statue, which was over 100 feet long, had already flown up into the air. Guzhen's thick arm reached out, and under the effect of his willpower, the alms bowl that he had been holding in his hand flew up into the air. At the same time, Guzhen interrupted him. It's useless to say more. Fight! As the alms bowl flew up into the air, a golden light was emitted from the alms bowl and instantly covered the war puppet. When the golden light fell, the war puppet didn't resist at all. Withdraw! Guzhen was not happy but frightened. He was already nervous, but he still formed a seal with one hand and chanted a mantra. As the Buddhist seal fell, the golden light in the alms bowl became brighter, and the suction force also increased greatly. However, the war puppet didn't seem to have noticed the golden light and didn't stop at all. It kept moving forward, and the long spear even sped up. Guzhen hurriedly moved back and activated his psyche power again. Unfortunately, although the suction force of the alms bowl was strong, it only made the war puppet's limbs float slightly. If he didn't take the whole war puppet into the alms bowl, he couldn't do it. Rise, rise, rise. Seeing that the ordinary method didn't work, Guzhen slapped his head and roared 3 times. Above his head, another Buddhist light soared into the sky and turned into a golden lotus, which fell on the alms bowl. Buzz buzz! The alms bowl, the Buddhist treasure of the Buddhist sect, actually produced a rumbling sound just like the magical treasure of the Taoist sect. The Buddhist light that rushed out from the alms bowl turned into tiny lotuses that fell on the body of the battle avatar. Soon after, dragon roars came out from the lotuses. The lotuses shattered and numerous heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect appeared from the shattered lotuses. These heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect revolved around the battle avatar. The entire area of several hundred feet was covered by this Buddhist phenomenon. Good. Seeing that the huge war puppet was slowly lifted into the air by the dragons and strongmen, Ci Hui was secretly delighted. However, before he could put his palms together, the war puppet, which had just risen a few feet, suddenly raised its hand and pierced the alms bowl with a blue spear. Withdraw, Guzhan sneered and made another seal with one hand. The alms bowl not only expanded, but also strengthened its suction force. The war puppet lost its balance and was sucked several feet higher. Hiss! The battle puppet that hadn't made any sound all this time suddenly released a sound that resembled the hiss of a viper from within its armor. The spear that it had raised actually left its hand, and like a streak of lightning, it struck towards the alms bowl in midair. You're courting death. Guzhan didn't even blink. He pointed his finger, and the alms bowl roared louder and rotated. The Buddhist light also turned into a lotus-shaped vortex around the alms bowl. Puff! With a soft sound, the spear, which was hundreds of feet long, disappeared into the Buddhist light and didn't cause any ripples. It can't be? It's that simple? Ci Hui, who had retreated hundreds of feet, was stunned when she saw the war puppet's spear being absorbed by the bone staff. You come in too. Guzhan laughed. It's just a lifeless war puppet. Before Guzhan's laughter died away, something strange happened. In the lotus-shaped Buddhist light, a thin water-blue brilliance emerged like the head of a spirit snake. Then it expanded and lengthened rapidly, following the trajectory of the spear and falling into the war puppet's hand. Chapter 3441. What? Oh no! Guzhan's laughter stopped abruptly. Before he could react, the war puppet raised its hand again. Bang! With a loud bang, the Buddha's light on the alms bowl disappeared. Not only did the countless heavenly dragons and strongmen disappear instantly, but the alms bowl also shrank rapidly. Swoosh! The poisonous water in the alms bowl immediately fell from the air. Looking at the water again, the shrunken alms bowl had been pierced by the long spear, and a blue spear tip came out from the bottom of the alms bowl. Guzhan's expression changed greatly. He clenched his teeth and ignored the alms bowl. He raised his hand again and placed it on top of his head. Puff! Another Buddha's light soared into the sky. Kill! With a roar, Guzhan's Buddha's light turned into a 30-meter-long palm. It dodged the long spear and hit the puppet directly. The puppet hurriedly shook the long spear to get rid of the alms bowl. However, the alms bowl had its own universe. How could it be thrown away so easily? Seeing that the long spear couldn't be pulled back in a short time, the puppet's left hand flashed with blue light. The long spear gradually became thinner and shorter, while its right hand clenched into a fist and hit the huge palm in the air. Oh no! Ci Hui naturally understood that the long spear was so powerful. How could it be an ordinary weapon? If Ci Hui guessed correctly, it must be a magic treasure of the Taoism sect. Ci Hui didn't dare to be careless. She hurriedly used her remaining psyche power to send a message. She didn't know whether Guzhan heard the message or not. At this moment, with a loud bang, Guzhan's huge palm was smashed by the puppet's right fist. At the same time, the puppet was also slapped down by the huge palm. When the puppet fell to the ground, the whole passage shook. The long spear was also taken back by the puppet. However, Ci Hui saw that the puppet's right hand was broken. Guzhan's huge palm was a blow from the Buddhist sect's Lotus Realm Guardian. It was not easy for the puppet to block it. Although the huge palm was effective against the puppet, Ci Hui didn't feel happy. She knew that Guzhan didn't have the psyche power to use the huge palm now. As expected, Guzhan roared again, "Kill?" The demon-subduing pestle in Guzhan's hand drew a yellow light in the air and smashed toward the puppet's right hand. Seeing that Guzhan's Dharmakaya body, which was much taller than him, was still like a child in front of the puppet, Ci Hui had mixed feelings. If it was before, she might be able to fight it. But now, how could she fight? Woo! An extremely ear-piercing and sharp sound resounded abruptly, and it was precisely the sound of the combat puppet brandishing its spear. Ci Hui's heart, with the impulse of hot blood gushing out of her body. Umitba. Ci Hui hurriedly activated the Buddhist sect's supernatural power. A loud Buddhist chant came out from her mouth. Immediately, the Buddhist light around her body shone brightly. She tried her best to restrain her qi and blood. How could it be so powerful? Ci Hui didn't expect that the puppet's attack could be a sound attack. She was shocked. But when she swept the long spear, she was even more shocked. She saw traces of black and white light flashing in the air where the long spear passed. Although the light flashed and disappeared, Ci Hui could see that the puppet's attack had the tendency of tearing the void apart. It was not a coincidence that the alms bowl was broken. How could the current hymn, or even Gu Zhen, withstand such a powerful attack? Moreover, the long spear was extremely fast and its attack range was wide. Although Gu Zhen had already flown up and attacked the long spear with his demon-subduing pestle, he couldn't compare with the long spear in terms of momentum and power. The long spear was like a blue rainbow bridge. It had already arrived in front of Gu Zhen. It seemed that the long spear could pierce through Gu Zhen's golden body in a few breaths. Gu Zhen's fighting style was purely using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Grandmaster. Ci Hui didn't dare to be careless. The Buddhist seal in her left hand burst out, and the sword in her right hand also waved. Waves of psyche power rushed out, and the Buddhist seal turned into a big hand that slapped at the puppet's arm. The Buddhist light on the sword surged, and thousands of heavenly flowers and fairies appeared indistinctly. Then, a shadow came out of the sword and slashed at the puppet's arm. Boom! Gu Zhen's demon-subduing pestle hit the long spear. As Ci Hui expected, Gu Zhen's golden body seemed to have been struck by lightning. While it trembled rapidly, the golden body crashed into the stone wall on the side of the passage. Bang! The golden body crashed into the stone wall, and wisps of golden liquid splashed on it. Before the liquid could flow down the wall, the runes on the huge stone wall overflowed and immediately absorbed the liquid. Gu Zhen's face was now dark gold, and the expression on his face couldn't be seen clearly. The long spear sent Gu Zhen flying, but it didn't stop at all. As the puppet flipped its hand, the long spear streaked across the air and stabbed at Gu Zhen's heart at an angle. Fight! Gu Zhen shouted and raised the demon-subduing pestle with both hands. His body flew up from the stone wall and met the long spear again. Puff! Puff! Two weak sounds rang out. It was Ci Hui's Buddhist seal and sword that struck the puppet's arm. Unfortunately, the puppet's arm flashed with a layer of faint blue light. On top of the blue light, the dazzling golden Buddhist seal flashed with an intense brilliance. However, in the blink of an eye, the Buddhist seal disappeared under the blue light. On the contrary, the treasured sword left a shallow wound on the arm of the battle puppet. However, a bright white color surged out from the wound. When the blue color surged out from the wound, the bright white color gradually healed. Ci Hui's attack didn't cause any damage to the puppet, nor did it stop the long spear from hitting Gu Zhen. It was far weaker than Gu Zhen's huge palm. Seeing the tip of the long spear approaching, Gu Zhen raised the demon-subduing pestle with all his strength. Just as it touched the long spear, Gu Zhen's body flew up involuntarily. Puff! Just as Gu Zhen was sent flying, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His golden body shrank uncontrollably by more than half. Clearly, Gu Zhen had been injured by the battle puppet's attack. This is impossible to kill the puppet. Ci Hui's face was pale. He didn't know what to do. He was a Buddhist disciple with 4th grade elemental energy, but he had just passed through a dangerous situation. Now he was at most at the 3rd or 2nd grade. How could he cause any damage to the puppet? Ci Hui pondered, but the puppet didn't give them any time. At this moment, the puppet moved again. Its left hand slightly clenched into a fist, and it punched at Gu Zhen, who had lost his balance in midair. A gust of wind that wasn't inferior to the long spear suddenly sounded. Grandmaster, be careful, Ci Hui shouted. He grabbed the sword with both hands and used his psychokinesis to hack at the puppet's neck. Good timing. Seeing the puppet's huge fist coming, Gu Zhen wasn't frightened. Instead, he was happy. He waved his right arm, and the demon-subduing pestle hit the fist again. Bang! Kacha! The demon-subduing pestle broke on the puppet's fist into 2 pieces. Under the impact, Gu Zhen's body flew toward the puppet's face faster than an arrow. Kill! Seeing that he was only a few feet away from the puppet's face, Gu Zhen's hands formed a Buddhist mudra in front of his chest. With a roar, a brilliant Buddhist light appeared from his hands. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the void. The Buddhist mudra, which was at least 3 feet large, flashed in midair and fell on the puppet's head like a spider web. Kacha! The Buddhist mudra hit the puppet's face. The helmet covering the puppet's head made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared instantly. Its weakness is its head. Gu Zhen was exhausted when he sent out the Buddhist mudra. His psychokinesis was exhausted, but he still didn't forget to tell Ci Hui. Roar! Before Ci Hui could speak, the puppet seemed to be in great pain. It roared and the long spear in its hand casually slashed in midair. Rumble! With a loud sound, the long spear actually pierced into the stone wall, and a large piece of green stone was cut off by the long spear. At the same time, the puppet's other fist didn't stop at all. It swept toward where Gu Zhen was. Gu Zhen was happy and scared at the same time. He was happy because he finally found the puppet's weakness. This puppet obviously didn't have spirituality. He only needed to attack the puppet's weakness, and he might be able to kill the puppet. But he was scared because the puppet was so powerful. He had only met the puppet a few times, but he was already injured again. How could he get the ancient Buddha Kylie? Boom! While Gu Zhen was dodging, the puppet's fist hit the stone wall. With a loud sound, all kinds of green stone fragments scattered everywhere. See! Gu Zhen gasped and murmured, since ancient times, there is a saying that strength can break all spells. This puppet doesn't need any spells. As long as it has this unparalleled strength, who can defeat it? Woo! When Gu Zhen was in a daze, a cold wind blew by his ear again. When he raised his head, a huge shadow appeared on his right like a dark cloud. Left elbow. Suddenly, Gu Zhen realized that the puppet's fist didn't work, so it naturally used its elbow. This puppet actually knows the fist and foot of the Confucian military school. Under the puppet's right elbow, a fierce wind appeared in the passage. The wind made Gu Zhen lose the courage to breathe. He hurriedly made a mudra with both hands, trying to block the elbow that seemed to be able to smash him into meat paste. Ah! Gu Zhen really didn't have any psychokinesis now. As soon as the Buddhist mudra was formed, the puppet's left elbow attacked Gu Zhen. With just a light touch, the Buddhist light around Gu Zhen disappeared. Gu Zhen's whole body was hit like a bullet again, and he fell on the stone wall with a scream. When Gu Zhen's golden body touched the stone wall, it shrank by half again, and his face became even paler. What a pity! Gu Zhen couldn't help sighing when he saw the puppet's right arm being hit, and also trembling. The Buddhist light transformed by the Buddhist mudra fell on the puppet's right elbow, and the puppet's right arm immediately became stiff. He knew that his psychokinesis was insufficient, so he couldn't make a similar Buddhist mudra again. This combat avatar was incomparably huge, and the materials used to refine it were definitely rare and precious. Only by breaking the elbows and knees of this combat avatar would he be able to defeat it. In order to completely smash the puppet, he needed his Buddha's palm. But would he have a chance to use it again? Chapter 3442. Grandmaster, saving your life is more important. Don't fight. Ci Hui was nearby. Seeing the battle puppet's arrogance, the stone wall shattered, and Gu Zhen's golden body withered. Ci Hui hurriedly shouted, "Battle puppets are good at fighting. We don't have psychokinesis now." Gu Zhen sneered, "If my psychokinesis wasn't exhausted, why would I do this? If you have the heart, why don't you offer your Saraira? You said it very well earlier that you would help me get the ancient Buddha Saraira. Now is the time for you to help me. Offer your Bodhi Saraira. After I swallow it and add more psychokinesis, I'll be able to kill this battle puppet with Buddha palm." Ci Hui clenched his teeth. Without any hesitation, his face showed a kind of desperation. Then he cried out miserably, "Okay, Grandmaster knows. It's not that I don't want to offer my Saraira, but what?" Gu Zhen sneered. "But you also want the ancient Buddha Saraira, right?" "Alas!" Ci Hui sighed and took a few steps back. He patted his forehead and chanted, "Namo Amitba." A Buddha light flashed above Ci Hui's head, and a human-shaped Saraira flew out from his Naiwan palace. Although this relic was in the shape of a human, this human form was extremely damaged. Not only was its head missing, but its limbs were also missing. Its body was riddled with holes, and it was no different from a beehive. Looking at the fourth-grade lotus platform below the relic, it was also shattered like broken cotton. If it wasn't for the dim Buddha light that formed the human shape, it would be impossible to tell that this was a human-shaped Saraira. Ah! Gu Zhen was surprised to see the human-shaped Saraira. He shouted, Siai Hui, why is your Saraira so broken? Guzhen raised his head slightly and looked at the broken Bodhi Saraira. He answered faintly. In the passage, Grandmaster showed his invincible power to kill the strange insects. I was helpless and could only use the Saraira to attract the insects. You? Guzhen's voice trembled. He didn't expect Siai Hui to make such a big sacrifice. After all, Saraira was the foundation of a Buddha's cultivation. Moreover, Siai Hui's Saraira was the Bodhi Saraira, which was the proof of his attainment in this life. Siai Hui's actions were clearly for the sake of saving Guzhen, and she had tossed her current life's attainment beyond the 9 heavens. Since this disciple has already promised Grandmaster, I can naturally give this relic to Grandmaster to consume today. Siai Hui looked at the blue light flashing rapidly around the puppet as it struggled to break free from the shackles on its arm. She said indifferently, moreover, this disciple originally planned to do so. However, martial ancestor's psyche force is currently lacking. Even if I deliver the relic, I'm afraid martial ancestor will be unable to execute the Buddha's palm again. In the end, you still can't bear to. Guzhen sneered again. Siai Hui paid no attention to Guzhen's ridicule and continued to say, Disciple will use my own strength to stop the war dolls and help Grandmaster obtain the ancient Buddha's fortune. Of course, whether or not martial ancestor can obtain it will depend on martial ancestor's fortune. With that, Siai Hui waved her hand, and the azure lion she was sitting on appeared out of thin air. Siai Hui then said, Martial ancestor, this azure lion has accompanied disciple in cultivation for many years. If martial ancestor is able to leave, please take it with you. Roar. The azure lion roared angrily, and auspicious clouds appeared under its feet as it charged towards the war dolls. Silly child, Siai Hui softly reprimanded, our fate has come to an end. Don't be angry. Roar. The azure lion let out a sorrowful cry, but it didn't dare to disobey Siai Hui's words. It obediently lay down in the air, and tears dripped from its eyes. Siai Hui, what are you doing? Guzhen frowned slightly and asked in confusion. But before Siai Hui could answer, hiss. A low hiss sounded again. Dong. The passage shook again. The war dolls had already broken free from their shackles, and were walking towards the 2 people. Siai Hui didn't pay attention to it. She waved her left hand, and half of the green lotus root fell into her hand. She pointed her hand at the top of her head and chanted, The green lotus burns my body. The Saraira helps me to live forever. The flesh serves the lotus platform. The golden body protects Buddhism. Before Siai Hui's chanting fell, the sound of Sanskrit resounded in the passage, and countless tiny heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air. When Siai Hui's body touched the top of her head, it immediately collapsed, transforming into tiny lotuses. These lotuses flashed with 7-colored Buddhist light and rushed towards the Bodhi Saraira in the air. This? Guzhen didn't understand at first, but suddenly turned pale with fright. He shouted, This is the flesh lotus of the Xiong sect. You don't want the cultivation of 9 lives? You don't want to enter reincarnation? You don't want to attain Buddhism? Guzhen asked, no 3 times in a row. Obviously, he was extremely puzzled by Siai Hui's action. Amitba. Siai Hui's body had already transformed into half of a lotus, but his voice still came. Grandmaster has given up a lot in her life to protect Buddhism. Now that her state of mind has been possessed by the devil, I'm afraid that she can't attain Buddhism in the future. This ancient Buddha Saraira is what Grandmaster needs in this life. If Grandmaster can fulfill her wish, she will definitely be able to kill the devil in her heart. If she can keep a useful protector for Buddhism, how can I not attain Buddhism? Siai Hui's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely clear in the cadence of the Sanskrit words. There was no solemnity, only a faint calmness. This calmness, together with the sky, spread throughout the entire passage, even penetrating the stone walls. This. As a protector of Buddhism, Guzhen obviously couldn't understand Siai Hui's actions. He knew very well the drawbacks of the flesh lotus of the Xiong sect. Siai Hui turned his body into a lotus and sent it into the Saraira. Although the Bodhi Saraira was completed, Siai Hui's body was gone. Siai Hui had no chance to enter reincarnation. His body, and even the negative karma condensed by the Saraira, had completely ended in this life. Even if he had the chance to enter Buddhism again, he would no longer be Siai Hui. Moreover, if Siai Hui didn't enter reincarnation, how could he become a human again? In these few breaths, C.I. Huey's body completely disappeared, and the Bodhi Sarira gradually became full again. In particular, the fourth-grade lotus was complete. C.I. Huey's voice came from the Bodhi Sarira, Amitba. Grandmaster, take care. As long as you have kindness in your heart, a protector is also a Buddha. Before his voice died away, C.I. Huey's Bodhi Sarira flashed rapidly, turning into a 7-colored lotus and falling towards the approaching war puppet out of thin air. Hiss! The war puppet's long spear suddenly pierced out. The tip of the spear that could tear the void fell on the colorful lotus, but it missed. The lotus covered the war puppet's head without any suspense. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the war puppet suddenly dodged to the left. When the lotus fell, it hit the right side of the war puppet. Swish! The sound was softer than the sound of the poisonous water falling from the alms bowl. The 7-colored lotus turned into a rainbow and rushed into the war puppet's body. Boom! Like a high wall collapsing, the entire right side of the war puppet's body completely collapsed. In a moment, 60% of its body was peeled off from the war puppet's body. Kill! Seeing that C.I. Hui had succeeded, Gu Zhen urged his body to move again, forming a madra with his little psyche power, and hit the war puppet's head again. Woo! At the same time, the rainbow rushed out of the war puppet. It was abnormally dim, but this rainbow was like a kind and unyielding war soul. With a turn, it rushed towards the war puppet again. Unexpectedly, the war puppet shook the long spear in its left hand, and the whole spear turned into a big hand in an instant, covering the rainbow. Hiss! The war puppet hissed, and the big hand suddenly shrank. In a flash, the rainbow was condensed into a thumb-sized crystal bead. Then the war puppet swung its hand, and the crystal bead turned into a trace in the air, hitting Gu Zhen's Buddhist madra. This war puppet actually knew how to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Bang! With a loud sound, the crystal bead condensed by C.I. Huey's Dharma power broke Gu Zhen's Buddhist madra. Without any delay, it immediately rushed into the stone wall behind Gu Zhen, and a huge crack appeared on the stone wall. Gu Zhen's body was even knocked back, and he slumped to the ground after hitting the stone wall. Whoosh! With the same sound of flowing water, the rainbow crystal bead that had sunk into the stone wall unyieldingly rushed out again, and hit the war puppet's face. However, the war puppet raised its hand tightly, and immediately grasped the crystal bead. This time, the war puppet did not hesitate. The war puppet closed its hand, and with a crack, the crystal bead was instantly crushed. When the crystal bead turned into rainbow-colored fireflies and scattered in the air, the Sanskrit chants that had filled the sky just now suddenly stopped. Gu Zhen struggled hard, but he could not stand up. He stared at the rainbow-colored fireflies, and he knew clearly that C.I. Hui did not exist in this world anymore. Boom! Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Only about 30 meters away from Gu Zhen, an extremely dazzling blue light shone from the aqua-blue wall. The light was like a bright moon, and Gu Zhen couldn't help but close his eyes. In the bright moon, a figure walked out with the light, and the huge stone wall collapsed in the light. Gu Zhen paled in fright. He could not help but squeeze himself against the wall, as if that was the only way to protect himself. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure, trying to get a better look at him. The figure was only 8 feet tall, and his eyes were slightly closed in the light. His body flashed with rainbow-colored brilliance. Looking from afar, he was a full-bodied heavenly court, and a rainbow-colored monk's robe was draped over his body, with thousands of golden runes flowing and flashing on it. Looking at the figure's head, the 5 buns on his hair were very eye-catching. However, Gu Zhen only glanced at the figure's appearance before his eyes fell on the figure's hands again. The figure's hands were not clasped together, but raised slightly. In his left hand was a green lotus, and in his right hand was a treasured sword. It was no different from C.I. Huey's sword. This is the ancient Buddha rainbow. Gu Zhen was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses and exclaimed while looking at the rainbow-colored light. Now that he had seen the ancient Buddha rainbow, how could Gu Zhen control himself? He struggled to fly up from the ground, but unfortunately, before he could stand up, the fireflies that had been crushed by the war puppet rushed into the rainbow-colored ancient Buddha rainbow like swallows returning to their nest. Chapter 34:43. The moment the shattered fireflies touched the ancient Buddha relic, they immediately fused with it. Like adding the finishing touch, the flamboyant seven-colored brilliance suddenly converged. The luster around the ancient Buddha relic gradually turned white, just like an ordinary physical body. What was special was that the light gradually gathered at the back of the relic's head. The face turned red with red lips and white teeth. Relic's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. His eyes were first filled with confusion, then clarity, and a look of great enlightenment flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a loud and clear noise resounded throughout the entire passage. Buddhist lights and Sanskrit chants resounded everywhere. Countless heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air and circled around Nali. Numerous heavenly maidens danced in the air along with countless heavenly dragons. Between the heavenly dragon and the heavenly maiden, there were countless flashes of Buddha's radiance. In the Buddha's radiance, there were illusions of small kiliacosms appearing one after another. The Buddha's radiance illuminated these illusions. In the Sanskrit chants, there seemed to be thousands of Buddhas chanting, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. This is what I heard. For a time, the Buddha gave his tree to the Garden of Solitude in the Shiwei Kingdom, along with 8,000 monks of the Great Bhikkhu, Elder Sariputra, Mahakasyapa, and so on. There were 16 bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, virtuous tribulation, 1,000 bodhisattvas, and Maitreya was at the top. There were also 1,200 bodhisattvas from the other side. The Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was the leader. Then the Venerable One of the World entered Samadhi at night. His Samadhi was called All Light. Once he entered Samadhi, his body would emit golden light. Its bright light shone brightly on the Jadori forest, like a golden color, circling around and illuminating the Manjushri room, turning into 7 layers of golden platforms. On each platform, there were 500 Buddha transformation altars. In front of Shur Wenshu's room, 507 treasures lotus flowers were naturally born. They were as round as a wheel, with silver as the stem. Amoz's mandala was its platform, and the variegated pearls were its whiskers. Its flowers illuminate the abode of the Buddha. When it exits the abode, it enters the abode of Manjushri. Amitba, ancient Buddha Tsaili, who was now like a living person, chanted amidst the Sanskrit chanting. Return to life, true, wonderful, and auspicious. I recite according to the teachings of yoga. Body, mouth, mind, karma, vajra, tathagata, 3 secret doors. Practitioners should have the heart of Samantabhadra, and teachers should receive the diamond precepts. Only by being merciful in spite of one's life can one enter the wheel of liberation. Today, my merit is complete, and I can repay the Bodhisattva's body. He should be called Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. Before Manjushri Bodhisattva's voice died away, the light behind him emitted a brilliant Buddha's light. The Buddha's light soared into the sky, ignoring the roof of the Xianshui Palace and the ancient magic formation. It rushed out of the Saint River. It pierced straight through the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed colors. Endless power of faith poured out from the Buddha's light like a waterfall. The golden body of the Manjushri Bodhisattva became even more plump and even taller. It didn't stop until it was about 8 feet tall. However, the power of faith didn't stop. It continued to gather like crystal threads and rushed into the light behind Manjushri's head. How could Monk Guzhen not know the cause and effect of this? A bitter smile appeared on his face. He put his palms together and knelt on the ground with difficulty. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Amitba. Manjushri Bodhisattva chanted again and looked up. His eyes were filled with infinite wisdom. The Bodhisattva looked at Guzhen, who knelt on the ground and slightly raised the green lotus in his left hand. A ray of Buddha's light fell and covered Guzhen. Inside the Buddha's light, Guzhen's injuries healed at a visible speed. The power of faith that had disappeared was even more turbulent than before. Then, the Bodhisattva waved his right hand, and the sword flashed in the air. The brave and invincible battle puppet was instantly shattered into pieces. The indigo lion that was curled up near Guzhen now had an indigo cloud under its feet and flew into the air. Manjushri Bodhisattva put away the green lotus and sword and stepped on the indigo lion, sitting cross-legged. The indigo lion roared in the air. As the Buddha's light rose higher, the endless power of faith continued to pour into the light. However, the Buddha's light gradually disappeared, and all the strange phenomena disappeared in front of Guzhen's eyes. When the Buddha's light disappeared, Siai Hui, who had attained the Buddha's fruit of Manjushri Bodhisattva of no great wisdom, also left. Guzhen knelt on the ground and waited for a long time before he slowly got up. His dim eyes glanced at the messy tunnel, and then fell on the broken battle puppet. He stared at it for a while as if he was recalling the days when he fought with Manjushri Bodhisattva. Then he raised his head and looked at the stone wall where the ancient Buddha Sarira rushed out. He said to himself in a slightly sad voice, "The Bodhi Sarira is really amazing. Since it has attained the fruit in this life, it won't fall into the reincarnation cycle and won't stay in the next life. This Siai Hui is really scheming." Since he knew that the ancient Buddha Sarira was left by him in his previous life, he waited here for his 9 lives of merit to be fulfilled. He even said that he wanted to give the ancient Buddha Sarira to me. I took the risk to enter this ancient magic formation and risked my life to get out of the tunnel. It turns out that I've made a wedding dress for someone else. Since Siai Hui has attained the Buddha's fruit of Bodhisattva, then where is my merit? Could it be that because I'm a Buddhist protector, I don't deserve Siai Hui's merit? The more Guzhan thought about it, the more puzzled he became. His face showed a trace of ferocity. He had forgotten that Siai Hui had been good to him. Siai Hui had sensed the origin of the ancient Buddha Sarira and wanted to fulfill his wish by leading him to this place again and again. Siai Hui even sacrificed his body at the last moment and used the secret technique of Xiong sect to save him. Siai Hui wanted to help Guzhan become a protector. However, Buddha's fate was Buddha's fate. The ancient Buddha Sarira was similar to the Taoist sect's Ningxi treasure. If it was Siai Hui's, it was Siai Hui's. If it wasn't Guzhan's, even if Guzhan encountered it, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. If it was fate, they would meet even if they were thousands of miles apart. If it wasn't fate, then so be it. In particular, Siai Hui gave up her physical body and secretly followed the Buddhist principles. She combined her spiritual wisdom and the Sarira into one. Finally, she achieved success in this life with a single thought. Unfortunately, such a living fruit of a thought and Siai Hui's mercy didn't wake Guzhan up. Instead, it aroused the hostility in his heart and poked at his sore spot, causing him to be endlessly agitated. The hole in the stone wall that the ancient Buddha Sarira rushed out of was huge. Inside, there was a faint Buddha's light flashing. Guzhan looked at it for a moment and pondered for a moment. Then, he urged the cloud to enter the hole. Behind the stone wall was an even bigger hall. The hall was empty. Other than a tall stone pillar in the center of the hall and a huge oil lamp floating on top of the pillar, there was nothing else. Guzhan flew to the top of the stone pillar and looked around. His eyes flashed with astonishment. This was an oval-shaped hall. The surrounding stone walls and the dome above were the same as the stone walls in the tunnel. They were all made of huge green stones. However, what was different was that these green stones didn't glow with the same aqua-blue brilliance as the tunnel. Instead, a layer of Buddha's light overflowed from them. Under the Buddha's light, there were many scenes of the Buddha kingdom engraved on the green stones. In the gaps of the Buddha scenes, there were also many densely packed Sanskrit characters. They were like bats and also like incantations that connected these Buddha pictures together. Looking at the dome, there was another 10,000 Buddhas painting. However, although the Buddhas in this 10,000 Buddhas painting had different images and postures, each Buddha's face was filled with a kind of solemnity and benevolence. It was far from the solemn and stirring 10,000 Buddhas painting in the Buddhist ruins of the Dawn Rain mainland. In the center of the 10,000 Buddhas painting, there was another image of an ancient temple. Sitting cross-legged in the ancient temple was the Namo Master Shakyamuni Buddha. To the left and right of the Buddha were the Namo Master Shakyamuni Buddha and the Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Under the 3 Buddhas of the future, present, and past stood countless bodhisattvas and arhats. Around the ancient temple, flowers bloomed, heavenly dragons roamed, and heavenly maidens danced. It was truly a solemn scene. Guzhan's gaze swept past the 10,000 Buddhas painting and the ancient temple's Buddha scenes. Finally, his gaze landed on a bodhisattva in front of the Buddha. This bodhisattva was the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva, who had the same appearance as the golden body in the tunnel. Ha ha! Guzhan laughed inexplicably. He laughed so hard that tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After he stopped laughing, he cried out in sorrow, "I, Guzhan, have followed the Buddha for more than 200 years. Every day I've racked my brains. Although I've never chanted any scriptures or worshipped Buddha, I've always disregarded my own life. In my eyes, all devils and heretics deserve to be killed. I'm a Buddhist who exterminates devils and protects Buddha. Why do I have Buddha in my heart, but no path beneath my feet?" Thinking of this, Guzhan prostrated himself on the stone pillar and kowtowed hard. He cried, "Buddha, O Buddha! I know this is the place where the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva is enshrined. It's also the place where the Buddha is wise enough to see. I kowtow here sincerely. I hope the Buddha will show me the path under my feet. How can I attain fruition? How can I?" At this moment, before Guzhan could finish speaking, an old voice rang out from the oil lamp above his head. "Little monk, do you want to become a Buddha?" "Who?" Guzhan's body stiffened. He almost blurted it out, but then panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly kowtowed again and cried, "Buddha, please forgive me," however, before he could finish his words, he jumped up from the stone pillar again. He formed a seal with both hands and stared at the oil lamp suspended in the air above his head. This oil lamp was different from the usual ones. It was a round plate a few feet in size. There was no wick on the plate, only a faint layer of bright yellow flame burning on it. The brilliance was very uniform. It shone on the ceiling of the hall, illuminating the Million Buddha's picture and the ancient temple. Guzhan knew this was a longevity lamp. It was used to enshrine the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. He had some grudges against Manjushri Bodhisattva before, so he didn't look at it carefully. Now he had to look at it again. The longevity lamp was sky blue. The bottom was still engraved with the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. However, Manjushri Bodhisattva wasn't holding a sword or a green lotus, nor was he riding on an indigo lion. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands and walked in the void. Chapter 34-44. What puzzled Guzhan the most was that there were no Sanskrit words anywhere else on the longevity lamp. There were also no images of heavenly maidens or heavenly dragons. Instead, there were layers upon layers of jade, which looked like thousands of tiny clouds. Under the blue light of the longevity lamp, the jade clouds shone with a blue brilliance. It was a rather strange sight. Guzhan rolled his eyes slightly. Following his gaze, the clouds started to float as if they were covered by the longevity lamp. "Who are you?" Guzhan had calmed down and didn't dare to move. He just stared at the longevity lamp and shouted, "Since you're here, why don't you come out to meet me?" "Sir?" "Ha ha." The voice laughed loudly and sounded very cheerful. "Little monk, you should call me benefactor, right? You can't even keep your oral precepts. How can you become a Buddha? Besides, if I'm not dim-sighted, I think I just heard someone here resenting Manjushri, right?" Guzhan's expression didn't change as he replied blandly, "I'm a Buddhist Dharma protector. It doesn't matter if I keep my oral precepts or not. As long as I can eliminate demons and protect Buddha for Buddhism, it's a great merit." "A Dharma protector doesn't need to keep the precepts of Buddhism?" The voice asked curiously, "Why don't I know?" "Benefactor, you're not a disciple of Buddhism, are you?" Guzhan didn't answer but asked back, "You don't even know such a simple thing." "It doesn't matter whether I'm a disciple of Buddhism or not." The voice said again, "The important thing is that the longevity hall was built by Manjushri's body. Why did he build it at the bottom of the Saint River? Why did he build it in the antiquity times? How did he know to build it to worship his Saraira? I told him all that 100,000 years ago. It is precisely because of this that this old man has been accompanying his relic here for 100,000 years. 100,000? 100,000 years? Guzhan was dumbfounded. Then a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. "Yes, little monk. Do you think it's so easy to attain enlightenment?" Manjushri Bodhisattva was a person of great wisdom and patience. As early as 100,000 years ago, he divided his relics into one and placed it here for worship. Do you know how much loneliness Manjushri had endured after cultivating here for 100,000 years? Manjushri Bodhisattva's body did this 100,000 years ago. Do you know how many times Manjushri Bodhisattva's body reincarnated? Do you know the hardships of cultivation in the mortal world? You have only cultivated for over 200 years. What right do you have to question the Bodhisattva? I. Guzhan opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He thought about his own suffering, and then thought about C.I. Huey's previous life. She had already started her plan 100,000 years ago. He really wasn't worth mentioning. Little monk, cultivation is about cultivating the heart, not the body. All the hardships are the tribulations that Buddha imposed on you. Your jealousy, envy, and hatred are all obstacles to your cultivation. If you can't get rid of these obstacles, even if I tell you the secret of Manjushri Bodhisattva's enlightenment and let you divide a Saraira to worship here, You still can't attain enlightenment. The voice was so harsh that Guzhen's face turned green and red. Ba, thank you, senior. Suddenly, Guzhen put his palms together and bowed. I know I'm wrong. From now on, I'll cut off the anger in my heart and focus on Buddha's way. Good. The voice was very happy. If you have such thoughts, I'll do you a great service. After saying that, Guzhen didn't say anything else. He moved his body and flew toward the gap in the stone wall. It seemed that he intended to leave. When Guzhen came to the edge of the gap, the longevity lamp was still burning. There was no flickering light. It seemed that the lamp didn't care about Guzhen's departure. Guzhen stepped out of the gap. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his foot, lowered his head, and flew back. When he landed on the stone pillar, he said in a low voice, Senior, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Guzhen's voice didn't come out for a long time. It was as if it had never appeared. Guzhen panicked. He spoke again, but there was no response from the longevity lamp. With a plop, Guzhen fell to the ground and kowtowed. Senior, I know you're a senior of my Buddhism sect. It was all my fault. I thought this place was the most dangerous place of the mysterious water palace. Senior, your identity is unknown, so I don't dare to believe your words. I left just to test you. Please forgive me. With that, Guzhen kowtowed a few more times with a proper attitude. Alas, forget it. The voice seemed to be helpless. Get up. Who am I? Fly up and see for yourself. If you weren't the first bodhisattva to come here in tens of thousands of years, I wouldn't have helped you. Yes, yes. Hearing the voice, Guzhen finally felt relieved. However, he still didn't dare to fly up. He smiled and said, Since I know my mistake, I don't know who you are. Senior has accompanied Manjushri Bodhisattva for more than 100,000 years. How can you not be a senior of my Buddhism sect? Even if you haven't shaved your head, you're still a senior in my heart. Shave my head? Huh. The voice laughed faintly. I want to shave my head, but other than the Buddhist Lord, who can shave my head? Senior? Guzhen was shocked. He didn't understand what the voice meant. Little monk, come up and see for yourself. The voice said faintly. Guzhen hesitated. He wanted to see the true face of the voice, but he was also afraid that he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the voice said, Little monk, you're truly detestable. Why are you so calculative in your heart? Since you want to get the cultivation method of the Saraira from me, why don't you believe me? Now, I'm giving you a chance to see my true face. Why are you afraid that I'll harm you? I don't dare, I don't dare. Guzhen trembled slightly and said with a smile, I'm not doubting you, senior. I'm just thinking. I'm a Buddhist Dharma protector. I can't condense the Saraira. Without the Saraira, they can't contain the karma. All my karma and merits can't follow me to reincarnation. How? How can I put the Saraira here? Oh, when did the Buddhist Dharma protector have such a drawback? The voice was surprised. As far as I know, Manjushri was a Buddhist Dharma protector. How can he worship the Saraira here? How can it be? Guzhen was shocked and said hurriedly, How can Manjushri be a Buddhist Dharma protector? Little monk, if your heart is blind, could it be that your eyes are also blind? Didn't you see Manjushri's right hand? The voice seemed to be disappointed and asked, What's the use of the sword in Manjushri's hand? Isn't it used to kill demons and protect Buddha? Oh yes, I didn't think of that. Thinking of Manjushri's thunderous means before he left, Guzhen was shocked again and became more joyful. Little monk, look at the million Buddha painting in the longevity hall. The voice laughed, not to mention the bodhisattvas. Even the Buddha lords who achieved Buddhahood have swords in their hands. They all have the experience of being Buddhist Dharma protectors. Since they can achieve Buddhahood, why can't you? Really? Guzhen was so happy that his voice trembled. Senior, do you really know this kind of secret skill? Haha, of course, many bodhisattvas achieved Buddhahood in front of me. The voice laughed. When these bodhisattvas achieved Buddhahood, I can see all their experiences and secret skills. Do you think I know that? Senior, who are you? Guzhen was shocked and asked while staring at the longevity lamp. Little monk, I asked you to come up and have a look. Why don't you come up? Do you want me to invite you? Yes, I'll go over right now. Guzhen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly urged the cloud to fly up. However, when his respectful gaze landed on the longevity lamp, he was stunned again. Inside the longevity lamp, there was only a jade-green flame with a golden flame burning on it. He did not know what the jade-green flame was, but it was as clear as water. He could see through it with a single glance, but there was nothing inside. Senior? Guzhen looked at the longevity lamp and then looked around. He even looked at the million Buddha painting above his head. I'm here. As the old voice spoke again, a ripple appeared within the green light. The ripple gradually increased in size, creating circular ripples within the longevity lamp. In the end, the ripples rotated, causing the flame to move as well. As Guzhen stared, a dark green heavenly dragon flew out from the longevity lamp, spinning in the air. Although Guzhen had already thought of many possibilities, she still couldn't help but cry out in surprise when she saw the heavenly dragon that was exactly the same as the one that flew out when Cai Hui proved the fruit. The heavenly dragon flew out of the longevity lamp, its body burning with golden flames. It circled around the entire palace before landing back into the longevity lamp. The palm-sized dragon had peeked out of the oil lamp, sending flames everywhere. A familiar voice came from the dragon's mouth. How is it? Little monk, did this old man scare you? Say, Senior, Guzhen stuttered. I was indeed surprised. I didn't expect you to look like this. Guzhen then probed. Senior, are you really the heavenly dragon of the Buddhist kingdom? Of course I'm the heavenly dragon. The dragon sighed. His ferocious face made Guzhen feel sorrowful. If we trace back to our roots, I'm the same as you. We're both protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. No wonder you said you've seen many bodhisattvas attain fruition. Guzhen was enlightened. So you're a protector for these bodhisattvas. Chapter 34:45. Little monk, you're right. Sky Dragon's head floated out of the oil lamp, and his body wandered in the green. Then why did you come here? Why did you build this immortal palace for Manjushri? Guzhen probed carefully. Alas, Manjushri asked me the same question when he was still a little monk. Sky Dragon laughed bitterly, his voice bitter to the extreme. This old man remembers clearly that this old man was protecting an Arhat Buddha fruit that day. But that Arhat's cultivation was not enough, and he was attacked by the heavenly demon. I, Sky Dragon, was ordered to protect him, but this old man accidentally fell into the heavenly demon's trap and entered the void crack. Moreover, this crack in the void is very strange. By the time I broke free, I had already arrived at the Pure Land world. I was a Sky Dragon of the Buddha kingdom, so I couldn't survive in the mortal world. When I was about to vanish, I met the little monk who had just cultivated to the stationary spirit realm. At this point, Sky Dragon's voice was a little long, as if he was recalling the past 100,000 years. Guzhen didn't dare to disturb him, so he listened quietly. His heart was in turmoil again. What the Sky Dragon said was unimaginable. In the hands of Manjushri, a monk in his previous life who had cultivated to the 8th level of Yuanli, there was a pious heart jade, which was the thing inside the oil lamp that Guzhen saw. Guzhen had never heard of this pious heart jade, but this pious heart jade could accommodate the Sky Dragon and prevent him from dissipating in the Pure Land world. Sky Dragon suggested to the monk to use the immortal palace to worship the monk's Saraira to repay his kindness and to return to the Buddha kingdom. Of course, the Saraira needed to be nourished by the power of faith. The monk chose the Sage River under Sky Dragon's suggestion. Although the monk had reached the 8th level of primary energy, he didn't have the ability to open a Buddhist formation under the Sage River to build the immortal palace. Therefore, he invited a Taoist expert to join him and set up a formation under the Sage River. The immortal town was on one side of the mysterious water palace, which was specially used to worship the Saraira of Manjushri and accumulate the power of faith for the later generations of Manjushri to come here. The benefit of the Sky Dragon was that it could survive at the bottom of the Sage River. When the Manjushri Bodhisattva attained fruition, it would see if it had a chance to return to the Buddha kingdom. The result was just as Guzhen had expected. Tianlong's Buddhist secret art was correct. The monk who was the protector of the Dharma in the past was now reincarnated as Tsihui. Finally, after 100,000 years, he attained the Buddha fruit of Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva and had the opportunity to forge the 8-jhang golden body of Bodhisattva. But what made Sky Dragon depressed was that after 100,000 years of waiting, it did not bring him a good opportunity. When Manjushri Bodhisattva achieved fruition, although Sky Dragon had already found the path to the Buddhist kingdom, he still did not have time to enter. You know what? Namo Wise Manjushri Bodhisattva's last look at the Temple of Immortals was for me. Sky Dragon said sadly, it was a kind of helplessness, a kind of apology, and a kind of sadness. After all, this old man has helped him so much. He has attained enlightenment, but this old man cannot return to the Buddhist kingdom. He feels that he owes this old man a lot. However, he is now a Manjushri Bodhisattva. If he wants to cut off his mortal ties, he can no longer help me. But although he has left me another hope. Senior, are you talking about this disciple? Guzhen could not believe it, so he asked tentatively. Sky Dragon smiled. If it's not you, who else can it be? If it's not you, would this old man tell you so much? If it's not you, based on your temperament, would this old man tell you the secret method of achieving fruition? For a moment, Guzhen felt that the lights in the Temple of Immortals were so bright, and the Buddhas in the Million Buddha painting were so amiable. His chest was filled with joy. Little monk. Sky Dragon's words came at the right time. Don't be happy too early. This old man can only tell you the secret method of achieving fruition, and even help you keep the Saraira. But the one who really needs to cultivate is yourself. And you also need to cultivate for at least 100,000 years like Manjushri Bodhisattva. Think about your temperament. How confident do you think you are? Yes, this disciple understands. Sky Dragon said with difficulty. The more difficult it was, the less Guzhen's doubts were. He hurriedly smiled and said, this disciple can't compare to Bodhisattva's previous life. But this disciple's heart towards Buddhism is not inferior to Bodhisattva's. Not to mention 100,000 years. Even if it's 200,000 years, this disciple will not let go of even the slightest chance of achieving fruition. You're worth teaching. Sky Dragon seemed to be very gratified. His dragon head swayed in the oil lamp. Manjushri Bodhisattva was just as determined back then. Alas, the situation now is so similar to back then. It's just that. Sky Dragon stopped here and dived his head into the pious heart jade, not showing his head for a long time. Guzhen, who was beside the immortal's lamp, became a little impatient. Sky Dragon showed his head again. Guzhen asked impatiently, is there something you're worried about, senior? Or this disciple can't be cultivated? Alas, it's not like that. Sky Dragon sighed and said, this has nothing to do with you, it's this old man's problem. I'm afraid I can't wait until the day you achieve fruition. Thinking about this old man's interest is waning. Guzhen was shocked and hurriedly asked, Senior, what's going on? Can this disciple do his best for Senior? You? Hee little monk, forget it. You're only at the Lotus Realm now. You're still far from what I expected. The Sky Dragon shook his head. His voice sounded especially lonely in the spacious hall. Guzhen frowned slightly and suppressed his wildly beating heart. After thinking for a while, he raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, Senior, are you worried about this pious heart jade? Alas, that's right. Sky Dragon sighed again. Little monk, you're quite considerate. This pious heart jade is what sustains this old man's life. Although I still have a lot of it, I don't know if it can last for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, little monk, not 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Senior, why don't you extinguish the flame of the pious heart jade? Guzhen said regretfully. If it could be extinguished, wouldn't Sky Dragon have extinguished it long ago? Why wait until now? As expected, Sky Dragon said with a smile, the pious heart jade is a rare item in this world. The reason you don't know about it is because no one in the Pure Land knows its use. This pious heart jade is only useful to me when it's lit. If it's extinguished, I won't exist in this world anymore. Therefore, Manjushri Bodhisattva forged this longevity lamp and lit it day and night in this longevity hall. Senior, don't worry. Guzhen blurted out almost without hesitation. As long as this disciple escapes from the mysterious water palace, I'll definitely travel all over the 3 great continents to help Senior find this pious heart jade. Hee little monk, this old man appreciates your kind intentions. If this pious heart jade could be obtained with human strength, why would this old man wait until now? Sky Dragon smiled faintly and shook his head in the pious heart jade. Then where can I go to get it? Or how can I get it? Guzhen asked without hesitation, Senior, as long as you tell me, this disciple will definitely think of a way. This. Sky Dragon seemed to hesitate. After a while, he said, Little monk, Manjushri Bodhisattva mentioned this to me in his past life. There's a place in the Pure Land where the pious heart jade can be found. However, with his spirit-halting realm, he doesn't dare to rashly go there. Don't worry, Senior. Guzhen immediately understood and said with a smile, with Senior's help, even if this disciple can't reach that place now, this disciple still has tens of thousands of years left. This disciple doesn't believe that this disciple can't reach the spirit-halting realm by the time the pious heart jade in this longevity hall is exhausted. At that time, this disciple will definitely go there and help Senior find it. Ba, I'll be happy. Sky Dragon's entire body trembled, and the green in the longevity lamp shook violently. Little monk, with your words, this old man can rest assured. If you can help this old man find the pious heart jade, this old man will help you attain fruition. Good. This disciple is willing to listen to Senior's instructions. Guzhen hastily called out. Haha. Sky Dragon laughed. Little monk, this old man will make a promise with you today. This old man will help you condense a relic, and you can leave it here, just like Manjushri did 100,000 years ago. Just like before, this old man will help you gather the power of faith. This old man will also teach you the Buddhist kingdom's secret arts and abilities, helping you reach the spirit-halting realm earlier. As for you, after leaving the profound water palace, you must help this old man find the pious heart jade. Especially, when you attain fruition, you must help this old man find a way to return to the Buddhist kingdom. As Senior said, this disciple swore a Buddhist oath before the Buddha that this disciple will do his best to find the pious heart jade for Senior. Once I reach the spirit-halting realm, I must enter it. At this point, Guzhen asked in a low voice, May I know where Senior wants this disciple to go? Haha, that's enough. Sky Dragon laughed. As for the specific location, this old man will first help you condense the relic and arrange the Buddhist formation to gather the power of faith. Guzhen was overjoyed when he heard this. He put his palms together and bowed. Ba, this disciple thanks Senior for his kindness. No need to be so polite. Sky Dragon smiled. This plan for you is also for this old man. I only hope that you won't forget this in the future. In the Longevity Palace in the Sage River, there is still a Sky Dragon at death's door protecting you. This disciple doesn't wish to say any more superfluous words. This disciple sincerely hopes that Senior can escape. Even if this disciple can't attain fruition, this disciple will still help Senior out. Guzhen hastily said. Wrong. Sky Dragon shouted, You must attain fruition. Otherwise, how can this old man possibly escape? You are now one with this old man. Yes, this disciple understands, At this moment, Guzhen had already forgotten that Ci Hui had taken the initiative and nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Sky Dragon paused for a moment, then smiled. By the way, little monk, you have been talking to this old man for so long. What is your Buddhist name? Chapter 3446. Disciple's Dharma name is Guzhen. Guzhen answered happily. Good Guzhen. I've spoken so much nonsense. Now, I'll use the Buddhist kingdom's secret technique to condense a relic for you. Sky Dragon said solemnly. However, I'll need to use the Buddhist kingdom's grand technique to extract your karma from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without the Buddhist kingdom's Buddhist treasure, it won't succeed. Disciple understands. Guzhen naturally knew how difficult it would be. He also knew that Sky Dragon must have a way. After all, Manjushri Bodhisattva's mistake was a good example. Thus, he only answered and waited for Sky Dragon to speak. As expected, Sky Dragon said flatly, When I condensed the relic for Manjushri Bodhisattva, I used a Taoist sex artifact. It's in the mysterious water palace on the other side. Oh, Guzhen was stunned. His eyes darted around and he said in a low voice, That. Senior, are you talking about the immortal artifact in the mysterious water palace? Immortal artifact? Oh yes. In your eyes, it's the Taoist sect's so-called immortal artifact from the immortal world. Sky Dragon was stunned and then nodded. In my eyes, it's just a Dharma artifact. But, disciple heard that the immortal artifact was used to suppress something. Moreover, besides Ci Hui, there were 2 other people who entered the mysterious water palace before me. One of them was a woman who came here to see if the person she was looking for was suppressed under the immortal artifact. Haha, that's a false rumor. Sky Dragon laughed. That immortal artifact wasn't suppressing anything or anyone. Think about it. If that immortal artifact was suppressing something, could the person she was looking for be suppressed there? If the person she found could be suppressed there, could the immortal artifact still be called an immortal artifact? That immortal artifact was brought here to condense a relic for Manjushri Bodhisattva's predecessor. when Manjushri Bodhisattva's friend joined forces with him to set up the ancient formation. They also built the mysterious water palace. After an unknown number of years, that expert from the Tao sect returned to the Darkwater Palace and entered into closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years before he ascended. I was by his side when he ascended. Unfortunately, he headed to the Tao sect's immortal world and not the Buddhist sect's Buddhist kingdom. That's why I couldn't find a place I was familiar with even after searching for a long time. After that person ascended, for some unknown reason, he left the mystic artifact, no, the immortal artifact, in the profound water palace. Perhaps it was left for a fated person. Little monk Guzhan, are you the fated one? At this point, Sky Dragon chuckled. How strange. Who knows how many people had entered the profound water palace over the years. Forget the profound water palace. Even the longevity palace had quite a number of people. However, they had either died here or returned with broken halberds. Not a single one of them had obtained this item. Little monk, you're really lucky to have met this old man here. Based on this old man's previous experience of using this item, you can easily take it away. But little monk, don't be greedy. You can use this item in your current life. You'll have to return it to me when you return to the West. This old man might have other uses for it. Haha, senior, you think too much. Guzhan laughed. Even if it's an immortal artifact, it belongs to the Tao sect. I'm the Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. What can I do with it? It's up to you. If you want to use it, take it. If you don't want to use it, just put it somewhere far away after this old man condenses your Saraira. Sky Dragon was getting impatient. This is your own choice. It has nothing to do with me. Yes, I understand. Guzhan's doubts were all gone. Sky Dragon opened his mouth again, and a thumb-sized jade pearl flew out. He said with a smile, this is the secret technique to control the mystic artifact. That person told Manjushri about it. Now, this old man will tell you. Not to mention the Buddhist sect's divine ability, this Buddhist secret technique can also control the immortal world's mystic artifacts. Guzhan took the jade pearl and looked at it. The jade pearl seemed to be able to suck in his soul. He frowned and said, Senior, how do I use this? This is a Buddhist treasure refined by Manjushri. You only need to use your Buddhist sense to check it. Sky Dragon said with a smile. Guzhan tried to release his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, after a moment, Guzhan's face showed surprise. He asked curiously, Senior, is this enough? Isn't this too simple? How would this old man know? Sky Dragon smiled bitterly. This was used by Manjushri in the past. But he was in the stationary spirit realm. You're only in the lotus formation realm. I'm afraid you'll have to use more psyche power. Of course, if you can't get the mystic artifact this time, then this old man can't condense your Saraira. You can try again when you're in the stationary spirit realm. Yes, I understand. I'll try. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to wait for the next time. Guzhan had already lost his confidence. The record in the Jade Pearl was too simple. He felt that it must be done by a Buddhist master in the stationary spirit realm. Sky Dragon saw this and comforted him. It's okay, Guzhan. Go and try. Give yourself some hope. Maybe you'll get a surprise? Yes, this disciple will go now. Guzhan forced himself to stay alert. He was so close to eating a delicious vegetarian meal. Suddenly, someone asked him for money. But he didn't have a single copper coin in his 100 treasures pouch. Sigh, poor little monk. Sky Dragon sighed. This old man shouldn't have given you so much hope. Sky Dragon's figure disappeared into the jade pearl. The jade liquid in the longevity lamp began to rotate. The faint flame also rotated at the same time. Not long after, a small whirlpool appeared in the jade liquid. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, gradually reaching the bottom of the lamp. At the same time, the flame gradually condensed into a swastika character in the air. Waves of faint Sanskrit chants spun faster and faster. Go! A mantra that sounded both Taoist and Buddhist rang out. The swastika character rushed into the whirlpool and hit the bottom of the longevity lamp. The bottom of the longevity lamp emitted a slight rumbling sound. The layers of clouds under the lamp seemed to have come to life and floated to the top of the pillar. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. There were 81 consecutive sounds. Then, the sound of a bell rang in Guzhan's ears. Golden light flashed in front of Guzhan, and an entrance appeared on the pillar. A long flight of stairs appeared at the entrance. Go. Once you get that magic item, you'll be able to condense a relic. Sky Dragon's voice was a bit hoarse. He didn't show his head from the jade pearl. Guzhen was full of joy. He landed at the entrance of the pillar and bowed. This disciple understands. This disciple will be back soon. Guzhen waited for a while, but didn't hear Sky Dragon's voice. He knew that Sky Dragon was too tired and didn't want to wait any longer. He looked at the stairs and quickly walked down. After Guzhen left, the longevity hall regained its tranquility. The longevity lamp continued to burn dimly. It was as though Guzhen had never appeared in the first place. There were so many stairs under Guzhen's feet that he couldn't see the end of them. However, he was in such a good mood that he didn't care how far the stairs were. He knew that as long as he walked down step by step, there would be an end to the stairs. At the end, he would be able to fulfill his wish of condensing a relic in his lifetime. According to Guzhen's knowledge, condensing a relic was very simple for arhats who practiced Buddhist magic, because the relic was the foundation of their cultivation. As long as they could step into the dust realm, they would be able to condense a relic. In the future, their Rugu and Brightpool realms could be reflected in the relic. Different Buddhist mantras had different effects. Some could transform into different golden bodies in different realms, and some could trigger different Buddhist divine abilities in different realms, such as heavenly vision, heavenly hearing, and so on. For ordinary monks who didn't practice Buddhist magic, they could also condense a relic if they were proficient in Buddhist Dharma and Zen theory. However, this kind of relic could only be condensed after the monk had passed away. In other words, after the monk had finished his mortal life. The condensation of this kind of relic depended on Buddhist secret magic. The monk couldn't do it by himself. Of course, this was common sense. There were exceptions. Occasionally, there would be senior monks who were proficient in Buddhist Dharma but not Buddhist magic who condensed a relic. However, Guzhen also knew that for a guardian like him, even if he was in the Lotus realm, he couldn't condense a relic. This was because he had too many evil creatures in his hands. The resentment of the creatures he killed was enough to drown his relic, making it impossible for him to go further on the path of Buddhist magic. For this reason, in the Buddhist magic, the mantras for the guardians to practice did not allow the bodhisattvas to condense a relic from the beginning. This prevented the karma of killing creatures from affecting the cultivation of later generations. If he wanted to condense a relic, there was only one way. That was to ask a Buddhist master to condense a relic for him like ordinary monks when he passed away. However, the possibility of this kind of relic was too small. He didn't practice Buddhist Dharma and couldn't eliminate the karma. The resentment of the creatures who died in his hands would not only destroy his relic, but also implicate the senior monk who performed the magic. No guardian would ask others to do this, and no one would do this for a guardian. These were all known by the guardians at the beginning of their cultivation. However, the sky dragon who had just descended from the Buddhist kingdom gave Guzhen hope. The Manjushri Bodhisattva, who was also a guardian in his previous life, gave Guzhen hope. The sky dragon used a Taoist fairy weapon to condense a relic for Guzhen when he was alive. Then he used a Buddhist formation to gather the power of faith to eliminate the karma of the relic and increase the psyche power. This eliminated the drawbacks of the guardians who couldn't condense a relic from several aspects. To Guzhen, this was reasonable. Moreover, this method would not affect Guzhen's current cultivation. Even if Sky Dragon made a mistake, this mistake would affect the future. It was not like Guzhen who couldn't bring the cultivation of this life to the samsara robber as a guardian. Therefore, Guzhen didn't doubt the possibility of the Sky Dragon's incredible secret magic. Chapter 3447. In particular, in Guzhen's heart, the Sky Dragon had accompanied Manjushri's Saraira in the longevity lamp for more than 100,000 years. The imperceptible influence between him and the Saraira was quite profound. Guzhen did not believe that the Sky Dragon would do anything wrong. Because if the Sky Dragon did anything wrong, how could the Saraira have allowed it to live until now? The only thing that made Guzhen feel uneasy was the fairy weapon of the mysterious water palace. However, the fairy weapon was related to his Saraira and had nothing to do with the Sky Dragon. Even if the Sky Dragon was suppressed by the fairy weapon, it was still the fairy weapon of the Taoist sect. The Sky Dragon was also the Sky Dragon of the Buddhist kingdom. If he took away the fairy weapon and released the Sky Dragon, wouldn't it be a great merit? When he thought of this, Guzhen, who originally did not have any good impression of the Tao sect, removed even the last trace of it. He raised both of his hands into the air and appeared to be stretching his waist. Then, he pulled himself together and swiftly descended the stairs. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him, who had condensed the Saraira, attaining nirvana 100,000 years later. He did not know how many steps he walked down, but when he turned a corner, he saw a small arched bridge in front of him. Under the bridge, streams of extremely pure water-based yuan qi of heaven and earth condensed into water and flowed. The other end of the bridge was hidden in a blue halo, which Gu Zhen could not see with his naked eyes. Even his Buddhist consciousness could not leave his body. However, Gu Zhen knew that this place must be the real mysterious water palace. He felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He reached out and pinched the jade bead in his tattered monk robe. He quickened his pace and walked across the bridge. Gu Zhen's figure easily passed through the blue halo. His eyes flickered slightly. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he could not help but be shocked. As Xiaohua's consciousness emerged from the space, he had the intention of trying to use the technique that Xiaohua had comprehended. However, he also knew that he couldn't risk his own safety in the perilous Profound Water Palace. Even if he managed to escape from the Profound Water Palace, he couldn't risk the collapse of his nascent soul to try such a powerful technique with his nascent soul cultivation base at the early nascent soul stage. He could only wait for his nascent soul to fuse with his physical body and reach the body integration stage before he could try. Due to these misgivings, Xiaohua resentfully stopped and helplessly urged Xiaoguo to take all the spirit fruits and spirit grasses into his space. Only then was he able to slightly alleviate the regret in his heart. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only just reached the nascent soul realm. How could he know that his physical body was that of a demigod? Moreover, it was formed from the flesh and blood of a demonic phoenix. His nascent soul was a Taoist spiritual nascent soul. The two were completely unrelated, and they were even two different paths of cultivation. How could they possibly fuse together? How could he have reached the body integration stage? If Xiaohua knew about it now, he would probably move the entire Profound Water Palace away to comfort his wounded heart. "Little monk, come quickly, come quickly." Just when Xiaohua was trying to take advantage of the situation, Xian's surprised voice came from afar, as if she had discovered something special. "Alas, benefactress!" Xiaohua raised his head from the spirit grasses and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Can you not be so loud? This little monk still hasn't finished his business here. What you saw, this little monk will see it sooner or later. It won't make a difference in a little bit of time. Little monk, are you coming or not? If you don't leave, then I'll leave by myself. If you can't leave in a while, then don't blame me." Xian sneered and didn't say anything else. "Ayo, Xiaoguo, you have to work harder here. Wait until you find a way out, Xiao. This little monk will immediately call you over." Xiaohua saw that there were still a lot of spirit grasses that he hadn't plundered yet. He was reluctant to part with them and hastily ran in the direction of Xian's voice. When Xiaohua could see Xian clearly, he naturally saw the things in front of her. When he saw these things clearly, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. Because in front of Xian was a huge pile of 10 zhang tall bluestone. These bluestones seemed to be a whole piece, but if one looked carefully, there were some faint cracks in it. Moreover, these cracks were very strange. They weren't particularly neat and were even extremely distorted. When these distortions fell into Xiaohua's eyes, they gave him a very familiar feeling. "This is..." Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a kind of unimaginable feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. This is the Dao Sect's rune." That's right, the lines on the pile of bluestone were actually the runes commonly used by the Dao sect. "What kind of formation is this big bluestone pile?" Xiaohua pulled his gaze away from the lines on the bluestone. He looked up and down, then looked left and right. The bluestone pile wasn't just in front of Xiaohua. There were also piles on the left and right. Moreover, it seemed that there were more in the distance, even endless. As for Xian, she seemed to have just come out from the pile of bluestone. She was looking at Xiaohua with a smile. He didn't know what she was thinking. "What kind of formation is this? Is it what you're looking for?" Xiaohua probed. Xian slightly shook her head. There was some disappointment on her face as she replied, "This isn't what I'm looking for. However, as for what it is, I can't be sure." "Why don't you take a look? Do you know what it is? What can this little monk know? Aren't you teasing this little monk?" Xiaohua slightly frowned. He knew that Xian was testing him again, so he immediately shirked his responsibility. "Little monk, you take a look first. I'll go look elsewhere." Xian saw Xiaohua frown, but she smiled and said, "If you have any clues, call me back." "Okay." Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of Xian's words. Xiaoguo was still busy at the back. Wasn't he lacking time right now? Therefore, he casually agreed. After Xian left, Xiaohua quickly walked back to the place where Xian came out. Sure enough, behind the bluestone pile, there were still some bluestone piles. These bluestone piles were taller and bigger than the bluestone piles behind Xiaohua. Looking at the huge bluestone formation in front of him, Xiaohua scratched his head. Right now, he couldn't release his divine sense, so how could he see the entire bluestone formation? Could it be that Xian, that little girl, can use the so-called golden pupils? Xiaohua secretly pondered. However, when his gaze once again fell on the bluestone piles, Xiaohua subconsciously raised his head and knocked it on his head. Damn it, being a cultivator is too stupid. Without divine sense, I can't fly. Don't I still have martial arts? Wouldn't it be fine if I just climb up the bluestone piles? Hee, Xian. Seems like she also has a unique skill. Immediately, Xiaohua quickly walked into the bluestone formation. Only when he came across a bluestone pile that was dozens of feet high did he stop. He used his hands and feet to climb up the bluestone pile. Hiss! When Xiaohua reached the top of the bluestone pile, he looked around and subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This bluestone formation was different from the one outside. It didn't have the kind of restriction that could block people's vision. Xiaohua's gaze could actually see the entire bluestone formation. This bluestone formation was really too big, so big that it exceeded Xiaohua's imagination. With just a glance, Xiaohua already knew that this bluestone formation was at least several mu in size. The bluestone piles, big and small, high and low, were innumerable. The bluestone piles seemed to be scattered without any pattern. However, when Xiaohua's gaze swept across the bluestone piles, he could see that the entire bluestone formation was a whole. It was very obvious that this was a huge formation. What kind of formation is this? Xiaohua looked at the familiar runes, and an indescribable feeling appeared in his heart. It was as if he had been studying this formation all this time. However, for a moment, he actually couldn't remember what it was. I can't see it, but how could Xian see it? Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. This little girl actually said she wanted to leave? A transmission formation. This is a great transmission formation. How could there be such a big transmission formation here? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly understood. This was the transmission formation hidden in the Grand Cosmos teleportation token. The reason why Xiaohua didn't recognize it before was that the transmission formations he had seen before were not big. The largest transmission formation should be the one he saw in the Sky Patrol City. That transmission formation was only a few hundred feet long. How could it be compared to the several mu in size? Any random bluestone pile was probably bigger than that transmission formation, right? In an instant, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He was even more excited than when he saw the large pile of spiritual herbs. Compared to this huge transmission formation, those spiritual herbs were, cough, naturally still spiritual herbs. Fellow Taoist, Xiaohua called out almost casually. However, as soon as he said that, he realized that this wasn't his space. How could the green-robed Xiaohua come out? Immediately, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The information about the transmission formation flowed through his mind little by little. After a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua opened his eyes. At this time, there was a trace of clarity in his eyes. Almost without hesitation, he entered the space with his mind. With a wave of his hand, the Cosmos teleportation token appeared in his hand. Then he smiled and said, "Where is fellow Taoist?" Fellow Taoist just left. What's the matter now? The green-robed Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua very lazily. The expression on his face was as lively as the soul cultivator Xiaohua's. Would fellow Taoist be willing to go out with I? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked with a smile. Very strangely, the green-robed Xiaohua's face suddenly showed a kind of excitement. Even Jade Archive Xiaohua was very excited. Didn't fellow Taoist promise to let that person go out first? The green-robed Xiaohua pointed up with his hand. Obviously, he was talking about the soul cultivator Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, "That was then and this is now. Today is fellow Taoist's turn to work. Naturally, I'll ask fellow Taoist to go out for a walk." Good, the green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions. Come out with I." Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and pulled the green-robed Xiaohua out of the space with his left hand. Chapter 3448. When Xiaohua opened his eyes again, the nascent soul in his lower dantian had already crawled out from the top of his head. To Xiaohua's surprise, although he could sense the nascent soul's existence, he couldn't see it with his naked eyes. In other words, his nascent soul was the same as the golden core in his lower dantian. It couldn't be sensed by others and could only be sensed by himself. However, when the invisible nascent soul emerged from the top of Xiaohua's head, its eyes were far less agile than when it was in the void. Even its limbs were stiff. Its small head turned left and right in a daze, just like an ordinary child's doll. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua could naturally sense the situation. He asked with a smile, "Are you not used to it?" "I'll let you know." The nascent soul said softly, "Indeed. This body is like a prison, making I feel very uncomfortable. I don't have the freedom I had before." Actually, Xiaohua said with a smile, the ancients have a good saying. The people in the city look at the beautiful scenery outside the city and think of all kinds of ways to get out. The people outside the city look at the prosperous life in the city and think of all kinds of ways to get in. This city gate is the clash of two different ideas. Fellow Taoist, you have a good life inside. The world is vast, and you can do whatever you want. But here, although there is a lot of vitality, there are also many restrictions. Fellow Taoist, you can't do whatever you want. Fellow Taoist, you have a good life now. This nascent soul is condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and I's body is far inferior to it. In the future, you don't have to envy I's freedom anymore. Of course, I know this. The nascent soul grinned and stretched its limbs. I will go and see what's so special about this teleportation array. Don't. Xiaohua turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, you must not act rashly. Not to mention that this nascent soul has just condensed and can't withstand your torment. Even if you can ride the clouds, you can't just walk around. This is a dangerous place in the profound water palace. Who knows what dangers lie inside? If something swallows this nascent soul, or if it is damaged, you and I will cry but have no tears." "All right," the nascent soul said resentfully. "If I can't fly freely, why did fellow Taoist call I out? Isn't it the same as you looking at it? Fellow Taoist, I'm doing all this for you. You've been working hard to refine artifacts, concoct pills, and comprehend cultivation methods. Now that you have a chance to come out for a breather, I thought of you first. Forget it." The nascent soul waved his hand. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want me to see how to set up a teleportation array, and you want me to refine the materials for the array for you. At the very least, I can help you activate the teleportation array." Fellow Taoist is wise. When Xiaohua hears that the nascent soul didn't call himself I but I instead, he knows that this guy isn't unhappy. He giggles and jumps down from the pile of bluestones. Using a lightness technique, he rushes towards the teleportation formation. Not long after Xiaohua's figure disappeared, on another pile of bluestones, Xian's not very graceful figure quietly appeared. Xian's vigorous figure was actually not much inferior to Xiaohua's. Looking at Xiaohua's back that was like a pellet, Xian's face revealed a very surprised expression. She muttered to herself in an embarrassed and angry voice, Which family does this little monk belong to? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't think I've seen this kind of lightness technique before either." After speaking, Xian no longer chased after Xiaohua. Instead, like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, she descended from the pile of bluestones and headed in another direction. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua didn't see Xian, but the nascent soul above his head did. He reminded in a low voice, "Your little tail was peeping at you from behind just now. Be careful." "And whatever." Xiaohua slightly tilted his head. It's unknown whether he saw or not, but he said with a smile, "After leaving this profound water palace, I will return to the hidden immortal continent. I will no longer be some little monk Tipu. Who cares who she is? She can do whatever she wants." "AI, you should know that women are very troublesome." The nascent soul sighed in a very mature and prudent manner. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He probed, "Fellow Taoist, you. How did you know?" Haha. The nascent soul laughed loudly. He used his hand to hit Xiaohua's head and shouted, "You know? I naturally know." Humph. Xiaohua heard this, and his face immediately turned green. Fellow Taoist is angry? The nascent soul laughed. Fellow Taoist is I is fellow Taoist. How can it be the same? Xiaohua muttered. However, he had to admit that the nascent soul was right. Fellow Taoist. Just when Xiaohua was somewhat distracted, the nascent soul cried out, quickly look over there. Following the nascent soul's voice, Xiaohua naturally looked to his right in front of him without the nascent soul's finger. The empty space, which was about 1,000 feet in size, was in a complete mess. The originally orderly piles of bluestone were now scattered on the ground. The huge bluestone had also been smashed, and pieces of it the size of a fist were scattered all over the place. Xiaohua's face was somewhat gloomy. He only took a rough look and asked, how long will it take to refine these materials? The nascent soul didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, he asked, fellow Taoist, even if this place is intact and the entire teleportation formation is intact, are you sure you can activate it? Why not? Xiaohua asked curiously. Don't tell me you really don't know. The nascent soul asked again. Xiaohua patted his head and bitterly smiled. I forgot. I don't have enough spirit stones. Of course, activating such a large teleportation formation not only required Xiaohua's magic power, but also spirit stones. Xiaohua frequently bid at the auction in the Copper Pillar Nation, looking rather arrogant. However, he relied on spirit herbs. In fact, Xiaohua had left most of his spirit stones in the Myriad Thunder Valley when he left the Imperial Thunder sect. He didn't have many spirit stones on hand. However, when he arrived at the Profound Water Palace, he could only rely on spirit stones. He didn't have any spirit herbs left. Does that little girl have any spirit stones? The nascent soul asked. Let's take a look first. Xiaohua said dejectedly. If you and I can repair this teleportation formation, it won't be too late to find her. The nascent soul didn't say anything else. Xiaohua wasn't just looking around aimlessly. He ran deeper into the teleportation formation's core while studying the real teleportation formation with the nascent soul. He compared what he saw with his own comprehension. Therefore, his speed was quite fast at first, but towards the end, he became slower and slower. It wasn't until an hour later that he arrived at the center of the teleportation formation, an empty space that was several hundred feet wide. To Xiaohua's disappointment, this place was also a mess. Fist-sized fragments could be seen everywhere. Obviously, this teleportation formation couldn't be used at all. Fellow Taoist, you and I can now lay down the teleportation formation. We can also refine the materials used for the teleportation formation. How long do you think it will take to repair this formation? Xiaohua looked at the ground and asked in a low voice. The nascent soul smiled. Do you still need I to answer? You already have the answer in your heart. Forget it, Xiaohua almost cried. He waved his hand and said, looks like our luck isn't good. Not to mention that we don't have any spirit stones. Just repairing this teleportation formation is far away. Let's go and ask Benefactor Xian if she has any spirit stones. If she doesn't, we have to find another way out. After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave. Don't go. The nascent soul was anxious. Although these materials are already broken, they are all rare materials. As long as we refine them a little, they can be used again. How can you ignore them? That's true. Xiaohua laughed. His nascent soul was the same as him, greedy for money. When it saw a little bit of advantage, it would take advantage of it. Moreover, was the advantage in front of him small? Xiaohua released his mind and stored these fragments into the space. The nascent soul above his head suggested again, fellow Taoist, in my opinion, you should go and ask Benefactor Xian. If she doesn't have any spirit stones, we can just move the entire teleportation formation away. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, that's exactly what I want. It's decided then. After saying that, Xiaohua hurriedly went to find Xian. The nascent soul had been outside for a long time and was also very tired. The green-robed Xiaohua had no choice but to return to the space early. Little monk, did you find anything? Xian had already returned to the bluestone of the teleportation formation. Seeing Xiaohua using his lightness skill, her expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't see him at all. Xiaohua flew into the sky and also landed on the bluestone. He shook his head and said, I found something, but I'm afraid Benefactor will be disappointed. Oh, what did you find? Xian asked with interest. Xiaohua didn't have the patience to beat around the bush with her and asked directly, "Let's not talk about what we found first. Benefactor, do you have any top-grade spirit stones in your Qianquan bag?" "Yes." Xian nodded. "How many?" Xiaohua was delighted and hurriedly asked. "There should be more than 1,000. Xian said in a low voice. Then she looked in front and asked, "Could this be a Taoist sex teleportation formation? It needs spirit stones to activate?" Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and nodded. Benefactor Xian is right. This is a Taoist sex teleportation formation. If there are no accidents, it should lead to the outside of the profound water palace. However, this teleportation formation is now damaged. Moreover, you and I don't have enough spirit stones, so this teleportation formation is no different from not existing. Little monk, you have good eyesight. You actually know about teleportation formations. Xian mocked. The teleportation formations of the 3 continents were destroyed long ago. I really didn't expect that a little monk from the tantric sect would know about it. I don't know what to say. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and ignored her mockery. Instead, he asked, "Benefactor, did you find anything else?" "Yes," Xian snorted and pointed in the distance. "There's an entrance to a hall there. It might be the real profound water palace." Chapter 3449. "Oh, okay." Xiaohua glanced at her and nodded. "Benefactress, please wait for a moment. This little monk will go with you in a while." "In a while? Why?" Xian frowned. "Are you still going to plunder the spirit herbs? You still haven't finished after such a long time?" "Haha, of course not." Xiaohua laughed and jumped down from the bluestone. He walked to the pile of bluestones and hugged a bluestone, shouting, "Rise, rumble." The boulder let out a rumbling sound and disappeared in Xiaohua's hands. Xian, who was not far away, was dumbstruck. What are you doing?" "What can this little monk do?" Xiaohua smiled. "These bluestones are all trash. This little monk's small temple in the snowy mountain has been in disrepair for a long time and needs to be repaired. This little monk sees that these bluestones are not bad, so I might as well take them away. It can be considered recycling trash." You. Xian raised her hand and pointed at Xiaohua. She had never seen a monk as stingy and greedy as Xiaohua. After saying "you" a few times, she weakly said, "Can't you buy some stones and the like near the Great Snow Mountain?" Cough, cough, my tantric sect's small business doesn't have any extra money. Xiaohua cried. Now this little monk is the only one left. This little monk has no choice but to be careful. I have primeval stones here. Can I give them to your tantric sect?" Xian shouted in exasperation. "Don't, this little monk is poor but ambitious. I won't accept a reward without any effort." Xiaohua deftly put away the bluestone as he said, "What's more, I've taken your primordial stones. If I encounter any danger in a while, how can I not care? You go die." Xian was so angry that she jumped up and down. She couldn't help but curse. She jumped down from the bluestone and ran far away. Xian only stopped in front of a 10-jong tall building. Her qi and blood slowly calmed down. Only now did Xian think, "What's wrong with me?" This little monk clearly had the intention to take away the transportation array. Why can't I see it? Does his temple need some big bluestones? Even if you want bluestones, don't you have plenty of them in the Great Snow Mountain? Xian was a little stunned. She looked at the indistinct transportation array in the distance, then looked at the 10-jong tall tower not far away. She suddenly felt a little cold and couldn't help but tighten her palace dress. An inexplicable regret rose from the bottom of her heart. She raised her head again and looked at the distant sky, her gaze a little lonely. After a full 2 hours, Xiaohua, who was beaming with joy, walked over with quick steps from afar. From afar, he said with a smile, "I've made Benefactress wait for a long time. I'm truly sorry, truly sorry." "Nothing." At this moment, Xian had already regained her cold demeanor. She said faintly, "This one congratulates the little monk Tip on returning with a rewarding journey." Xiaohua hastily put his palms together and said with a smile, "After the small temple is repaired, Xiao Sung will definitely invite New Tanyue and Ci Hui Shixiang to come to the small temple and have some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea." "Oh, that's right, there's a pool in the small temple. Not only is the scenery beautiful, but the water in the pool is also scalding hot. If Tan Yu is willing to do me the honor, how about?" At this point, Xiaohua felt somewhat embarrassed. What's with the pool? Why did I invite her in front of Xian? What's the meaning of this? Fortunately, Xian acted as if she didn't hear him. She waved her hand and said, "Let's talk about this after we leave the profound water palace." Xiaohua hastily shrunk his neck and said with a smile, "Yes, Xiaoseng understands." The balcony in front of them was very strange. It looked as if it extended out from the palace. However, the other end of the balcony was covered by the blue light of the sky. It was as if there was an extra section that appeared out of thin air. What was special was that other than the white jade stairs in front of Xian, there was also a building above the stairs that looked like a corridor. In the middle of the building, there was a rather large bulge that looked a little out of place. However, no one would dare to underestimate any strange place in the dangerous profound water palace. As soon as Xiaohua set foot on the steps, he had already felt somewhat uneasy. He had a feeling that there would be some trouble inside the balcony. New Tanua. Xiaohua couldn't help but whisper, "Is there no other entrance besides this balcony nearby? If there is, Xiaoseng can go look for it himself." Xian didn't turn her head. She said coldly, "When Xiaoseng found this place with great difficulty, some people were still filling their pockets. Do you think some people have the right to ask where to go?" "Hee, of course not," Xiaohua said vehemently. "This is all thanks to Xian Tanua. Who dares to say no?" "Humph." Xian didn't expect Xiaohua to answer like this. She snorted coldly and said no more. However, after Xiaohua took a few more steps, he thought of something and hurriedly whispered, "By the way, Xiaoseng has made a strange discovery. Would New Tanua like to hear it?" If Xiaohua had only said that he had a question, or if he had something to say, Xian might have blocked him with a sentence, not allowing Xiaohua to speak. However, Xiaohua said that it was a strange discovery. Xian couldn't help but say, "Let's hear it." Did Xian Tanua notice it? "We're not the first to arrive at the profound water palace. There must be many others before us." "Of course," Xian replied grumpily. "The ancient array under the Sage River isn't unknown to begin with. It's just that many people come in and few go out. It's long become a dangerous place. Very few people have come here in the last 1,000 years." "But why?" Xiaohua's words exposed his true nature. Those who died here didn't leave there. Chenkun bags? "Humph, you're only thinking of taking advantage of others." Xian became angry again. Her voice was a bit loud. "Didn't you see the river water in front of the profound water palace? Presumably, when the river water flooded the profound water palace, this place was also flooded. Even if some people died here, their corpses were washed into the Sage River by the river water. If you want to find them, you can go to the bottom of the river to look." That. Xiaoseng was just saying that it was strange. Xiaohua muttered, "Why are you so angry?" Xian rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What are the bones for?" Seeing that Xian didn't regard him as an outsider, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. He shrugged and replied indifferently, "Xiaoseng really doesn't know." "Humph, I've never seen a monk as greedy as you in the Pure Land world." Xian lectured him with a bit of resentment. "Monks rely on their feet to walk, and those who eat rely on offerings. How can they use money? You got so many spiritual herbs." "Alas, I won't talk about it." At this point, Xiaohua didn't say anything. Xian also felt that she was too long-winded. She was really more talkative than Ci Hui, so she hurriedly shut up. The two of them walked a few steps and reached the top of the stairs. They saw another passageway with blue stone walls. Xiaohua felt a bit awkward and probed, "I wonder how senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Guzhen are doing. They're all eminent monks. You don't need to worry about them." Xian warned Xiaohua in a low voice as she looked around vigilantly. She had already drawn her flexible sword from her waist. Yes, Xiaoseng knows. Even Xiaohua didn't seem to understand the meaning of "they" in Xian's words. After walking for a long time, seeing that the passage was quiet and only the footsteps of the two people could be heard, Xian's heart became more and more uneasy. She couldn't help but scold, "Xiaoseng, where's your Buddhist treasure? Didn't you have a stick in the passage before?" Xiaohua had always wanted to hide his identity. When he heard Xian mention the wishful wand, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a magic wand and said, "It's here. Devil tool." Who would have thought that Xian would recognize the origin of the magic wand at a glance? She raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "You? Who are you?" "New Tan Yu." Xiaohua didn't know how many times he had heard Xian ask him who he was. He bitterly smiled and said, "This is a stick. You can call it a devil tool or a Buddhist tool. In this poor monk's hands, it's a sharp weapon to eliminate evil and protect Buddha." Xian slightly clenched her teeth. Her eyes had an indescribable meaning. She stared at Xiaohua and said, "You didn't learn anything from Ci Hui. This ability of yours has the tendency of the student surpassing the master." Xiaohua was stunned. He blinked his big eyes, but the confusion in his eyes was even thicker than when he was small. However, before Xiaohua could think more, the two people had already arrived at the bulge in the middle of the building. Looking from the inside of the passage, it was a circular dome. The dome was the same as the passage, blue in color. However, within this blue color, there were some densely packed silvery white colors. These silvery white colors flickered slightly like the stars in the sky. It looked very beautiful. Xiaohua glanced at the sky and then looked forward. Xian was different. After glancing at the sky, she didn't want to look away. She didn't even move her feet. She stared at the sky and her eyes were filled with joy. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't disturb her. He walked a few steps forward until he was in front of Xian's head. It wasn't until they were almost out of the dome that he opened his mouth and said, "New Tan Yu, it's better to go out and look at the stars. There's no moon here, and there's no one to accompany you. How boring." "AI, that's right. Every day, I see thousands of stars surging endlessly. Every star is like a lively person. I envy them very much. Their life is different every day. It's as colorful as their starlight. How I want to be like them, free and unrestrained." Xian let out a long sigh and said softly. Rather than saying it to Xiaohua, it was better to say it was her own self-pity. "AI, pitiful child." Xiaohua naturally knew that Xian, a woman born in the world of Confucian cultivators, had always been restrained. This kind of sadness of admiring flowers and playing with the moon was natural. He only curled his lips and expressed a bit of sympathy. Chapter 3450. Xian's eyes were a little blurred. She vaguely felt that the stars were moving slowly, but she did not care. However, after a while, Xian suddenly woke up and hurriedly looked again. Sure enough, the thousands of silver dots were moving. Xian was stunned for a moment, but the faces of the silver dots were vaguely visible. They were strange insects flashing with silver brilliance. The strange insect was the size of a fist, and its whole body was flat like a gourd. The front half was a head, and the back half was a body. The head was the same size as the body, and there were two 2-inch-long wings on the body. On the head of the strange insect, there were long fangs, and the fangs were shining with a pale golden brilliance. The two big eyes that took up half of the head did not have pupils, and were like black skin. On the back of the strange insect, there were many small silver spots, which looked very beautiful. As the strange insect flew closer, the loud buzzing sound was also heard. Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and she immediately cried out, "Little monk, let's retreat quickly. This is the elemental devouring insect." Xiaohua naturally also heard the strange insect's buzzing sound. His heart trembled, and he hastily retreated to Xian's side. In the span of a few breaths, the so-called elemental eating insect had already landed about 30 meters above Xian's head. Spirit devouring insect? Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and he immediately understood. Although the shape of the spirit-devouring insect had changed in the Pure Land world, its original appearance had not changed. How could Xiaohua not recognize it? This is the rare elemental devouring insect in the 3 continents. It likes to devour Numa. No matter what Buddhist treasure or imperial weapon it is, it will be eaten by them. Xian's figure also hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the pavilion, and she explained, "Even for us cultivators, whether it is the Buddha or the Confucian cultivator, the Saraira and genuine Qi are the elemental devouring insect's favorite." Although Xiaohua had not seen the spirit-devouring bugs with his own eyes, he had heard Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao talk about the power of the spirit-devouring sword formation in the Dawn Rain continent. Just a few hundred spirit-devouring bugs could defeat hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. The power of the spirit-devouring bugs was evident. At this time, thousands of elemental devouring insects appeared in the passage. Regardless of whether these elemental devouring insects were spirit-swallowing insects or not, Xan, who had always been calm, was a little flustered. How could Xiaohua not know that he had hit a nail on the head? Xiaohua hurriedly retreated and followed behind Xian. The passage was too narrow, it was hard to dodge. Xiaohua was afraid that he would only be able to make it to the open space outside the passage. When did the entrance to the passage close? Xian ran madly for a while, and suddenly found that the entrance had turned into a dark green stone wall. She was very anxious. However, now that the stone wall had become a hole, even Xan herself did not know where the entrance was. Get out of the way. Xiaohua stole a glance at the spirit-devouring bugs flying behind him and said anxiously, "Let me see what's going on." Xian was a little bit scratching her ears and cheeks. She did not know where to start, so she could only get out of the way. Xiaohua walked in front of Xian and made a seal with both hands. With a loud shout, the Buddha seal fell on his forehead and the delusion breaker Dharma eye slowly opened. Heaven's eye? Xian's eyes were a little straight. She had always doubted Xiaohua's identity, but she did not expect Xiaohua to be proficient in the heaven's eye of the six senses of Buddhism. Swish! Just when Xian was puzzled, there was a sound like raindrops behind her. Xian hurriedly looked back again, only to see thousands of elemental devouring bugs swarming over like frightened bees. Xian looked at Xiaohua's slightly short figure and gritted her teeth. She threw the soft sword in her hand and made a sword sign. The soft sword immediately turned into a waterfall and rushed toward the swarm of bugs. Woo! Like a gust of wind, where the soft sword passed, dozens of elemental devouring bugs fell to the ground. Except for a few elemental devouring bugs that were still struggling to fly, the other elemental devouring bugs were dying on the ground and could no longer fly. Seeing this, Xian, whose heart had been in her mouth for a long time, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, these elemental devouring bugs were different from the rumors. "Little monk, don't worry, take your time," Xian said with a smile. "The elemental devouring bugs here seem to be different from what I thought. They are not very difficult to deal with." At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to pay attention to Xian's words. In his eyes, there was a vast ocean of blue. Within this ocean of blue, there were many runes flowing like water. From time to time, these runes would collide with each other and unexpectedly produce an even stronger brilliance. Within this brilliance, new runes would appear. What kind of Dharma array is this? It can actually move and change on its own? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. At this time, he was no longer in a hurry to find the entrance in this seamless Dharma array. He hurriedly looked at other places. The more Xiaohua looked, the more alarmed he became. This Dharma array was far beyond his imagination. The entire passage was a complete whole. The countless water-based world energy of heaven and earth seemed to be endlessly pouring into it. As the world energy flowed, the runes of the entire passage's Dharma array also changed. Xiaohua's previous method of inserting the jade talisman into the Dharma array to break the Dharma array could not be used here. Moreover, when faced with such a strange Dharma array, Xiaohua had no confidence in finding the flaw of the Dharma array. Damn it, it really is an ancient Dharma array. Xiaohua was completely convinced. He now understood what it meant by, "There is always someone better than you meant." This profound water palace was built under the Saint River. The world energy of heaven and earth in the entire Saint River can be used by the profound water palace. If I can't find the flaw of the Dharma array and forcefully break it, it's tantamount to going against the entire Saint River. Clang! Just as Xiaohua was deep in thought, another golden sound came from behind him, resounding through the entire passage. Xiaohua knew that Xian had activated her sword. However, since Xian didn't say anything, he didn't turn around either. He activated his Dharma eye again, and a faint silver-white beam of light shot out from his Dharma eye. It shot straight into the jade-green light. Since Xian did not speak, Xiaohua thought that she was fine and could resist the spirit-swallowing bugs. However, at this time, Xian really had an unspeakable suffering. In just one wave, Xian's flexible sword had cut down dozens of elemental devouring insects. However, when she waved the flexible sword a second time, although the ribbon had swept away many elemental devouring insects, It was also surrounded by elemental devouring insects. Just as the legends said, elemental devouring insects loved to control weapons and Buddhist weapons. Hundreds of elemental devouring insects swarmed onto the ribbon. Waves of rustling, sounds like silkworms swallowing mulberry leaves, could be heard. The golden brilliance on the flexible sword became increasingly faint. Xian didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly urged her true chi. Thousands of sword lights appeared on the ribbon, and although these sword lights killed many of the elemental-eating insects, it also attracted even more elemental-eating insects. Without waiting for Xian to urge her true chi again, the brilliance of the ribbon was destroyed, and a tattered, broken soft sword appeared in the air. Even though it was so tattered, many elemental-eating bugs still fell on it. These elemental-eating bugs seemed to have seen delicious food. They even disregarded their lives and ate it bite by bite. Seeing this, Xian did not dare to be careless. She hurriedly cut off her connection with the soft sword and quickly retracted her genuine chi. Pada! The soft sword fell to the ground. Many elemental-eating bugs also swarmed down. Ah? Xian's gaze was somewhat regretful as she looked at the soft sword. This soft sword had been with her for many years. In her heart, she was quite reluctant to part with it. However, when her gaze fell, she could not help but be shocked. She saw that on the ground, besides the broken sword, there were also a few struggling elemental-eating bugs scattered around the broken sword. The elemental-eating bugs that were killed by Xian earlier had disappeared without a trace. Xian was shocked. Hundreds of elemental-eating bugs swarmed towards Xian. Xian could now clearly see the fangs of the closest elemental-eating bug. Xian hurriedly stretched out her hand and was about to pull out the golden hairpin from her hair bun. However, after her hand touched the golden hairpin, she hesitated slightly and moved her hand away. Then she patted the top of her head. Kung! It was the sound of a golden chime that Xiaohua heard. A mouthful of golden genuine qi spurted out from the top of Xian's head. That golden genuine qi was like the flying phoenix's golden sword. Following the spurting of the golden genuine qi, Xian's body gradually changed. Her previously white skin now turned pale gold. A thumb-sized imprint of a flying sword appeared between her eyebrows. Xian's face showed unswerving determination. The golden color in her eyes became more and more intense. Her hand formed a sword sign and she shouted, "Go!" The flying sword flapped its wings. Strands of sword light turned into small swords and flew towards the elemental-eating bugs. Rumble! Contrary to Xian's expectations, when the flying sword rushed into the swarm of bugs, it actually sounded like rolling thunder. The entire passageway shook along with it. However, looking at the elemental-eating bugs' corpses that were denser than raindrops, Xian's heart couldn't relax no matter what. Because this huge rumbling sound was clearly her contending against the entire passageway's restriction. It wasn't just the elemental-eating bugs. Oh, right at this moment, Xiaohua also discovered the abnormality of the passageway's restriction. All the talisman characters in his transcendence were like a rising tide rushing towards one place. This surge even set off waves of talisman characters. The silver-white brilliance in Xiaohua's transcendence was originally on the verge of being scattered by the jade tide. Now it was even more inferior. Surprised, Xiaohua unconsciously looked towards Xian. He saw a golden whirlpool that looked like a sea of swords fiercely rotating not far away. A strand of golden thread rushed out from this whirlpool. One end of the golden thread was in the shape of a huge flying phoenix. Surrounding the flying phoenix were densely packed small dots. These small dots were dark green in color. However, on top of this dark green, there were also strands or bits of silver white. Chapter 3451. Just when Xiaohua was about to close his Dharma eyes, a silver ball of light that looked like a flying phoenix caught his attention. Xiaohua was rather surprised. "Oh, what is this?" However, before he could take a closer look, Xian's anxious voice sounded. "Little monk, I can't hold on for too long. If you can't find the entrance, then we can only go inside." "Okay, Xian, let's hurry and fly forward." Xiaohua hurriedly closed his Dharma eyes. Currently, his Dharma eyes were refining the essence of the void-penetrating beast, so he didn't feel any fatigue using his Dharma eyes. Xian lightly reprimanded, and the flying phoenix sword in midair once again expanded. The small sword in the light feather frantically stabbed out, clearing the passage in front of Xian and Xiaohua. Xian didn't dare to be negligent. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go." Her figure floated up first. She was actually also using the light body technique. Xiaohua understood that Xian was afraid of attracting the attention of the elemental eating insects and didn't dare to let her true qi leak out. That was why she used the light body technique. Thus, he also hurriedly used the ethereal steps and followed behind Xian. Wang. Xian had only flown 100 feet when another loud rumbling sound rang out. A group of elemental devouring insects that were even larger than the previous one flew out from the restriction of the passageway and pounced towards Xian and Xiaohua. "Kill!" Xian sneered. The flying phoenix sword flying above her head once again streaked across the air, and layer after layer of elemental eating insects fell down. However, Xian clearly saw that the number of elemental eating insects killed by this sword was 40% less than before. If Xian could see it, how could Xiaohua not know? Xian Tanua, these elemental eating insects seem to be related to the formation. It's not easy for us to tangle with them. Let's leave. Xiaohua whispered. Xian opened her mouth. Her voice was like a golden chime, very cold. Only you know. Do you think I can't see it? If you don't speak, I won't know if you're mute. Hurry up and run. Xiaohua shrunk his neck. He didn't know why Xian was so cold. The ethereal steps under his feet sped up again. Xiaohua and Xian's wish was beautiful, but the elemental eating insects became more and more powerful. In the end, half of Xian's gold origin flying sword was actually eaten by elemental eating insects. A pitiful flying phoenix weakly struggled in midair. Damn it! Xian roared, and the flying phoenix let out a long cry. The cry was so loud that it sounded like it was crying blood, as if it was about to undergo nirvana. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua exclaimed in shock, Xian, what are you doing? As he spoke, the green light between his eyebrows shone brightly. Numerous green seal characters that Xian did not understand appeared like a swarm of bees, and layers of lightning appeared in the air. However, before the lightning completely appeared, all the element-eating insects in the passage immediately went berserk. Each and every one of them was more excited than if they had eaten spirit herbs, and they rushed towards Xiaohua and Xian. Boom! The golden phoenix condensed into a slender flying sword and suddenly streaked across the air, killing dozens of elemental insects, and then turned into fireflies and disappeared. Xian's faint voice sounded. Of course it's to kill the elemental devouring bugs. What do you think I'm going to do? Ouch! Before Xian could finish, Xian suddenly covered her head with her hands and screamed in pain. As for Xiaohua, his entire Naiwen Gong was also splashing with golden light. The elemental insects actually launched a divine ability similar to Soul Stab under Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique. Xiaohua is alarmed and hastily withdraws the green light from between his eyebrows. Sure enough, the green light disappears and the lightning disappears. The group of elemental eating insects return to their orderly state. Xian's expression also relaxes. Life is really full of surprises. Xiaohua looked at Xian frowning and wanted to blame himself, but when he opened his mouth, he did not say anything. He could not help but smile bitterly, and thought to himself, these elemental insects are somewhat similar to the strange insects I saw in the spatial vein. I originally wanted to use lightning and thunder technique to kill them, but I did not expect these elemental insects to be able to attack my Naiwen Gong. Alas now, I am not alone here, and Xian does not have any other means to defend her Naiwen Gong. This is really troublesome. Looks like I can only use the innate primordial water to protect myself. At this point, Xiaohua could only place his hopes on the innate primordial water. Looking at the elemental insects that were much bigger than a fist flapping their wings and flying towards him, Xiaohua formed a seal with both hands, and that pool of jade water flew out again. Unfortunately, the Tao of Heaven was probably joking with Xiaohua today. Just as the innate primordial water appeared, the entire passageway was filled with emerald green brilliance. The flowing runes that Xiaohua could only see with his transcendence vision suddenly surged on the walls, and those waves were exactly the same as the huge wolves in the West Sea. That steaming water vapor and surging turbulence immediately submerged Xiaohua's innate primordial water. Damn it! This was not the first time Xiao Hua's innate primordial water had been defeated, so Xiao Hua was not surprised. His heart sank, and he immediately wanted to withdraw it. But contrary to his expectations, the innate primordial water did not have the slightest reaction, as if it had completely lost control. Damn it, this is what it means to throw a meat bun at a dog. There is no return. Xiao Hua was rather distressed, but he immediately became vigilant. Putting away the primordial water bottle, he hastily looked up. Sure enough, those runes that were originally emitting emerald brilliance had almost turned transparent after receiving the innate primordial water. This transparency rapidly spread throughout the entire passageway, and immediately, even more elemental insects appeared from the depths of the formation. We've poked a hornet's nest. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and hastily shouted, "XN, quickly run." After XN's gold essence failed, she was originally walking behind Xiao Hua. Her lightness technique was clearly inferior to Xiao Hua's, so even if Xiao Hua took the time to counterattack, she still could not catch up. At this moment, the innate primordial water overplayed its purpose, causing even more elemental insects to fly out, and XN was the first to bear the brunt of these elemental insects' attack. Now XN was really panicking. The sword light around her body surged again, and her right hand once again placed on the golden hairpin. XN's sword light did not move, but with this move, the elemental insects that had just flown out bared their fangs and brandished their claws and pounced towards her. If I don't show my power, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, as if he was about to use the hand of Yuanying, but after hesitating for a moment, he took out the wishful steel rod from his space. Even when he took out the wishful steel rod, Xiao Hua's brows slightly wrinkled. Although Xian Cheng's strange insects were called elemental insects, and these elemental insects were indeed slightly different from the spirit-swallowing bugs, Xiao Hua still had more than a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs, gold-swallowing bugs, wood-swallowing bugs, and so on in the sword tomb. Xiao Hua did not know if these spirit insects would listen to him now, but looking at these thousands of elemental insects, Xiao Hua also understood that 2 hands were no match for 4 fists. Not to mention the spirit-swallowing bugs, even Little Black and Little Yellow were unlikely to be the opponents of these insects. Little Yellow and Little Black were Xiao Hua's own boy. In such a dangerous situation in the void, Xiao Hua was reluctant to let them out, let alone let them take risks at this time. Since he took out the wishful steel rod, Xiao Hua's whole body surged with golden light, and the divine power of the celestial body was once again displayed. A transcendence golden body of more than 10 feet in size appeared in front of the elemental insects. "Little monk, do you want to die?" Seeing the appearance of Xiao Hua's golden body, the elemental insects that were originally rushing towards Xan seemed to smell the fragrance of meat, and they all flapped their wings and rushed towards Xiao Hua. Xan screamed, and the slightly dimmer flying phoenix also flew out of the top of her head. "Kill!" Xiao Hua shook the wishful steel rod, and the rod became thick and long, waving in midair. When the elemental insects touched the wishful steel rod, they immediately burst, and the remains of the elemental insects fell to the ground and no longer disappeared. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that his secret method of breaking through with force had worked, and the wishful steel rod in his hand danced even harder. Xan's flying phoenix naturally could also succeed, but looking at Xiao Hua's majestic transcendence golden body, Xan slightly gritted her teeth and let the flying sword hover near her left side to protect herself, fighting while retreating. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the previously not particularly long building had not yet reached the end. The elemental insects in the passage could now be described as covering the sky and the sun. Not only did Xiao Hua's wishful steel rod not know when, but there were already a few elemental insects that were vigorously biting, and there were also no less than 100 elemental insects on Xiao Hua's golden body. Bursts of soreness and itchiness came from Xiao Hua's golden body, making Xiao Hua almost want to hit himself a few times. Looking at Xian again, she was not much better than Xiao Hua. She was also surrounded by more than a dozen elemental insects. While Xian urged the flying sword to contend with the elemental insects, she also had no good way to deal with these elemental insects. However, her palace dress emitted a golden light, which was obviously a treasure. For a time, the elemental insects could not cause real harm to her. Woo! As Xiao Hua's wishful steel rod swept, a large number of elemental insects fell, and then more elemental insects rushed over. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Shua! A large number of elemental insects disappeared into thin air. Buddha's Great Sumru technique? Xian had been staring at Xiao Hua. At this time, her eyes were slightly narrowed, and her heart was shocked again. However, without waiting for her thoughts to turn, ouch! Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body hurriedly shook his arm, as if it was burned by fire. The elemental insects that had disappeared before appeared again, and even many of them were lying on his arm. Seeing Xiao Hua's embarrassed appearance, Xian actually smiled. This smile seemed to come from the heart, making her unremarkable face somewhat radiant. Damn it! Fortunately, I did not use the nascent soul hand. After Xiao Hua collected these elemental insects, he tried to use his mind to absorb them into the space. However, although these elemental insects were small, their resistance was not small. His mind could not control them, and they were still under Xiao Hua's control. Xiao Hua really felt like he was trying to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Alas, no wonder sword cultivators use sword pouches to collect the spirit-swallowing insects. Xiao Hua sighed. Seeing that force was not working, he could only use wisdom. But at this time, Xian raised her head and shouted, "Little monk, quickly rush forward. Don't care about these elemental insects. First find the exit of the passage. Your transcendence golden body is huge enough for them to swallow, and I will also send out my true qi. Now we can only choose to cut our losses." Chapter 3452. Xian's suggestion wasn't wrong. At such a crucial moment, it was probably the wisest choice. However, Xian didn't know that Cai Hui and Guzhen had also done the same in order to charge out of the encirclement of the many elemental eating insects. Ga. Xiao Hua laughed. Benefactor Xian, you see, this little monk will give it a plan to kill it. Let's see how many elemental eating insects can run rampant in front of me. Oh, this little monk. While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the sword pouch. While waving the wishful rod, he opened his mouth and hit the sword pouch with a few sword qi. The sword pouch grew bigger and bigger under the sword qi. In particular, in the wishful rod, a dozen spirit-swallowing insects that were much smaller than the elemental eating insects were also released by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's intention of releasing these insects was not to let them fight with the elemental eating insects, but to let them do the business of fishing and lure the elemental eating insects into the sword pouch. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, as soon as the spirit-swallowing insects landed in the air, all the elemental eating insects calmed down. Not only did the elemental eating insects on the body of the Transcendence Golden Body stop devouring, but the elemental eating insects that attacked Xiao Hua also blankly floated there, as if they were stupid. Seeing such a situation, not to mention the elemental eating insects, even Xian and Xiao Hua were dumbfounded. Almost unable to believe it, Xiao Hua inexplicably looked at Xian, and then the two of them read the confusion in each other's eyes. Just as Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze, his heart suddenly moved, and he hurriedly raised his eyebrows at Xian. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had forgotten that his hair was gone. In fact, his eyebrows were also gone, but Cai Hui and Xian did not mention it. At this time, Xiao Hua's eyebrows could only tremble strangely. Fortunately, when Xian saw Xiao Hua's face, she immediately understood and hurriedly nodded slightly, quietly put away the flying sword, and slipped into the passage. Seeing that Xian was so decisive, Xiao Hua was also relieved. He did not dare to rashly put away his Transcendence Golden Body, and only looked at the dozen spirit-swallowing insects. In fact, the dozen spirit-swallowing insects were not all spirit-swallowing insects. There were several mutated ones that sword cultivators failed to cultivate in the past. However, now these spirit-swallowing insects flew in the air, facing tens of thousands of elemental eating insects, as if there were no insects. Yes, these spirit-swallowing bugs seemed to have been separated into yin and yang in the space. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the golden threads on the back of the spirit-swallowing bugs, and he suddenly realized something. Since the superpower centipede can become smart, the spirit-swallowing bugs won't be worse than the superpower centipede, right? Wang. At this moment, Another wave of noise came from the depths of the stone wall. A silvery white ball flew out from the green ball. It was an elemental eating insect that was 10 times larger than an ordinary elemental eating insect. Could it be, this is the elemental devouring insect king? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looking at the elemental devouring insect, and guessed. Ga. The sound of sharp teeth biting glass came out from the energy-eating bug king's mouth. Instantly, the entire energy-eating bug king squirmed as if it had issued an order. At the same time, Xiaohua's Naiwan palace was also flickering with a golden light. Clearly, the essence-eating insect king's command had the effect of a soul stab. Xiaohua was slightly startled and looked at the elemental eating insects. Out of Xiaohua's expectation, these elemental devouring insects only moved half a foot forward and then stopped, as if they were afraid of Xiaohua's dozens of spirit-swallowing insects. The elemental eating bug king's wings suddenly emitted a strong sound and pounced on the nearest elemental eating bug. With a few crunching sounds, the elemental eating bug was bitten into pieces by the elemental eating bug king and swallowed into its stomach. The other elemental eating bugs retreated in fear, but they didn't dare to attack the spirit-swallowing bugs. The elemental eating bug king hovered in the air for a while and seemed to be helpless. It flapped its wings and rushed to the spirit-swallowing bugs alone. Good, Xiaohua praised in his heart. The wishful staff in his hand trembled slightly. He understood that as long as he killed the elemental eating insect king, these elemental eating insects would collapse, and he would be able to safely pass through this damn passage with Xan. Before Xiaohua could raise his wishful staff, more than a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs, which were much smaller than the elemental devouring bugs, flew up in the air. Then 9 of them flew up in groups of 3, while the others went to the left and right. They were divided into different levels and attacked the elemental devouring bug king from the side. Is this still an insect? Xiaohua saw this and his eyes widened. An incredible feeling came from the bottom of his heart. The wishful staff in his hand stopped. He knew that if these dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs killed the elemental eating bug king, these dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs would be the king of the entire elemental eating bug king. If he forced the wishful staff, these spirit-swallowing bugs may not be able to convince the masses. Kacha. A series of chaotic noises came from midair, and Xiaohua became more and more dumbstruck. The elemental eating bug king was huge, and its teeth were sharp. Although there were more than a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs, they were obviously not its opponent. However, these dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs attacked the energy-eating bug king from all sides at the same time. Once the energy-eating bug king heard a spirit-swallowing bug, this spirit-swallowing bug would immediately dodge, and another spirit-swallowing bug would take its place. Thus, the energy-eating bug king still maintained an impenetrable formation. Ordinary people would find it difficult to fight against 4 hands with 2 fists, let alone the spirit-swallowing bugs with sharp teeth. In just a few minutes, a long whisker of the elemental eating bug king was bitten off by a spirit-swallowing bug. Kacha. The elemental eating bug king issued an order again, and the nearby elemental eating bugs began to squirm. The 3 spirit-swallowing bugs that were flying around the periphery immediately flew out of the battle group and swaggered around the elemental eating bugs. Sure enough, the restless elemental eating bugs immediately calmed down. Seeing this, these spirit-swallowing bugs hurriedly rushed into the battle group again. Interesting. Xiaohua found it funny. He simply stopped taking back his transcendence golden body and watched the battle with a smile on his face. If this situation was seen by Ci Hui and Gu Zhen, wouldn't they be furious? The thousands of elemental eating bugs that could devour relics and Buddha statues didn't want to fight at all. They just watched blankly on the wall. Once the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs succeeded, they immediately swarmed to attack. The elemental eating bug king was at a loss. Obviously, it was not as agile as these spirit-swallowing bugs. It only chased after the spirit-swallowing bug in front of it and attacked, completely unaware that this spirit-swallowing bug had been replaced by 4 in a moment. Under the attacks of the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs, the body of the elemental eating bug king began to shatter. Kaka! The elemental eating bug king opened its mouth to cry for help. This time, the elemental eating bugs didn't have the slightest intention to move. At first, Xiaohua thought that the elemental eating bug king couldn't command these elemental eating bugs. But when he saw the elemental eating bug king's cry and the green brilliance on the walls of the passage rising and falling from time to time, he suddenly realized that the elemental eating bug king was activating the magic formation of the passage. The reason why the magic formation of the passage didn't attack like the elemental eating bug king was that the magic formation couldn't distinguish whether the fight between the spirit swallowing bugs and the elemental eating bug king was a fight for the throne or an invasion. Now that he understood, Xiaohua felt a little lucky. If he joined in, he might not be able to kill the elemental eating bug king with one blow, but those elemental eating bugs would definitely attack him, and even the magic formation of the passage would be triggered. Wouldn't his advantage of releasing the spirit-swallowing bugs be exhausted? Seeing that its cry for help didn't work, the elemental eating bug king became more terrified. It screamed and turned around, trying to escape from the siege of the spirit-swallowing bugs. What surprised Xiaohua even more happened. The dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs didn't deliberately block the escape of the elemental eating bug king, but surrounded it and killed it at the same time. Seeing that there was always a chance to escape, the elemental eating bug king only wanted to escape, but it neglected its attack. Then, after just a few dozen meters, half of its body was swallowed by the spirit-swallowing bugs. Buzz! Seeing that the elemental eating bug king was about to fall to the ground, the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs rushed up and instantly showed ferocious expressions. With a kacha-kacha sound, the spirit-swallowing bugs devoured the elemental eating bug king completely. Then these spirit-swallowing bugs spread their wings and flew back. They circled around Xiaohua's Transcendent's golden body several times, and then flew towards the thousands of elemental eating bugs. Damn it, are they greeting me? Xiaohua didn't dare to release the spirit-swallowing bugs before, not only because he was afraid that the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs couldn't defeat the thousands of elemental eating bugs, but also because he couldn't control them. Now, these spirit-swallowing bugs actually showed off in front of him. How could he not know that these spirit-swallowing bugs were really psychic? After cursing with a smile, he opened the sword pouch. As expected, the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs flew to different places. With their wings buzzing and mouths clanging, a spirit-swallowing bug led a team of elemental eating bugs into the sword pouch. Seeing the dozens of teams of elemental eating bugs flying into the sword pouch in a uniform manner, Xiaohua couldn't stop smiling. These are thousands of elemental eating bugs. As long as I take them out of the mysterious water palace, damn it, who dares to go against me? As long as I'm not happy, I'll release them. Not to mention devouring them, I'll scare you to death. When the elemental eating bugs in the passage completely disappeared, Xiaohua immediately put away the sword pouch. As expected, in a moment, dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs flew out again and swayed in front of Xiaohua. Good boys. Xiaohua put away his Transcendent's golden body. With a wave of his hand, he took out some spiritual herbs and handed them to the spirit-swallowing bugs. The dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs rushed forward and devoured the spiritual herbs in a few breaths. Chapter 3453. Go. If you're so obedient in the future, I'll treat you all the same. With that, Xiaohua waved his hand again and threw a lot of spiritual herbs into the sword pouch. The spirit-swallowing bugs danced in front of Xiaohua for a while before falling into the sword pouch. Ha, it's really interesting. These bugs are so fun. Xiaohua put away the sword pouch, looked at Xian who had disappeared in the distance, and ran forward in high spirits. When he saw Xian, it was already a while later. Xian, who had reached the end of the passage, was now urging the flying sword to attack the restriction formation of the passage. Moreover, there was already light leaking in from the passage. Seeing that Xiaohua was safe, Xian's face showed ecstasy at first, but then her pale golden face turned cold again. She asked faintly, "Little monk, you're really amazing. I tried my best to break through the formation again, but you easily got rid of tens of thousands of elemental devouring bugs. I really can't think of any ancient temple in the Pure Land world that has such a powerful monk like you." Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you don't know, don't think too much. The important thing is that you and I are both still alive. This seems to be the most important thing, right?" Humph. Xian put away the flying sword and pointed to the place where the light came in. "This is the exit of the passage. Don't you have a magic wand? Don't make me waste my energy." Well said, well said. Xiaohua smiled and took out the wishful steel staff from his sleeve. With a loud shout, he hit the light with the head of the staff. With a rumbling sound, like the sound of a wall collapsing, a 3-meter-long triangle appeared. Xiaohua and XNXN entered the same corridor as Ci Hui and Gu Zhen. But as Sky Dragon said, one was the Palace of Eternal Life, and the other was the Palace of Mysterious Water. Unfortunately, Xiaohua and XNXN did not know that they were not Ci Hui, and the Palace of Mysterious Water did not have ancient Buddha Tsili. So they did not have Ci Hui's perception, and could only walk blindly in the corridor. Xiaohua was very self-aware. As soon as he entered the corridor, he said with a smile, "Xen Tanua, this little monk has always been directionally challenged. Not to mention inside the hall. Even in the wilderness, I can't find my way. Therefore, I will leave the matter of finding the exit to Tanyu. This little monk will only stand guard behind Tanyu. Protector?" Xian glanced at Xiaohua. She seemed to have thought of something. She raised her head and looked at the incomparably huge tunnel. Frowning, she said, "I wonder how Grandmaster Gu Zhen and fellow immortal Ci Hui are doing? Will they be able to obtain the ancient Buddha blessing?" However, as she spoke, a trace of worry appeared on Xian's face. It was clear that the dangers in these places were beyond her expectations. If not for Xiaohua by her side, it was almost impossible for her to come out of the 2 passages, let alone reach this place. She wasn't sure about Gu Zhen's strength, but she knew about Ci Hui. If things went as she expected, the possibility of Ci Hui and Gu Zhen dying was very high. As if he knew what Xian was thinking, Xiaohua squeezed out a smile and comforted her. "Xen Tanyu, don't worry. Our Buddhist protectors all have their own secret techniques and divine abilities. Didn't you see? Earlier, this little monk relied on the golden Buddha statue to overcome the tribulation. Grandmaster Gu Zhen's Buddhist attainments are much higher than this little monk's. They'll definitely be able to arrive at the Darkwada Palace and obtain the ancient Buddha blessing." When he spoke up to this point, Xiaohua glanced at the passageways in the surroundings and intentionally changed the topic. "Now that I think about it, Xian Tanua, the problem isn't whether they obtain the ancient Buddha streamers or not. The problem is whether there are ancient Buddha streamers at the place they went to, or in other words, whether there are any within the Darkwada Palace. If the contents of Mo Yuntong's book are nonsense, then they probably won't be able to find it even if they risk their lives." "You're the one who's talking nonsense." Xan was anxious. Would I dare tell Grandmaster Gu Zhen if I wasn't confident? Not to mention that Mo Yuntong is. When she spoke up to hear, Xan seemed to have realized something, and she glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Humph. Don't even think about Mo Yuntong's origins. Most of the dangers we encountered earlier were recorded in Mo Yuntong's book. I'm afraid she hasn't obtained the rest." "If she hasn't obtained it, then how would she know that there are ancient Buddha blessings in the Darkwada Palace?" Xiaohua retorted sarcastically, "It seems that I haven't seen any traces of the ancient Buddha blessing even after waiting for so long. Don't tell me I can also write to Mo Yuntong that there are immortal artifacts here? Write if you want, as long as you're not afraid of karma." Xian smiled faintly. At this moment, the 2 of them had reached a fork in the road. Xian looked around for a moment and randomly chose a path, saying as she walked, "It's good that we didn't find the ancient Buddha blessing. If we did, what would Ci Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen do?" "Oh, I understand. Little monk, you're also coveting the ancient Buddha blessing, aren't you?" Xian looked at Xiaohua with a smile. "Your greed isn't ordinary. I want that immortal artifact." Xiaohua raised his head and smiled like a little fox. Xian pouted. "Don't even think about it. I want it too." But at this point, Xian's expression changed. Previously, Xiaohua hadn't revealed his strength, and he was with Ci Hui, so Xian didn't care about him. But now, Xian could see clearly that Xiaohua had endless means. How could she compare to him? If he wanted the immortal artifact, he might have a chance. In fact, Xian even thought of some bad things. "What?" Xiaohua saw the change in Xian's expression and said with a smile, "Could it be that you also want the immortal artifact? Instead of looking for someone?" "Humph." Xian snorted coldly. "I'm not someone who doesn't mean what I say. Moreover, I've already made my purpose very clear." Clap, clap. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, it's good. It would be impolite for this little monk to refuse this immortal artifact. I'm ashamed to accept it. Xin fiercely clenched her teeth. It would be a lie to say that she didn't covet the immortal artifact, but she also knew that it was wishful thinking to rely on her own strength to obtain the immortal artifact. Therefore, she only put searching for someone as her top priority and didn't even mention the immortal artifact in front of others. However, the human heart had always been like this. If she couldn't obtain it, others shouldn't be able to either. But if others could obtain it and she couldn't, it was inevitable that jealousy would arise in her heart. Xin might not be able to reach the level of jealousy of others, but clearly, she also felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was the same feeling as when Guzhen faced Ci Hui, the feeling of making a wedding dress for someone else. With Xin's thoughts, the atmosphere unconsciously became strange. Only the sound of light footsteps could be heard in the passageway. After walking for a while, seeing that Xin was somewhat absent-minded, Xiaohua spoke again. Xin Yenyue, this profound water palace, doesn't seem to be as simple as an ancient spell formation? Little monk, what do you mean? Xin shook her head and did her best to throw away these distracting thoughts as she asked. Xiaohua pointed at the tall passageway and explained, if it's an ancient Taoist spell formation, there's no need to use such a tall passageway, right? It's too much of a waste of materials. What are you trying to say? You might as well be more direct. Xin snappily interrupted Xiaohua's words, but without waiting for Xiaohua to open his mouth again. Xin suddenly thought of the white bones that she had seen in the spiritual grassland. Her brows wrinkled as she said, You mean? This profound water palace is so big, and many Taoist restrictions rely on the golden Buddha statues to resist. It seems to have something to do with diviners, right? Diviners? Xin's expression changed and her eyes rippled again. She stared at Xiaohua and asked again, Little monk, you actually know about diviners? Xiaohua smiled, raising his eyebrows without eyebrows. Dong dong. At this moment, in the tunnel not far away, a huge battle puppet appeared out of nowhere. It was also covered in battle armor and held a spear in its hand. When it took a step, the entire tunnel shook as it walked over. Diviners? Xin turned to look and was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. No. Xiaohua's eyes swept over. Although he was shocked, his reaction was different from Xin's. It's a puppet. Puppet. Xin was stunned and immediately understood. She nodded and said, That's right, it's a battle puppet of the Taoist sect. Then, Xin's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze moved away from the battle puppet and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. Her gaze was meaningful. However, when Xin saw the expression in Xiaohua's eyes, she was stunned again. That expression seemed very familiar. Yes, just a moment ago, when Xiaohua saw the spiritual grasses and the huge transmission array, his gaze was exactly the same as it was at that time. It was a kind of greed, a kind of eagerness. It was as if a pair of hands had reached out from his eyes and grabbed the huge battle puppet from afar. This battle puppet will be left to this little monk. Xiaohua reluctantly moved his gaze away from the battle puppet. He smacked his lips and swallowed the saliva in his mouth with difficulty. However, when he saw Xin's gaze, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you looking at me? There's a flower on your face. Xin said seriously. In the future, you can change your name to Flower Monk. Is that so? Xiaohua listened to the sound of the battle puppet slowly walking over. There was no fear at all. He touched his face with his hand and smiled. Let this little monk see what kind of flower it is. If it looks good, I'll give it to Sandalwood. This flower is only called a flower when worn on a girl's head. If it grows on the ground, it's not called a flower. Bah, Xin spat softly. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart trembled. However, right after that, Xiaohua shouted, Almsgiver Xin, hold the formation for this little monk so that this little monk can capture this battle avatar. Although Xiaohua emphasized the words benefactor and little monk, Xin could still hear the weakness in Xiaohua's tone. Xiaohua raised his hand and held the wishful steel staff in his hand. He no longer avoided Xin. His whole body flashed with golden light as he secretly urged his spiritual power. At the same time, he shouted, Chong Chong Chong, that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.